in the yard of the celestial demonic cult of non-investment Promolville with Tskoy. It is clear, even this is a redundant pattern will not help. The old man in the Sinai form of heavenly demonic worship worshipped and begged for the leading of the cult. The red-haired Sedolosny Yosha is revealed, that this is all its wine, and the energy is not the fact that it is not possible that it can be so easily. They thought the steam torture ego. That's all my fault. Then I am a talentless student. Out of the lower nucleus, which was cut from the birth and the body, the non-consuming intruding energy of the chi, he devoured all the time of the mystical arts in such an image of the safety. He had the hearing of the Dolga in front of his teacher, and all this was the way he will pay his mentor. The youth was Rastrafia. That the editorial of Hesse was out of the same, he was survived and does not seem to be heard to find something. The old man of which shoes the shame said the insert of the cult, that the time has passed, he will reflect everything in the order, while he was the replacement of the chapter of the cult. The man said that he had not had time. He thinks that Chkon Hajin on their land was pronounced. The replacementer became a series, and say that the chapter of the cult and the head of the cult will not be able to draw their direct binding. Then the ego of the Dolg will cut out the flow of the cult of the heavenly demon. The incentive passes by, and say that he is gratified for the reinforcement of Chkon Hajin, and in his soul he splits the malice. The youth poured a wrapper, and it will take place. That this is a name of Hajin. It was not easy to get into the publication that it is not easy that it is to be soaked, as longitudinal people live. As a strategist he will take away to prescribe something, while the referee of the cult has not expelled the hook knob of the focus. The gun did not come, and even you could not think that Chon Hajin will kill his ego in the host coming. The induction of the cult from the angry of the glass, that the trendy one, now he has come to the sight of such a killing bit. The warrior thinks that he is killed too. He wants to drink, and it is a pity that he has to drink everything. The youth was greeted with the topics that have shot the pump, however, he cannot concepts, as they will be shy away from him, as he was caught on him in his own host. Forsiller unnecessarily attacked a sitting cult of the cult. The Muds were overwhelmed that their attack was passing past Illusia. Here's the practice of leaving the demonic energy. He says that he was attacked, that they had to prepare better. The killers are afraid and the dream is attacked on him. The guns will be released, that they are their fertilizers. The fist of the fist is concentrated in the energy, and saying that their forces do not say that the ego will be over. The gun is defined by their magic chains. Behind it stands the members of the cult of Heavenly Demon. The man, made man is released, that this is the way. The youthful they thought in them. They thought the elderly about them that they are consumed by the nieces will be wrapped up in this. Chon Hajin Slishal, which pecks the red crane, can cut out the squeeze of the same spare. And this man can, all the afternoon, the old man, the old man, the old man. In the incentive of the sect, it was a pity. If he would be ego, he was in the best of the Sotonia. Then he was a library of the diver in the head of the replacement. Sterishanshin is also a pity that the youth will not devote his swords. The old man cannot simply stand aside and will allow the unknown to the boo of art. The man's gender of them with a lighter, the topics are painful. The steam was surrounded. It is noticed that they do not attack and say that they are cowardly, provocative. Chkon said that he did not serve. If the gun was putting his binding of the cult, the soldier interrupts his ego and aggressively reflects. The replacement of the head of the cult of the heavenly demon does not take it. The old man says that this was the Soviet response of the elder and the referee of the cult. The guy is shaken by his hands and with the pursuit of it. I know that in the way it would not be lauded to break. The young man says that this order of the divine cult, he obey, that you will not have sold the elderly to the cult, that he killed him, he said guessing. Chon Hadzin merges, his energias, he does not sneak out, as he is fated. The old man is striking. Drug, a judge in the reacting of the old man, that he is right. The youth thinks about the Mastper, and this is the way that is the pre-trial. This is a cursed idiot all the same. The referee of the cult in the stench, who would be very hated, was all rapidly tranted by one teacher and a pantry to these pores. The old man reassesses his life with his hand. The warrior is moving over the casting and saying that everything is paused. He does not get the whole thing that will be supplemented with all this farce. From your nearby mind, you became a Mariomedical forces. With a warring, said the gun. The old man does not need as the Wunxia is so, he says, and he apparently does not want a peaceful death. Chkon Hajin reassured and say that the relevant of the youth and shell of the cultivation of the cult. The Vunavis for the second time the principle is shaped. The elderly were alert and did not get into something. The incentive says that they were so bred, but to these pores did not know his ego force. The gun says that once they dredged to kill his ego, then they had to get one in the way. The replacement of his ego is over, and saying that before the death of the youth he steal is not soulless. The young man will get the sword of the demon dragon to his own rob. You will be able to make a problem for your following, said the old trick. He will not be able to allow this to turn this trick of the steam room. For the second time, the energy of Chukun Hadzin throws back. The old man does not need to sneak the Vun Vu Smog, such a rope of the mystical energy. The cult of the cult stood on the crank shells, and from the following forces, I have taken all my mystical force, that it was in the sword of the demon dragon, which is the will of the first heavenly demon. The man's sofa was mystical, while they were delayed from their motivated attacks. The elderly were unhurted. One of them speaks of the forming and learning to unite my inner intersection. He said to them that he is already slum. He is exposed to the adhesive flame, squeezing soul. The elderly cult is screaming from the unbroken pain, defeated. Chkon Hadjin Krugs Nin Vunvzwanchia. He is guilty of their dies. The 2-year of the celestial demonic cult impresses the Vezajviselier of the demon sword. It would be a pity that you would not live as a young man. Tot did not come to the likes of likeness. Now he is sitting on a dream, and that he enjoys that day from his sort. Hooligan spokes with a jerk. I will shine the Mertzevets, a visible scarecrow. The union says that if it is a noun of the noun brad about the evil spirit, then the hooligan will be stored, so that it will be shown. The orphan is sitting mud with a lowered look. That one from the wings of the lifts. That the fry is a broken nucleus, so it is otherwise visited, in their words, if they would have been caught on his sob. He told the truth. And in the glow of hatred that he suffered in such a blurry world, he did not have the right to sit on the place. The guy shakes with the place, a seat, that he will stabbing, but not in the way. The youthy is sitting and saying that the bastards do not know. The cogs will be handed over. The insertion of a demonic cult. Look at the souls of the souls in them sneakers. Chog, do you finish me to me? For the second time, he was not investor, and he said that the paired feathers, the orphan, did not come in the very, very, very much. Oh, the fear was further, and they thought in the head. I did not even feel his present. The warrior of the species is very expensive, and the dear sword is painful. The youth is far, far from the people, and thought that the fox was interested in his cursed eyes. The warrior's warfare can just take away them. The little one thinks the warrior of the master of Bovian art, and he will not be reflected. In the world, in which hatred and disrespect, they became the impenetrable herself, not to say that his life was broken in half. The fry from the unintentionality is said that the warrior can cut his eyes, heal, or quarrel, and the unintelligent grip of ego for the skin, and says that the glass will not curse. The master says that the blessing of the eye is blessed, the non-domestic people, as they are born with the blessed upper energy nucleus, or with the personal soul, and such people all the great Delas. These words for the little one sounded so sweet that they sounded like a bed. But the pain of the man in life, the man's warmth, the man will heal in him, he will be followed by him, and he is in him, that is so called. But he said that he had no names. They stand, look at the bright landscape, and the warrior named him Vunv. It is sitting off, he was all that she helps to her master. From the cursed body of his master, he was outlined in the state of energy. They will just get death, that would be a pity for the cult of the cult. However, his heel will be released into the ashes that he would have been wearing. In the youthy, only one way is, he will reminiscate the stroke art of Zoroastrism. Pererosion through the original divine wheel. This is the art, exposed by ancient practitioners. It passes so much, they are surrounded by a short life from the reconciliation of the new soul by the body. I sent the cult of the cult in the interior of the sword dragon's sword, that this is the art. Now he is left behind on this technique, on the will of heaven. The gun is put on and asking for a master to be released. Its Manhwa is squeezed into the new television. It is all the one and the herself. This is a scream of this slimmer. What can be? They speak in the shadows of the snack. The woman names Ego, tan ears, she is sneepend. Do you cone on the floor? Live. The young man is illuminated and healed by ironic nim, that he is the new body of his nose. Macheha merges, and say that it is already a last time. It does not need to be ignited as it is ignited. On its face is a demonic anger and she is invented. The insertion of the demonic cult scrapes the woman by the hand, and says that in the neo-healed Izo RTA, he will turn the other in the second side, calling the old cargo. The woman's woman, as the man's guns, will turn over the installment, so Nasha and named old cargo. Macheha gilly the door and says EMU, you cannot even be fired at the exit while you do not go down your hole. The youth was released. He is glad that it appeared in a little silence, and that it would be ridiculed. The judgment of the memory of this body, this woman, is a machakik. reviving through this technique Robotita only on the bodies, which only died or died on the borders of death. Although this ribs did not seem to be a native child with the hard work that it has fallen into a half. But there were no, this is the body of Edva, and in the gastrointestinal cord, he was a lot of guns. But in this body, then it was not in the Vunvu, the lower energy nucleus, if he spent ego squeezes and pushes the bavascular art control dead. The cult of the cult thought that no if, and he was obeyed. In this way he was spent to embrace his mentor, and he will show the jerk with the name of them. The Saikoan Tan clan is one of the 6 large clan Murima, as well as the owner of Saikoan Murim, to the descent of Tibet, where the 2, Rise Stole and Zinchi, the sect of Kunlun, on the Yug, the sect of the Jiang Khan, the temple, the celestial cult of demons. The avant-garde of the army of Clan Tan overwhelms the stronger rod, the rinse of the storm. And their lighter's lighter, the switter of the Bora, is the name of Tan Hosan, in the same way with the rod of the storm on the basis of the Vetv Clan Tan, to look at the 9 Dragon, the economic and strategic center of Saikwan Murim, the county of 9 Dragon. Head of clan, Tomni Vlasilin Tan Munikyuk, predicted army Tan Hosana. There were 3 in the men. The mother of 2 from them was a reconciliation of Sanan, his legitimate wife, his first ribbon Dan Kudzin, and his 3rd ribbons of Tan Yuzan. And here's the mother of his ribbon was a simple service. This was a whimper, sewed on the drunken and the Wunchwa, the illegal ribbon of this clan. Although the Junich and the unbranched rib. But he is all the patriarch and claims for the inheritance. What is the old man saying that Macheha Pronya ordered not to deliver Ed in them, and now they will starve everything? And the young man cannot be able to say that the servants are not even in the scene. The induction of the cult of the heavenly demon does not pick up a bad servant and beat him with the help of Energia Chi. The man does not get into the fusion in which he merges and says that he is goodly the Soviet. Here is a terrible aura. He says that if the servant of the run, something speaks into his address, then he is no longer a rebellion, and the old man does not get into something. The guns have shown the house so that all the faces and the bruises. Then saying that he will not bury his duties, and he will be invented all the same serves the youth and the Lord. The youthful shot on him by the Diavolsky look and explains, "You see what you need to do, yes?" The servant is cluttered. There is a fears of fear and saying that they are soon returned. It cannot be overwhelmed that his hand is treated here. It will come out that the Tan of Tan Wunhov is not just weak, so it is also in the case of the allied ally. The inheritance of the demonic cult is in the way that it is not part of the martyrs, and such a pace in the clan he will not be killed. It can all. This accumulates the intrusion of energy and show their way. But the problem is that the energy of the Tang clan in the TV, the sneaky of the perpetrators of the heavenly demon, this demonic art, the youth does not courage. However, in the heavenly cult demonic of the hatred of many, one came from the clan of Tan. And there was a sweep there. This is a fuel on the upper meridian of Tan Vunva. The ecosystem is not prepared. He fell on the premises of the energy and the crop of the strong upper meridian of Vunva would be transferred to the illusory sparking and manifested in the full time. Swelling for this spatula, the guy is a heavenly demon. In his happiness of the youth, he exposed the divine reincarnation. He did not leave the brick part of his own. In its provisions, the most exposed method of cultivation will be the technician of the technical dragon. After ignition from the clan of Tan of the Voinsky group, specificing on the bears, they became a part of the cult of heavenly demon. This method of cultivation allowed them to put the art of the demonic cult. The insertion of the demonic cult is a book. The exposure of demonic energy, they practiced the energy of Yadov, as well as the methods of cultivation of Clan Tan basis for the use of demonic arts. At the same time, the clan is made with a demonic cult. In the fractures appear groups, which is represented by a personal image. The man's reflection, diminished demonic art through the method of a poetic dragon, then there is no hassle. The young man falls on the soft root and gets the problem in the fact that he will be given the makati of the Seiki of the embarrassment. It's one viz echoed. Lead to the Kog on the upper meridian of his ego, of the ego of ego. The overgrowth of the profound will be tapped in the scarecrows of the time they are so watching him so long. The induct of the cult of the heavenly demon with sarcasm says, "I will see that it was quite attached to the pastry, but I will be all rapidly beyond all the time, if you go so long." Chon Hajin says that people were all governed that the man's men was merging, but he does not break down. As it is with the prostitute of the cult, it is possible to sink in such. The elderly speak the cult of the cult. The youth is tuned. They are advised to react. The horseshoes in the wretch and do not go. As it can be the same under death of death, they are being worthy of being opposed to him. The incentive of the demonic cult scrapes and said to them to the posts once the rush kills his ego. The gun was nailed to the Polish and a stating, "You know what the way not so," the old man was just tired. Chkon Hadjian is visible in front of the cathedral of the hostage king, and it is unworthy that this is the same force. Revived Heating says the old man that does not smoke even be reincarnated in such a state. The referee merged and say that if Yunosha wants information, he will tell him all that he knows. The youthful shot on the top down and say that it is sufficient people who have information. For the second time, the old man is the pain and deform. The gun says to the elders that this is a prize sphere. It is insisted on by both of the bridal and ourselves of the bride of the stronger Yads. The incentives throws this shakik himself into his mouth and say that this becomes his OBS. The elderly in the shock from this later, that the man swallowed the scoundrel of the scourge. They immediately get the way. Immediately. And he is a way to stand after this. Revived that now the head of the cult becomes fertilized for his ego dragon, and it is time to make the rest of the East. He speaks to the use of all. The elderly at once changed in the face and faded. The youthful to do them into the scope of the spheres and with the shy net's heels. You simply made the advice of organization, the pumping association. Which was difficult in this to be the pride of the elderly dem of the elderly. The spirits are revealed that they do not seer. The gunmen came out that in this organization without the name of the basic. The wagon goes from their participants. The honors say that the truth was shown very well. The elderly praise will be released into this Ruskaz. The cult of the heavenly demon is this unorthodoxal cult, worshipping its property as God. The elders of this cult were with the members of association, that they killed the Vunva, the inner of the cult, meaning in the dreamed fear of heavenly demon, fear from this organization was strong. The squeezed, that orthodox or unorthodox fracture is managed by the external forces. Obsectors, people who have a wicked person and rush to humble the tower, which is clearly Mogadoveni half, pelvic, forming in the mood, molding. They will read the sediment with the strong people. It seems that they are the manager of the web, what the man's men was. Cutting and requirement of such a scene, this new surrounding for the youth. 2 moons of Machieka's blurry merging and throws a strain, which breaks on his or her malice, and he is angry with his oppressing. The servant falls on the Koleni, and so fear that they would not have to take the towns up to the will of the Lord. The woman does not sleep. The dance of Vunva lives as it was not in something. He wanders the time. Machihi does not like that all the time we go to the sort of hearing that he killed him. So we will soon come to the head of the head soon, and she does not need it, as it will be watched in the eye. The cogged, he will use the hearing. The woman straightens about the passage of the passes. The servant says that the gun bill will get an information about the flow of position in Jianga and the frequency, about the unorthodox and demonic fractures. The Lord does not, that this frozen was not informed, and for 2 months he was very disappeared. The second time is the time that it was helping to help. Although the youth can be in Bespalezen, but everything is the patristrach of the clan. If the Malachishka will be carried out good, squeezing in the time it is a thing. Macheha beat on the table and cry, the name of the collision and Yuochan, that they are a good time. One of the servants said the mistress that the host of the Yuzhani, she thought, that once he was here, she has already completed her workpiece. The servant is squeezed and healed, that he would have to what? The woman speaks to Amos, and if he is throwing in Vun of something, then the Ovazan will be heaven. Yuochan is healed by her mother as she fever. The woman with sarcasm says that it is not better not to go and tanges in her son, the mastery has passed. That with an intelligent one, that is not a conventing result, but he felt the difficult ore. The gun says that he was sly Ashalohim, he wondered. That the young man did not repent even after the fact that she made it. The Lord says that here is the head of the head and she does not know that he thought of the bastard. Yuhan thinks that he was helping to help. The woman immediately shook her head and said in a wicked way that she also thought. In Vunva, he is not saluted, he did not dust and not Ella. The suggestion would not be stored 2 months. That kinder is brought by the Amy of Elxira, I say night. The woman says that he also thinks of although he does not have a fool of the fool can help. This is what the poem is overwhelmingly overwhelmed by the patriarch. The mother does not need to make this need. The gun says that if the hairdressing games is on a painful scale, so the patron is also something that is a prevention. The mother is swore with him, leading to the other brings to the Ima of the Elisir, that he was sufficiently strong. The man is standing behind him and claiming praise for a praise. The woman is tapping in Yuchanka as if he wastes from the control of the fact that the patriarch thinks that they will not be able to do it even with him. The youth is scared. He says that if this is a habitat of the problems, then he will be erected by his loving older brother. In the insertion of the cult of heavenly demon, the Philatov is departed, and the Yuohan is fully obtained. what his speech brother will not be a smoker, leading his forces to be absolutely indispensable and to the earlier servant. In the process of meditation, the dragon from energy chi appears in the process. 6 wit? Rap the Manhwa wrapped, the servant has suffered this. He is a slice that a demonic cult is a citizen of war. 2 Mansa back the youth Yahello of the Honosama is found in Janshu in Jiangyi. He thought that passed many times. From the reprimanding through the original divine wheel he knows how to be. Heinzum said that the heavenly demon is burning. The incentive does not take it. The man said that this was a pad of a demonic cult, a chaos. Then they did not know, the cogged of the heavenly demon. In the renovation of the Nadezhda, that his master was all the way. He wants to be felt in Tianshan, but he has no forces, nor an information. The youthful practiced in the union of the energy and the exposure that they are prompted by all the methods that find him to find his teacher. Once in the accessible information of him, he did not care. Then he needed to have a plan, in which the patriarchal walking of the hearing, that this powerful power of a specific sedimentation of free. The insertion of the demonic cult desires to be soaked in this subdivision. He wards the sneakers of the pins of the Tang clan, and his chance at the extent of the master's research. The beetle-shaped beetle was blurred, that the youth at the border of the fact that the twin tiger is mastered. These are the pretty basic technical technician, which is worried soldiers, beads, fists, fingers, and feet, as the deadly. The gun is fist and sneaks. If it will sprinkle the body, bring it to the presented through the extra-remal training. The technique of cultivation of a poetic dragon, adjoining the spiritual occlusor and purifying blood and canal, can be sufficient. The youth was said to say, yes, the noun was dust, revived saying that if the beetle will be the Bezpalazen, then it will be released into a spiritual occlusor. That time is said to say that it was all possible. The incentive of the demonic cult, Edda that she is a Shakya, heals the Novostia, and where this power is where the beetle is released, that it is not clear, the cogged is patriarch, and the Tan Yujan returned. Its Woniviv is a logical one, that the Johan appeared, and the recognition of the potential is approached. The spine of the species, as the Johan and his mother, the Taino stuck, the stranger. The gun was interested and soaked in the side of the beetle. He wounded at which they spoke. The youthful concept that they want to come out of the time of the same power and think that after him, the patron saint, the pivota, and the warrior, thought that they reread the drama in youth. But he was lucky that they will want to send him to the sediment of the free, while he breaks his head as a good time. But the topic is not a hell not to be given to the top that he will be killed all him. For the second time the servant was out in the component and saying that these are the honors. The gun did not come to his way, and the wads of the war. Heinzum wins the emu and say that he said to bring a tonic for him. Overpassed, then the mistress said nothing to give him an existence. The man said that she was already lying to the herself, and in the height for his squeeze, she gave it to this. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon strokes the wire of the snooze. He says the servant will leave this here. The servant will be released, that he will be inserting. As a rush, he dumps everything. The judge is all over. She had suffered a pond, but he had already mastered the technique of cultivation of a poetic dragon. It does not spare. But the youthful is the same, that this is a table ginseng, a mixed flower and the unfortunately skeleton of the poem of the pond. Even the pills for purification. This is so wonderful that one dose will help you to install the energy and even Exin on it. But with such a culprit, the occlusor of the infestation is toxins. As it came to this foam, the steamer was all the same. Its potillary spirits are afraid and do not go. As a bitch from the clan Nagan, the reconstruction will break the young master. The overgrowth of the beetle will be closed and will enlighten this gift and to find a cable, which it helps. The spion is pushed by the order of the hostess and is sent to the assignment. The plan thinks the plan of Macheka that it is in the volume that it is to be honed with the mind of the conservation, and then to uninstall a magician, that it will be transformed into a marionetka. An interdestably dumb way of a good kind of Kaldan. Funov is saying that the servant can already be drunk. The house is said that the Mastra of the Bevian Artes waited for the snow, and he was sent to Leda. The youth does not take the mast of the masters of the beasts. Master is a Tangon. He was appointed to learn a young Vunva master. The teacher begs for this way will be healed. And the Nenolilgo, the dancing is also called the warrior veterinary warrior. He is a Senes of the storm and the sack, and one of the 5 strong masters in the Vieths of 9 dragons. But he was inheritance, that he will have stopped for a long time. And for the young man, he was not named after him. Tangona was asked for a tire of Vunuf, 4 of the day before the head of the clan, the gunman, that the master was only then, what would be able to help with the preparation for the celebration. But there would be a Machachek there, he called him, named the Masters of the Bow Art for his tan. She creed the penetration of the building truth about her passion. With the gate of Zalai will capture his Ravam, that he will inspire the young man in front of the head of clan, Vunvi. Interesting Kaka's plan. He is exactly in the same way. The sect of the heavenly demon sects the dancing in the dancing he will study it. The man says that they have a 4-day before the head of the clan. Tangon is shown set. He begs to watch unattractively that he will not reiterate. Vunho's species of technical engineering and spectral copies of the teacher. The master says that this technique of Tenian Saga, the gun is guessed, that it is displayed by Yuzhan. The man praises this, the young man, that this woman will want to put his ego in his sin. Tangonai says that this technical technician is detachable, with a member of the frying, the grateful of the moving is moving. The teacher says that he left on the ground the traces in which the result will be necessary to go through, and the fact that the mast is the mast of smog will even leave. The man justifies his wake of warrior warrant. A member of the storm says that he showed the technique and the time. And if the young mass pair will appear to be a question, he can put them in any time. And the student says that he was already reading. Tangon Oshirashin does not take away, he can make it so loud. Overgroated once repetitively repeats that Teniovi's Teni. The man thinks that it is not difficult to conceive that he did not get Bo shaking earlier. But this technical technician is quite complex, and the storm of the storm is not a 10-day. Master prays Sebia and says, even such a gene as I used to have 5 days, that there will be 3 months. The induction of the demonic cult concealed that this technique is to be used to use a lot of time. The man speaks once he obtained, then let go. Vunva merges and repeats the dream that he has dumped the technique. The warrior of the veterinary wicked for the face, the wickedness of the angry, and say that this is not the technical technician, which I can clog, which is only once. The salage prevails on the fact that he drew Tenavoy's strip correctly, and he puts on this 30 nungs of cerebra, healed the sadness of the master. The youthie knows that the place of Tan is 10 coins, which is obtained, that he puts in an interderously one of the robots. The man was scattered and saying that the technical technique of the Tenevo saga. This is a display technical technician, in which the soul of Clan Tan was concluded. Vunva is tapping in the Masper, the non-healed one, revived saying that the warrior of the vet is simply shaken, and the youthies say that they will be trained by himself, and the man will all shake out of his words. Tan Gonai says that in the hairdressing it is not a dwelling, and he will take the day and the staff pay for disrespecting the booze. The cult of the cult says that they were lit. He predetermined that the Deneg does not return. The man's hotel will say to show, but Vunva is so clearly shaped like that the teacher will not agree. The warrior of the vetter and the non-nomen in the hairdry of this was tied. The manor thinks that the master today raps, lead a hanger with the days in him. Tongon in the Bolsha Shok, leading to all we will at once and took away the coins. Tangon Aweda, that this is what is a trick. He can concepts. The youthful cogged will see the Tenavoy step. Then it is released, that there are no focus, and he learned his ego right now. The warrior of the vet is swore, but he cannot concepts, as it could be a sort of complex technical technician looked only once. One of proudly say that the results are delayed. It is a pity and prevails in the way. The man's gunman and healed the technical technician, and then it was a sulfur snorty, a man moth, but it is not visible that it is a path of pathwave lopnet. The insertion of the demonic cult is said to say that the master was not only a Deneg, but also in himself. Then he begs to wait here. He takes the Deneg for the pawns. Tangonai says that in his notion, the peeling of a secret technical technique, and they are shameful of Tenenoff Mu, an interest in the youthful hunger to go far. Revived thought that the warrior of the veterinary warrior was shaken. The man is not peeled by a man, squeezed booing. Repeated his technique with a first time, so his koshal remained. Although there was no booing art, but the people who were in the sake of the cult of the heavenly demon were launched by great master. It will be easy for the technique of Bolshevism to the technique for him. To the same way in his way to control the spirits, he speaks to his preservation, that he has been well agitated. The days will be untouched in a painful practical, however. If the spirits are a little bit of a podtolknut object, then you can handle it. The youth with master says, what? And now, as a lot, I have a lot of a technique, and I will have a smoke out of it. And his ego teacher is a boil from a germ. The gun with the lag and accurateness of the technology of men. The 4 times of the tanning of the gonus from the angry and annoyance of their coins. The gun was drunk. The spirits are read that a man and an idiot, but they are all the little pity that he had not lucky to rise with the recession of the cult of heavenly demon. Overpast, the warrior of the veterinary vet on the cranks, the warrior, that he cannot take the bug in the banke. Vunv with Umilkoya predishes the crew of it. A man through the tears is healed in him. Do you not feel? I am a sight. The youth, the decree on the days, will put everything on the con. The man of men. Tangonkok the Angry, do you want me as a slave to sell? The incentive of a demonic cult says that one technique, which I do not smoke, easily cockpiece, and this, Tanit's Bura. The teacher releases the Bolsha King of Energy Chi, that he goes to decorate the face he is serving. He speaks of this technique in the framework of the spore. This is all rapidly, that they will display the inseparable of the whole of the storm. Wunv knows that although the man in lace, however, he is all the squeezed warrior of the Vedder. The youth is tapping the right, that the dance of the storm will be pushed. Tangonai says that the paired right in the gap, he is leading the head of the clan. The topics of pain showed the technique of the technical to the technique of the older daughter, and the shudder of the hot. Repeat that he spoke not about ancestral, but he can see this technique. The warrior's warrior does not say that the young host says. The gun is shouting. The squeezed warrior of the Boo, Tangon, did I have in me that it is necessary that you need the gender of the storm. The youth is out, he will reflect in his Tan Vunva, the right will be supplemented by the sink of a storm. The man immediately stood in his face, and the head of the head was going on. Tango now is alert, then the strawberry defeat is after which they shake the relics in glory. But the man is trembling that the Kog any storm of the dash is a moment. From the tech, the 20 summer has passed and the brown storm was already dead in his heart, on his nickname. He did not go to the words of the young mistress of Vunva, the weekly from the inhabitants. The young man will look at the infusions. The warrior of the veterinary say that the wrapper of the barrage made his heart the dream of the dream. But the dance of the storm in the spore will make him the screening of the words of the pair. The sex of the heavenly demon fisher and the mentor of the mentor. He would teach his technical technique 4 times back, the cogged on it. The gun guessed that the hotlay teacher will collapse after the one demonstration of the Tene Shago. The man became keen, and he says that he would not be obtained. A member of the Storm has obtained that the whole demonstration was for the fact that they would prove their phenomenon. The tone of the gon is this young master has changed, and he watched his shameful force to this moment. The youth is soaked. That this did not look at this, the man speaks. That all the techniques of technicians. The teacher does not say that the 2 months and the little one does not say that such a rock accumulates. And the union of the universal has shrugged his power in the secret of the mistress, that he will demonstrate all his father. The youthy, the young man, that Verno. The man says that this is a depressing plan that will put Samui. The spirit of Vunva says that the boys remained only to the topics of their deceptions of the young host. The gun is merged, and the desires will be released into the prickly spheres. The inheritance of the cult of heavenly demon, once, it will be released by his dance of the storm. The man in the soul only. The horseshoes say that it is not necessary to resist the things of the jerk, and the The warrior of the veterinarian is teaching the dance of the storm. Vunva from Clanton Pasit Master Tangona. The squeezed warrior of the veterinarian member of the role of the storm Tangonua heals his rush. The man says that in the interpretation of the other technique, the tenets of the storm is not so easy. Overpast the prayer will ask, and if he read the technique to the concert of the day, then he rapped the salesman of Ed and drink. A member of the storm reads him with high tech, but he is sorted on the foreclosure. The mentor was tuned and begged to watch on the lounge. The members of the storm were not embarrassed in the issues of Casadal in the 7. And even if Vunva is soved to the brown, then they do not retain him in the formation. But Tangonaweta, that a new storm appeared, which can be cut off by their bonds and spray the drink with them. The man is sitting in a restaurant and thinking that it is not so scared that he has played spores. Leads to a strong young host, the topics are better for them. And all the man's Sazral is a carpenter, and even a drink did not see. The Lord's startup to the dancing of the tan was brought to something. To bring the alcohol after the traveling to watch all this. Vun v species that the man loves to drink and suggests to eat into the dragon's tower. Then it turns out that there is expensive there. Warrior Vetra says that this bar is also bad and better in the district. Tan Gonus from the bottle and say that he was ready to pay even the brick, but he will not get it. As the man's gun is hearing his unnecessary budget for Ed. Observedly, the polynomial place, he and so shabby 2 months from the home of the home, and the most unly to put it. With the help of energy, the quote is behind the table. The spirits were frozen, that this is the technique of the reading of the reed, demonic spirit of fire. Vunva wants to give a sign of themes, that time in the father, that the predator of the sect of the heavenly demon lived. One from Vunva's scarecrows sitting on a tree of a spyan for a 10-day and no dwelling. He does not squeeze the sneakers here. For the second time, he blinking the shape of the Zinchen sect. But he obtained that this is a woman. The first daughter of Clan Tan, Gai Gin. The beetle is interested in this can be caused by a mother with a mother. He has endured. that this will be a child in the order. However, the spirit of it is that it is not timely volume, and you need to care that it is a good idea that it is imprisoned on a young master. They have a quarrel. They say that they broke the heart. The girl is revealed that this is a different way of the topics, with the topics that she was Shedda with Vunva. She was even hungry. The daughter of the clan Nagan begs not to worry about the paired one in the secret. She begs just to read on the head of the chapters. Tanjin glow and beat the hand on the table, healed the reason for so much he is so, she will do it. His mother did not know that he was about younger one that was stunned. The cogged gave such ordering. The woman's intact of the daughter. She is in the deviation of the hatch if she's so much to be unlawful. The daughter of the chapter says that the man is not so called, and in such a liberal devochka is a shake. Tan Jin Jin cockroachly goes from his mother, but only a shaking his nimus from the unintentionality. Sansides himself, he had a glass in his head. She said that the devochka was in the way, but after entering the Zinchen sect, all of him became a good thing, and she does not need it. The beetle does not crush, as he will be able to do the owner's like. He was blinking, that he is in the 7. Macheka's second time and crying angrily. That all this is a bastard, and the need for a cheerleader, and the need for the head of the clan. The woman will be able to strain right now the spirit of blizzard, that she goes from the young head. The spirit of snowstorm, that this will be imprisoned to the cable. Vunhov is trained on a polar tone with a tone. 10 days have fallen as he left a pole, but he did not receive notes, even in the district of 9 dragons to be overcome, the form of the demonic spirit of fire. The gun is gone with a passionate and weaver, the most knowing man or abandoned the county, or cannot act out of the end of the plot. However, in any way the situation is not the same. The warrior of the veterinary praise of the steam room and say that he is good and in the control of the ore. The youth does not need, that it is for an inequitable expressive. The man in the shock, that the man from the clan Tan is the image of the detachment, not the hardened technical techniques in the coats. The insertion of the demonic sect is said that the technical technician of the Tan bursts. The poem moving into the phases. A member of the drill of drilling, which is a youthful thing. Revived with pride that he is all the best student, and him it is not difficult, the man tape in him. Techniques of many sects and clans have a complex combination of the mounted that they are asked physically, show their enlightenment in booze, and the Tan with scratched technicians and coins. It is important for them, then it is exposed to them. Combination is mounted in such a bealed technical technician on phases, that it can be a logosity to the alignment of a smooth passing to the second technical technique in the time of battle. The booing of the clan Tan is far from showing, but to the way. Vunva is made with the teacher that the traveling is focusing on the motion, although it is predicted for the effective disposal of the yads and the abrasive erection. But the technique of the ninth of the heavenly demon, which Vunva is desirable, he is also chosen into phases. If Yunosh, the bead of clan Tan, then help, and in the Opaladinia 9 in the 9, he wants to break down the scrape technical technicians and yads, and the warrior of the veterinary warflies from a student that he performs Udumal. The man says, I will, I have a sly shell, what a mistress Gu Gin is, the gun was planned. From the meal of Vunva, the Dangum Jin, the 9 dragon, the one, which was not known as a member of Semi. After the reprimanding in Tanvunvk, he had received a lot of writing, they were full of full time and trembling. The young one is inserted in the side of Hubin. He is going to be a gender, by the way. The warrior of the veterinary warrior says that the Devochka sperm will come to the elderly, and the pair will come tomorrow. The incentive of the sex of the heavenly demon will turn out. While she did not come, the man thinks that the man wants to start today at what he spoke. Vunva with Umulkoi say, the principal? I have already made everything. The servant is drawn to Yochan, that he was a recipe in the course of 10 days. The Moorhead of the chapter clan throws the melted coins into the Kachovstvo rectangular for this. Yuhan speaks to the murmur. The youthy knows that Vunov has a 10-day, so that it has been a good time, and even if he will fall, then he will not be the time of patriarch. Also, the Johan, the dancing of the pump, it is all over the whole. But even the days of the day, they learned only the forms of the tenny step, and as if the bastard was tried, and now the sort of this problem in the sister later that she returned so much, she saved with the mother of Vunva. The problem will now be possible. Kogda is a Dewushka 30 fly she stank is the official premature of the 9 dragon. But on the mind of Yuo-chan, she slimmer is an emotional for this roller, and a mentally slightly swallowed to the sect of Zinshin, and did not penetrate the beat, shaped art, and in such a legal one cannot be a prematurcy. The youth is stuck and thinks that this place will be reached. For the second time, the servant praises his melted discusia and say that a letter of white peacock has come from. The gun seized the servant of war. The servant says that this writing from the young mistress of Vunva, the Gunuits in him, in his way, they are municipal, and the greatness will give the writing here. The letter is written, Tan Yuho-chan, let's get out non-manner. Yuhan thought that the hairdresser was thrown by the mind and the hat of this plan. In Klain Tang it will easily get a letter that will take a stranger, but the youthy snowstorm, that there is no such thing here and the truth is just a lift. Vunva writes that he wants to make them a brother, which has been chosen in the ratio of the last time, and predicts a duel as masters of Bovix. The Yuhan is asked to pass, that he is prompted however, it will be overlooked. 2 times of the dwarf he gets a leaf with the inscription, Strusil. The wound son of Clan Tan says that he has written in the wrote such notes. The poem he begs the servant to stop and deliver them. On the traveling morning, he came to the strength on the sneaky inscription on the bone. Truss. Yuohan boils out of anger and saying in a belly that tomorrow, in the second time, the bunniers will have an occupying Vunva's head in Vedro with a crap. The servant will pass this to the inheritance of a demonic cult. The gun does not take the enemy so much, and in the same way he has taken the presentation. Tangon Hotel makes it possible to get a young man so much, but prepayment, he will not be overwhelmed, as the son will become a sort of pathops with such a small pathop. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demons stifles the warrior of the vet will be left. The man is not to do this and say that he wants to soak on this. Wunhu says that he needed to strengthen his moral spirit, that she will not legally kill a hem. Tanjin merged and straightens his brother as he demelled on the duel of Vunva. Johan aggressively turns out that the first time of the first beginning of the beginning of him, he said hey, squeeze all of his sorts on this. The girl does not need, as he is a weakly young brother, Moggs to make this. The sister was shaken in a peacock, but she came across a stancing phantom energy. After that, as she went into the dowry, then the energy beginnings will be severe. Everywhere in the premises of the Mirtva energy and the slades of the eating. Guy Gin thinks this Logalov goes on a man who is insanely tranted by his beaver art. For the second time, there was no way in the back of her back, in the nor. Here's the fear of the soul went into the heels. The girl stroked the sword, and the heads of the man were covered. This is paid 500. He easily blocks the attack. The sister with the snack is taught. Vunv, these are you? The youthy cockroachly turns out, quite a label, sister. Guy Jean is back and say that she was standing out, but the brother was blocking. The girl caught his ego for the training cultivation of the poetic dragon, so that he did not consolidate the wolves. But if the sores of the master the Yuzhan will be sorted, then the plan is sort. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon thought that the sister could send San Nu, that he would be pursued by him to the pad. Guy Jean is squeezed and saying that she was a lot of herself, that the mother was flat with him, and for his fellowship that Vunva would look so well. The overgrowth of the lattice of the staff with its master, and she watches the act, and that he was stubborn about it. He says that he does not want that he had sent the eldest of the mistress. The devil is hearing the energy from the youth and experiencing the experience. You have not been occupied by the beads. The gun demonstrates Hey Pioletovich energy and thinks it is to have a member of the poisonous techniques, which he has been learned. The sister decorates her ash organs, she guesses that it can be, lead to the poison and phantom energy. Vunhov's quarrels for the unreasonable this cursed poison. And on the very well, this combination of intra-energy and poison, the emu will be a cousin. The demonic energy of the Evlace. So what is the pointer? Guy Gin does not shake his brother. It seems that the devil is not the vest of his existence. For the member of the Tang Preen branch, the morality of the Council of Affiliates is the obeyment. Vunhov is highly said. The girl is scared. She says that her brother was very much named. The insertion of the demonic cult in the fact that he cannot allow the sister to allow all the time will be a closing of his sister, and even if this is a realization of them. Tan Gu Gin is a demonic manner, now Hei is a mentally honorable mother, and Yuan is being buried, leading the words of the steam room. Vunva in the shock here is a hunger, energy, and gun. The girl is angrily said to say that the brother has all his augment. This energy lived the soul, the seams of the pre-existence of the presented, the same, this, which was azure. In Juno, the Somnas of Tangin, the first in the top on the junction and herself of the multi-binding girl, have become a student of the sect of Xinshan. She lived the souls, giving her absolute talent to her rule. One of the existence of a recent formation. From the name, it is clear that the soul lived from the spiritual energy. The poem she is dispersed by the passing of spiritual union, and this in many ways to the method of training of the sect of Xinshan, and it is a painful. In the puppies of Clan Tan, the students of the whole Council of Victory, she stanks the umbinity, which will not be left in front of us. The sister said that the energy is told. The girl is immediately reassessed and awakened for her rudeness and caught from the workpiece. Vunvu was blowing that it was so easy to keep their gap. The tonitrals of Zinchen topical played the role, but not by Samoy a good self-control. The gun was bursting with tea. The girl was very pleased. She often drinks tea in Zinchene. But such a niche did not break. The youth was delivered from Samoy Podna, Tesnoy. His sister did not think that he was such an expert in teas. Gaijin says that she also bought it and brought it with a cathedral. This is shaped fruit from the mesh, and it is tapping it. One V's they will not be much liked, but he will make the faces tan of tan ears. The girl is very rejoicing that he was pleased. All the nicknames cannot be customized. It is a fine that it is that the most man, which was where the gap was to kill a couple of fading back. The incentive of the demonic cult in the sister, that he made up to come here. He thinks it is that the duel will stand. Gaijin says that she came out, leading his brother and his mother to look at him all this time. The gun is not worthy of it in the fact that he is only outlined. The girl is swore with him, but she is all the Rankly Hotel this. The sister is a true pity. The gun has suffered, and say that in any case, this is not the pledge of him. Gaijin was willing that they would be baptized in this, but now she seems that Yuhan has fallen on his hook. He is in the brother's brother, though he was universal. But in Yuchan, he is all sordidly worthy, and he will be ready for a plan. Overpass the sister of their sister. He or she will be angry. He speaks, drinking tea. That he has a couple of ghosts in the stock. The ego has already been drunk, and a quinoa. And most of them, they will be released that their collateral will be pledged, and the plan will be wrapped. The girl says that if he was in the way, the power of the mother in the house of Nelia is not a lot. If he wraps the beloved juice, then it will make it all that it shines it. Vunv is introduced into himself and ask him not to worry. Lead everything organized by them. He speaks, hey, tomorrow I am a triple platform. Gaijin said, I am too? Well, fine. On the traveling day, the field of the battle was stored by Tolpa Zavak. One thing is the pond, and that one will sell its goods. The insertion of a demonic cult is a fetus with a fruit on the stick, and the sister is healed in him that he disappears. The young man says that he was all this, that he does not smoke the defeat of Yuochen, and they are very much modest. So Vunva, as the older brother of help, he will produce everything. Tangonsle medal with the balcony Bolsha Tolpa I wonder. He calls Tantha and say that the young host of Vunva brought a lot of noise. The warrior of the Viteria did not get in the way of his friend. Tan the Talkets that they were here on the work. Many people came to the duel between the two. In laws, the poem we needed to be honored that he will not be obtained. A member of the Storm interested in them. One of them, Mnitia, is all the way in the pod. Healthy, he put his hands on each other. That this is obvious, although Vunva Trenerova Tang gone, all 10 days have passed. Tanjiao is so thought that Yuhokan will go. The warrior's warrior is swayed with them and thinks that the second is the same vomit. But I will say, he said that the duel was provoked by Vunva himself. The man with a fucking up in his friend. Do you not be like that you have done so much? The servant of the Yuchan, that the young host of Vunva, the newness of the newness, and even opened the gate, that everything could see everything. The more than the head of the chants of the clan, and saying that just a praise, all the porches. For the second time, the Yuzhan Oslishal's voice is a hairdress. What made the tabe so much, my little brother? In the other, the contemporary Isna is in the induction of a demonic cult in his or her brother. He is not weighted. The youth with the wicked in Uchanka. He will not get his mom out of the sake. That they will return under the hand of the Eni. The gift is merged and say that the mouth of the wow is the same dirty. As he is a lot of him, he will not want to be a breakdown ego of gun. The overgrowth of his ego and say that the Mamni junction of the goal is only good words. Johan shakes from the angry and repeats once again that he will be expedited. The fret brother is shaking from the spring and crying of Vunv to go here. He is induced to break his cursed mouth. The removal made it that the Johan was tired of the first in the arena, leading the topics to the topics. That provocative duel. The insertion of a demonic cult of views. It is easy to take a hemerent brother from a great deal. All put in his posa. The brother went on a duel, and a friend standing against a friend. The atmosphere is covered. They are ready to start the pads. Vonhov shows its beyond and is represented. He is put on a good drama. Yuakana, it is a matter of his now. His joint brother began to take the manners. He thinks the hairdress of him was bewildered after him on stage. Gaigin Slamethal, that Vunva, as a shack of the soot, the transmission of the melt, but all the emu is stored. Zavaks do not seem all the paintings and replace the manners of the one and the notion of Yuhochan. Such a behavior will make it think that the older brother has attacked the duel, not on the all. Although the convex is only the result of the result, but the Vunjvi is what will look at the sort. But the Yuohan is overwhelmed by the star of the Tan and ego, the Genye. The brother stands closely to a friend. The more said that Vunov is only a sort of sinking, that he releases that he has not treated here. The gun is a beginning, and to say that the mud of the older brother will not go into this mullet. In the perpetrators, the passing of the survey later that the Yuohan was diminished. Over Anoinenui did not go, but this is logically leading the difficult ripping of the note smashed to units without decorating. The youthy snowstorm, that the Marty brother does not fit him. Although the Yuhan reads Vunva, he rankly attacks the spin without any prime. The smaller one from the man from the clan Tanpani and did not go for the sake, Johann Zamatil. That the suggestion of Tenavoy Shagu. The incentive of the demonic cult reminds that the dancing gonus it was heard. Yuhan Panaun's attack his ego and does not fall. And Vunav's tumbles thought brother fork this. The gunshot, that the Wunchi, we have come to this, but all he's his father's father. However, Tenavoy step. This is just a technique of walking, leading to Tenavoy soul. Yuochan will show their own brother to insist a Tenevia soul. This is not the technical that does not allow the opponent to fall out, and to see Tebia in the possession. Now he understands the honorable brother's honorable brother with a gene, to find it in a way in his way, only to take a look. Yuochan attaches the hairdressing of the exit from the shoe. However, they would not have done them and he would not have done. The incentive of the demonic cult of the noon is attacked, but it is easily bowed. The soothing ego of the Teni soul of the Tene is not so high that the ego of the dead will come from the ego of the dead, and to the same threshing of the blood, so they get out of it, so that he will destroy the youthful justice of the simple one. Tangon did not get amazed that Vunva will be so good in the Teni Shagu, Tantha Tadal, that the Tena Soul Yochana also became better than the time and the training did not go through the drainage. However, their duel is more like a game in the shades. The most rote of the enemy is to take the enemy. But even the cog this will take everything in the same way, if Vunva is not attacked. Tan Gonai said that he was prevailing the youthful technique for the rebellious blow. His companion wondered that he was he was asking the Lord. The warrior of the veterinarian is embarrassing for whom they are administered. The ribbons of the fucking say that it is no one. That is what the man knows better than they. Demoria is laid out. Yuhan merges and the wad of Vunva ceases to be worn as a deaf Krisa. The Shudder brother Snowstorm, who is beginning to get out and he does not smoke in the same spirit. The young man was very ill with a stranger and just smoking the leg or his foot or so. But Vunf was asked. Vunhos can take the attack with the help of the Teni Sti. But while it is on the Teniral field, then the traveling of the emu will not go. Yuochan is exposed, pellet raining Igeltsvetushushi Grush. Guy Gin slaymiddle this and realized that the desire is killed by his own brother. Revive the shirts of the shirt and say that it is time to order. Though he will play a little. Igli Yuochana hit the transparent barrier, which is a sneezing. The visuals were decorated with their faces. They did not take the crush that was taken by this Bashani Veter. Johann is intended this Veter. Guy Gin is now specifying the technique that the brother's brother, she did not shake it with the phantom energy. But now the species that the technique which I pushed Vunva is the Tanits of the storm. Tanits Bura! Yuzhan was squeezed. The young man cannot concepts and read that the hairdress of the coming, whom he did not give up his ego sister. Wunvi claws herself that he was tasted with a hollow teacher. The gun is red, that he will cut down Yuochan. He was softening with the place, and she was approximately. The insertion of the cult of the heavenly demon tosses the storm of cutting. Yuho-chan from this happiness was already squeezed, and in his eyes it is visible Aptian pain. The shirts of the seven tan was caught with a Groma speed in the stan. They visible that the young host of the Yuzhan Smog will play Vunhov's ghosting all over one blow. Tan that does not take a lot. As the wow of the smog wraps the dance of the storm, the Tan knows that he has a student in his student all that he needed. Healthy say that the goon did not specify the scale. The teacher turns out that this is true. Tangunawe and his companion, a Vatir of Vunov, is a veteran one that they served. Ribat thinks of the Gonus that Wumps has the same talent as the head of the vet of the clan. Then it is released that early to think about something. However, the youthful Smog will master the storm for 10 days, and behind it, they are incoming. The mentor says that this can be empty words, but the guy will make the rosary of the storm. The men do not squeeze the winkle of Vunva to make a veterinary Vatir. They think he thinks something. They youthfully reinforce the sister of his sister. Gaijin is full of raster and does not know what to open. The Zavaki immediately chose the devastation on the girl, leading the flower 9 dragon. The people thought that they returned from the sect of Zinshan, that they would consider the masters of these spirit. Past many flying and many even did not know it. And Gaijin was selected. Then in the right thing. The removed in the Poeden Boer Bar and Guhinjin, a stronger rookie of Sichuan. People at once were wandering and glowing that the morning of the mistress of inaccuracy with Lepeskov, Gigin. And this will be the fight on the innocent. Gaigan Mulcha smoke on Tulpa, you do not know how to do. Tan Gia sit, that the situation goes out from the control, They are interderously have a vunch. Tangon is wave, he thinks his student at the time of Gwyn. The dance of the storm to show the victory over Yu Ho-chan was already brought to the status in clan. And if he is a miracle of Gugoguan, then the hunger will claim for the position of the incentive, but if it will be played. The girl does not in general do not think that it is thought. They would be not over, then they would not be a good face. But in the current situation, the promptness of Semyu. The inner demon whispering hey is inserted. The heart is healed. The themes of the pain killed the topics. Gyujin's state for his head will open his demon affirmatively. No. I have now made a wench in the way of the reputation of our seven. The youth is ament and healed in no way. Vunva is squeezed, and says that she has strongly thought of the noise of the bow, he begs it just. The virgin is on the Tenierness arena. The removed respected that the Lord was all over the forefront. Tangin is represented in front of Bomis. I am a 9-9, dragon Tan provenation Sichuan, and the Chinchene Simnik. It is a long, sword of the sword of the sword and the sword of the sword. Many soothing is the name of the impatience of the Lepestkov. The girl is worn for a good fight. Vunov is also represented by the first grey of Vizion of the 9 Dragoni clan Tan. He was in the rush of the storm in the willow of a veterinary warrior Tangon, and today he asked for a sister. Tulpa is a liquet, lead to a lick and nasty battle. The youthy snowstorm that Gai Gin will look quite. The girl was immediately expelled and the glowing that had not been so being asleep for a long time. The man thinks, a judgment on his face, which has been seekened for a long time. The sister has made her sword and occupied her bold stand. A demonic look can easily concepts that she is soil that the first blow is to be sorted. Vanhos with an intelligently heals her sister's ready. The devil is revealed that he is ready and the poet of the rescue from the place, and the beetle towards her brother. Overpassed with sarcasm say that the weak gave the pre-images of the 3 blows, Nazayai on the village. Brother and sister are stalking and opposing. The girl now came out, as the youth's blocking Hea. Gyujin was blown back, she realized that she can be served and sword as a sword. The girl remains EMU that the man's guns ask for so much that he cannot be a man. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon is snowing. In such a situation, he will resist the technique of the Tini saga. The sister of his ego is not Peroyamni. He will even be smoked by the Fishko Yuochan. However, she attacks his ego without prompting that he was unburied with these gaps. The coughing blocks the impact and Otski Viva. Vunki has tapped all the art of Zinchen's sword was so uninstall. The girl is in the way and say that this is not the beads of Zinchene, the gun was sorted. Gyujin says that the youthful spacing of energy, which showed the guide, the poem she also spinning her girlfriend. For the second time, a vigorous power is overwhelmed, he says that he will show this. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon to exhibit the technique of cultivation of the poetic dragon. The vanity of the phantom dragon. The girl was right here to the happiness. Yes, it is. Gaijin was brought together, leading this and aura and phantoming energy. She also occupied a bold stand, and the beginning will take the energy of the time that now is a series of a battle. The girl was playing a bold stand. Here is a terrible force. She says that this is the right to give a brother the right to the first blow. Vunv at once became a series. He was blurred, that the atmosphere was changed. The girdle of the hood of the azure veins was united with the pure free will of the sword of Zinchena. In his senses, there would be a shot on a demon in the face of a beautiful angel. But in any case, there are no reasons to repel. The Cogd is presented the first blow. The youth is being wrapped in the fact that it will capture the initiative in battle. Gaijin with a leggy man is covered from a blow. She blushed. That a storm of breakdown, which Odalila Yuhochin became a strong. Overentity Ela bowed from the sword blow. Sister says that the attacks of Vunhovas are obvious. The sister is leaving the hail of the attacks. She says that the moving of the dance of the storm snooze. The girl says that it is a way to be clogged with painful opponents. Square and a shudder of the graceful it is for the Soviet. The dance of the storm is Sophaida in itself the power and the intransigence. This is the avoidance of the technique of Clan Tang. For the way he kills in one blow. However, the youthy is that the technical technician only with opponents of one word, and in this attachment of many insufficiency against the painful opponents. In such a case, Vunva residues the pain of painful for the sedentary blows to the technician. Twice the blow of a tiger, and wraps it in a storm. The inheritance of the cult of heavenly demon is directed for the forthcoming. The sister is blown by his masterhood. He is a smog even to the technique. The rebounds are extinguished with raspberry strokes. The power of the dance of the storm in the ego of wilting, and the Wunchua is tossing this for the rooting. The strokes of a tiger in the twice, the youthful beast of the sister, but his blow is only a portion of the floor, leading the girl to the side. The gun of the pawn is pushed. Gai Jin is what his brother is old to keep the streams of attacks. But she says that at the moment will arise the counterattack, the cogged of the enemy will seek. Devushka exhibits the art of Zinchen's sword, Molnyanosny blade. Vunav did not be ready for a counterattack, but all the time of the smoke is blocking it, he obey that the snooze is assertive. However, he immediately changed his mind that he concluded that this chance would be broken. Gaijin says that all the interests are becoming insect. Drawing a herd of Udorov, the sister begs for his siblings. For the second time, a man from Tolpes Snow, that the soupy Johann was full. He does not take a little bit of a rib in the 7. That such a noise will be squeezed. Joachim Brown into a cold sweat. He is a look, that it is not possible to smoke the ego only, but his sister is squeezed. The gun is released by a mother, the servant of her, that she did not come. The young man thinks that his sister does not play. But if he will go to the fight, the topics of the most overwhelm the prestige of this. The sore hell has been removed, and it seems that he is well kept. Yochani is anger, he will take it, that if the sister will be played and this Nez will be allowed. Vunva thinks that he has received a chance to attack and need to just get the attacks. The girl is killed with Kingen and saying the steam that he is so much concentrated on a sword. The youth of the snowstorm, that the motion is caught from the sword of Zinchene. Sister visits ego blowing. It now sets out the art of Zinchen, however. 5 years back, she was the art of Clan Tan. Direct-faced art of Zinchian, and the method of blowing the blows of the way, with the method of hundreds of the Udorov clan Tang, folded on the weak place. Revived thinking that this is the same force of the inner azure veins. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon dements Tenavoy's step. Nesmatra on this sister is all rapidly felt by him and attacks him with a sword. The Gunbue is to translate the pursuit. He will heal the mountain of the RTU, his ego unnecessarily with a heart of the heart. Gyu Jin says that his brother is quite self-shaped. She was frosty, that the attacking motion is not caught from the standard form, and he is a vocabulary. But in the Analms moved enemy in the bowing of a youth, a hatred warrior, 100 battle. Vunva was blinking. Here's how. In his seizure of the television, the lower nucleus of the analysis of the enemy moved, and the bow became ego of the style of battle. The constant advice of the survival of the masters of the Boevich arts, which could be determined by a person with one blow. However, the excellence of Bovian arts made him forgetting the important herself, leading to demonic arts. This is not only the use of basic forms. And the man said that the boos of the art do not call in this thing. The girl is glad that his brother was changed, and on his face finally stood up a luck. Gaigin Snov is attacking him. She thinks that her brother came up with a plan. She is departed from the wave and hey, not to know what she conceives. Young Snowstorm after herd attacks that the sister does not stretch into a life, friendly important points. The germination of the azure veins to tighten in the fighting with the fee of the free. The unseenness was in the same weakness. He is gratified for his fearing, but he will not be told to unite this against the sister. The girl says that they are good, but the opponent is repeated. But for the second time she was frozen, that the Vitir, whom she was affected by, the stretched in front of the wow. Gai Jin is blown that the youthful Smog is learning a storm for such a short time. The recession of the cult of the heavenly demon has hopped in many energy in all its traveling blow. The sister is visible, that is very hard. Here, they are wrapped in a bright white world, and here, the impact goes on a hunger wave. Tangon incised your companies in shock from the vine. They will also not be able to give your eyes. And Yuchani hung a spareness of this stroke. Overcast is completed by the pads. Vunva is proud with a straightened chest on the rest. All three began in a thunder shouting after this belly bella energy. Tan Tai and Tanjev turn to the willow warrior of the Vader, and the one does not get into something. Healthy guys that the Lord will be in the order, Tanjut, sweeping something. Tan Gonawetaeta, that they are universally affected not just in the fact that the young host of Vunva was boiled by the sore, which was a good breath, but it was in the world. The induct of the cult of heavenly demon stifles in the none of the same unjust. The girl came out from the club of the shootout that he did not go and say that she was hotel to scratch it before, while the brother will not show his goat. Gyujin has shown her head and said, she fell, they will not give anything. The sister, he brought the beaded stand to release the Bolsha's sway. They discharged when the sword of the sword shows, and they do not have the sword that Gwynjin reached the peak phase, which was not wisely later that she was the 9 Dragon Visione. Yuhan has gone from his sister and all the virtue of his sister, and now, in his mind, in the hairdress of the no. The girl says that now the sword of the sword she cannot leave. Vunv is known for this, leading to the unbelievable fighting so much against the pain of a weak enemy. The man is in the words, and it will take the fact that he will be blown by the blows. The youthful fist of his fist. He knows that sealing the severing vettering with the help, which blocks the sword of it to it does not smoke, does not impress the artery of the Zinchene sword, which is unburly, so it is unable to show its dawn. The sister was frozen that he came up. Gaijin thought so, the kind as his heart is beating now. Revived Robko said that he was translating and saying, "In such a situation, only the Bezumez would be. The girl does not take away that he has a wedding." The sister says that people who are disgraced from the booze of art are called by master. The fever was doused, and he was squeezed. After the reincarnation in the television Tan Vunfa, he was a slick of concentrated on the swallow of the boo of art, but the life of a master of Bevian Artes, which was extinguished by Vunva's not one. He culminated the sword with Tangin. He was beginning to fight with an enthusiasm for the booze and arts, and gave, the gunshot is a martyr, which wilts, and a bell, like spirit. Gyu Gin visit, that he will look at the hollow and poet will resides the fight. The youth is sicked with na. The student of the sect Zincheni is to put his sword behind the head for the attack. As a predictory of Vunva, the sister wants to go for one blow, and he will make his obeson will set him a strong attacker. It will resume the Tanitsbura and the final energy in one attack. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon is stalking with the sisters and insect, the gun of the thunderous Veter. So their tables are cut, and the stones fly all the sides. In the pair, the place was swept. This is not enough that it will be broken with the master of the Bovian arts of the likeness, or the plan of the warrior is, nor, or the third is given. Yuhan acquired after the poetinome, which he had put into power in the power of him, and his sisters were so much imprisoned, but he was advised that this is not such an attack. But for the second time in the battle it smacks phylum. 1v sistering his sister of energy. For the second time, Gaijin Lometsia's sword, the youth of the moment, the cogged of the sword will be driven. Then he becomes simply a sword. After the attack, he leaned to the side of the steamer that he could not whisper the hand. Revived it, that the swordsman will make the swordsman. But this is not all. He or she will be enemy Jiugujina, the azure of the dwellings, and the Slavic sword will not be left. But it is also self, contained in Vunva. He is ready to fight further. The junction of the younger residue, he causes all his sordid energy into one blow. The incentive of the demonic cult swinging the Nishiver, the southern veterinary stretch. Gaijin is rejoiced and crying that the brother of Vunva is better. The girl will take away his technical sinking dragon. Cascade of the Udorov sun. The members of the Storm were sweeping that the ribbons of the snooze had been swept. And if they were outflow, then they are strongly postponed. However, their dissemination was changed on the blow. The shave of Kakilovka Reska appears to the Teeneril field, and directs directly to the center of the attack. Oblivny man hears the moon. Moon leaving them and saying that they played a lot. The warrior is in them. They planned the chapter on a painful koik. The girl immediately worshipped and said that the head of Vidivzion of the 9 Dragonov, Vunv, will be launched. That this man is the man's head of the Viavizion of the 9 Dragonov and his father. The gun is greeted by Tanhosh. The spirits of the Vunhov be asleep, one of them species. That the Tanhos did not cease to be devoted, but also the steel he was more so much. The youthful of this, though the rose of Burasilan, he is all the unknown special sedation of Clan Tan. The gun thought that leader will be a ravane on the power of the elderly cult of the heavenly demon. But this is a man of light, that Vunv could have to suffer in the past, a breakdown with him. Home is said that the youth was not innocent, then it is a matter of fact that he was drunk with a snover, over a Sesuecha, that it delivers leader clan. Gaijin healed his words into a shock from this. The man calmly reflects. In the viewer of the 9 dragon, the place of the place, what does Inelia come in? Wonderful is to with. I just have been a good thing that my lack in the boobs of the arts will unite your sedimentation. The youth is sensitive, that all shocked by the words, look at the identification of the face of his sister. But the insertion of the cult of the heavenly demon, it is necessary, that this reacting on the disregard of the head of the vet of the clan, especially from the innovative ribbon, which was laid. However, after the expensive inquiry of the final reconciliation of Tantan Wunvi, then it was that the Tanhos of the Trinaya member of Clan Tan, the man returning to her spin, said that Vunavs with his sisters did not spray. But in any case, Hosan did not go in the sight of his innovative hat. However, he was released in a calm friend, Namkaya on his own shirt. Johan immediately dropped the look and blow. Hansan Tan Kane, Tantha and Tanje, all three at once appeared on the arena. Lider Klana says that their reaction is a slick of honey, and they will work out over it. The shorts of the EMU are shabby. The man suggests them with a towel and put everything in order. Vunva squeezed his sister faded and Tangas to something. The devil is revealed that they would not deserve everything in the Nankshan of the father. It will be taught by the brother that he will be the same. That it turns out that the father is just such a man. Hosanta is a manifestation of interest in the ribbon, if he is precipitated. but he will be presented with the same way. Gai Gin is found in front of the Yoshe, leading to him for him to be a flat father. The gun will be the topic and reflect on her sister Hungry. Vun Vihui Baiawei presents a dump. After that he will be overcome. Divushka Piana in the state of the bowl with a dusky she is crying, that it is shaking. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon. It is then that she will look at so much of the Ela is not a lot of days. The sister says that in Zinchane it feeds with some vegetables. The steamed gavins. That this is the temple of the Tao's temple. Gai Gin merges on this, lead it and the sake of meat and drinks a Teloko Skolko. The girl says that this is not to be given in the Taos. The youth is asking him. Voiternitsa the greatness is poured by him. Vunhov ranged for a second time for his susmika and heals that it is for a man. She pretended to be a fool, only if the brother was not healed. However, the square is amazing that the sister has repeatedly humbled him in her writings. The poem of his EMA is very lovely. The girl is asked. Revive the fact that the girl wrote that he Soakarta will be overwhelmed. The head of the clan will come here. I need to know that he can make a hammer. Magia Clan Tan. The warrior is in the way that he was in the way. The student of the sect Zinchane was the care of the habitat. This is a mast of the masticles, the Vizian of the 9 dragons. Walking of the Hears, which is the pissed one special trace of a similar rod of storm in the past. If this is true, then all the sects and clans in Saikuan are coming to the sowing and the same self-taughting of the tag of the tested. The youthy is that they have been putting it here, so it is not possible to simply believe Gaijin. But it seems that she did not know her sewing. Vunhov is predictable that this can be even bad. The second time, the gun, snores the man, wave the hand, the girl thinks this friend, whom the brother shaded. The squeezed warrior of the veterinary warrior spoke, which he had gone to the trainery platform. Leading it to the night, they were sustained from the night, the Dwushka dumped the drowsy. Tangon widowed that Gaijin was wrapping the sword. She rose. The blessing of his uncle was praised. The sister stifles his brother with his brother. He is not alert. That his guest is Tangon, Vunva is echoed. The girl is seized by his uncle's a pleasure. The man species of many Edis and is given that the student orders all this is not for him. The kids are being cheated with their bowls and the want to drink for the today. Eugene does not get his brother so unacceptable with him. The gun does not claim it. This man's brother of their father. He saved the father from the passion of the time in the zinc, and even received the wake of the master's art. The young man wants to be chosen by his uncle. The man does not get over that he is a gift. Wunvi's head healed in front of a warrior of the Veter. He did not know at the same time with the father. It is a pity to be overwhelmed, and he will ask for a height. The sister praises the ego for the right work, and thinks that the Tangon will go, if he was in front of him. The man's crucified person does not get into something. Tangon merged and begs not to pierce the aphetit. He guessed that Mrs. Gijin was banging him. Vunv's heapens from the mentor, the boost of the storm is Acel. The warrior's warrior desirable to find out his mind. The gun, he made a bowl with a Raten statement. 10. The teacher says that Vundfa M is over. But the man will be assigned that the youthful rights, the one, that they knew. Gai Jean lover predicates their uncle, and overwhelmingly herself, leads to this duelli. He deserved the depressing of the boost, Gin, and Tan Hosh. And now he is the problem of this reconciliation of this. He can lead something that will think before the extortion of the owner. Sent a knight of Adet's carriage on Lesna, not a protoptic trope. One of his bug did not think that this will be so burst. If they go far away, his Hazane can kill him, the rusting, that he is a gun. San it will come out of the conduct. They arrived without being upset, and hay would be an interest. Now the spirit of the felt of the young mistress has been filled. Thinking power goes from the entrance door of the sanctuary. One thing that is being opened and said that the hostess was a good road. Kozin is a veil of his gave to the guests. The sanity does not know the magic of the magician. The zombies will make its hood and ask the fight in the inner. Chiashi. This is a way of critical. The graceful to the abdomen, the died after death. The spirit of the slishal, that the living, the junction is not for the way to control even the most peeled alchemists, but he is specifying that this girl is only a wiring. The beetle is not obtained that it will be a way of it, that it was to this moment. The grade of reprimands and wants to make it more so, that the young chapter will fully resolve. The magician of the scene and the staff in the tree of praying of some kind of power in the way. The devochka is drawn by Kuzain. That the blessing was arrived, the old man will be asked to let in. The woman is greeted by the guardian of the sanctuary. That he guesses that he was here after something that was not so. John Vidit, that the woman is full of greetings, and his god is only a topic of the topic, that he is awarded. He hates those. That is only something. San it is a servant, and he herself. And if this is one, that will give the more so that the second will present. She brought Yua 2 boxes by a battle of the praise. The old man is scared to say that God is given to God. John thinks of a woman also likes this. Macheha Vunhu says that if the magician precipitates, then adding the box the old man, that the Lord Nagogans, as he dreams of divine suppression. The K-blesses can help you help. She was interested in the old woman on the sulfur, which was asked for Renee. John said that she has a great way and said that Vunva's brains in the process. The woman says that the situation has changed, and it wants something to be a well-being. San has read him with a doctrine, which can be wrapped and wrapped. But his act in leading Gugiyin can take a piece of problems. Macheha is afraid of hearing the old man who will be overwhelmed by the passion in the living junction. The magician is thinking and thinking that that is the dignity of the mistress. The beetle, he said at once, that it would be necessary to overcome this in an imminent way to his mistress. If the manner of the keeper will make the lively Junie on his own, then the young chapter will be difficult now. The grocery is already leaving the territorium, but for the second time snowstorms jerky Junie, who were barking on him. Once, John can make a creep tsari mean that this is a prickly valley of the cherries. The old man, he felt the hatch, said that she brought the tail, but the woman was blown up, that they were not a rose. Kaldan is a certain way of the prism of the spirit of Vunva, and this king can be painful to be more problematic than they thought. San, he said, saying that adding an additional box to the staff payments. Old board, the reconciliation is said to be able to pay this time to pay them more. Then she wants to know the hill for a sneezing for Vunva, and she begs to be a good old woman who will overcome this in the living uni. The magician is Anika, and now they will be cut that was so lasted. The second time appears a malicious warrior. He appeared on his own. John says the advice strokes the hole and find the cable that he is standing behind him. The warrior is overwhelmed that they do not squeeze all the way. The man applies to his fingers to his RTU. The bug immediately felt the evil energy. Kakwe is a terrifying conscience on one of the spirit of Vunva. The cutter crying, the daring of the harassing of his Hazain is felt. On the brow of the white peacock pavilion, the youthie stifles in her sister it is possible to go, and it turns out that the weather is good and she will take away. The cogged is a little gap. The gunman is being shot. He wants to go, lead to the Yule beam, and the plans of the reconciliation of San's son. And Tangin also gets that. The youthie begs it in such a case just do not intelligence. The sister speaks does not think about it and simply trained. The spirits speak to their Kaziane, that the quench of the Sinchen sect and the Devoach is very good, and they do not want to have the fact that the Tanhos and San have shown to the world of such a child. Vunva wakes his servants with his servants, and then he will be prevalent in the scope. For the second time, he gave his teenieral sword, and what he conceived. The servants are tapped in him, which is not so. That he says that he will hear the Sobia in the first time with the first training. Earlier, the cogged of the Vunva wrapped in the art, intersection of ego with the misery and performs of the hook, as in the unknown mechanism. The man thought that this is not the way in the bellular arts, but although she dreamed and dreamed, now he will hear it. The spirit of telling his mistress that Kogda is in a demonic cult. He was a mentor, a poem. He will ask the body of youth. The scarecracker is unbuttoned by the steam room of all sides. He will reflect in the youth of the sort of sew on the blanket. The wow does not take away and ask for a breakdown. The servant says that so much so the intra-energy of the interior of the mastery. The grasshoppers are also possible to hung on a different way. The youth is guessing that the path of the person's personality. The spirit of this reverses this. The poem is even to be submitted by the technique, taking away the intruding energy of the surrounding on the same way. It would not help so much. Although the person is overwhelmed, but the creek is thought, that the dancing of the Danshvi Wunuf, for the seven ego of life, and the surge, which is translated by the Vunochvich nature, and the result, the resulting nature, and the result, the resulting, once it has diminished him, then they will come into harmony. But all this is just a guess. The man thinks that he will be inheritance to adhere to the validity of Tanvunva, that the principle is poured with him. Once he came to live as bastard clan Tan. He was of course on him on his TV, however, Podzasnatlnai all the rankly tidying him. And in the post, duels of ego. They had changed so much that he no longer thought about the various tales, but the Tan Vunva was stamped. The senses, appearing afterwards, from Gyan and House, who knew only at the final nouns, he was hearing the stench in his subsoil. The inheritance of the cult of heavenly demons stifles and his assistant squeezed. He thought that this is a 40%. The cherry finds that so his mistress will be to be plowed with bow-toe, and the guy says that this is what he had an extent. What is the harmonic soul in the body of harmony in the demonic arts? It is obtained, which is what they can see the slimbis of Danva and the soul of the Vunva, the topics of his domenical universal. Sister, look at his brother of views, that he was severely changed and became obsessed and stead in Bouvian arts. Gai Gin pity that he has come to change, for a moment the foundation for his future, which will be the time will become all strong and strong. However, the girl will be in the way that the mother will not wait. The cogged he is in a good way. Azure lived Gai Gin Slamethal what is approaching. Vunf and his spirits also squeezed the Garling fog. The youthful dream was squeezed, in the style of the creation of the poem he has receded from them. They rode their money at the end, and now the guy wants to soak a large thing. John's warrior stood in a foggy say that he had not been hidden for a long time. Soglass, the guesses of his master, the patron saint of this baby, tossed the irrelevant creep. One thing is to be the way it is, to uninstall the avoiding magical instrument. It is a poem to the poem of the poem that Khaldun is here. He was blizzard, that the cracked fog has been wrapped in a long way. This fog can block the creation of a man. And if it will be cut by the formation of a prickly hog, it is not important that the intricate will work, that the dream is not intended. And now issue your way to find your sacrifice. The warrior does not take the squeal of the whole thing, to the dawn of the servant. The man thinks that Khaldun presented himself with the tale, and the fact that the cognition of the calling this Khaldun was activated by a demonic technical technique with a man's help. The Wakimya is said that they do not look in the fog, that this is the way that thought so. The murder thinks that once this is a child, the same it is ego, then it has killed it, it will appear. The one is standing behind him. He thinks that the young man does not look like a hog and he is a nail to make him living. But for the second time in the foggy warrior will not be released, that there is a cockroach, and that's where the energy Q is gone. Gyujin Molninus attacks his, grabbing his head. Vunvi species, that he was boiled, and he would not think that they would be released here with a deadly swordsman. The spirits know for sure that the enemies of the Vunhuf from the prickly valley of the faults, but this type is viewed as the swordsman of the minima of the third rank. The youth is to be released that the Tausa from Zinshan is a government to play with such a rank. But the problem is that this is a Juni, a muzzle, a podslan nail. Revitalized interested stancing Jugian Somnets, or the darling of your dance of Taos on the duration of evil. Now the Vunva can be released. The deadly swordsman, that this energy, sword Zinchans, and the girl's Gin, but he does not take the swoop of she will be. The man begs the ego, the girl's deviation will not give away and say that he does not listen to the rage of the demon. It is torn on it to its flurry of attacks and cries to eames it once. The warrior will be released, that it is not to agree, if he will be all over and wounded by Gai Gin. Then the hostess with the mistress of the reconciliation. The sink knows that if this will be elated, then the master will be in the spring and plotting it. The sister of Vunva is tossed the prayer blade and heals injunction about what he is experiencing there. Gai Gin Wellet Emu cease to think and just sink. The warrior is a blood that he dies at such a pace. The swordsman will not make the battle. He said that he was not a little after her daughter. The girl does not say that he says. The demon says that she is the herself guilty that she did not obey and exhibit the technician of the prickly enhancement is 3 times more. Gaijin with an ego of herself he molded up. The monster says that if the girl's outlet, then he does not rescue, and them will be easily. He only releases the request of the mistress. The sister of Vunhov is swords, and healed to calm down. He knew that she knew that his mother is a communion. The devil's dwarf dummy and find out that he is standing behind him. Hey Nelsie will allow the mothers to go their mother on the bed. Crushes the views that it is represented by anti-demonic energy. The demon attaches the dream so that here the forces of the ego of the shock from the arena are squeezed. The warrior is in the foggy of the righteous veterinary vet, or Khaldun is seized in any moment. The plowed John will be in the larger if the battle is pierced. The priced fog will weaken, but in his no second chosen, the chrome as a good glow. All his ego this is the ribbon of the servant. The spirit of Vunva is noticed by the Ems that Gudyao ceased to make a cracked fog. The youthful council, he is already stamped in the enlightenment of the battle, and the horseshoes think that better than 9 is to be angry with Gudyao and Vunva with a dead swordsman. The monster from the cryflit is right on the steam room, that is said that the birds were slaughtered with a slurry of the night. Overpassing the purple eye suggests the monster. The birds immediately made and squeezed. Gudyao vonzaza his head directly into the ground from the fear, and the youth is scattered and saying, "Ah well, it was not so much right." The spirits seem that the monster has a wonderful body, and he did not smack. The horseshoes are overwhelmed by the creation of the Hudyao of many time and Ingridu, and all for the fact that they are attacked on their mistress. Vunhov does not have a good time. The so-called cult of the celestial demon of the birds will be stored. You know she gives EMU 2 variants of the first. It is squeezed by a dead swordsman. The bird was running. He said that the Varian is a battle with him. The monster was very ego. Gudyao will be attacked on Juni, and that does not shake, lead to one side. The demon does not understand. He can shake control, and the Carib was not inferred by the infusion of Silayon. That the smog will submit himself for Gudyao. The demon rolled out, and Gijin does not rub the time, pods up the attack for the attack, and says that the Kog is sorted so at once it will cut him at once. Huani, he was a lion's hand left and he will take his lion, that Gu Gin is an attack and we need to be wounded. But the demon does not have a dwarf. The sword is in the case in which he was unlocked. She could kill him with one blow. He thinks she is a sight of the mistress. The daughter of the chapters click on this. It plans to cut it into pieces, while he does not splash in her gra. Gaijin is viciously saying that he will save his. The devil is a shrub with his sword of the monster. The demon cry, Curly Kuritsa. He does not know the holy Gudyao, so leads the Sobia from Vunva. But if the rest of the fog, is Prasitia, then he is the Slavs, or just as well. The sister of Vunva is opposed to the demon of the technical. Thousand Vodrev, the rushing evil, cleaning the species that the cracked fog is cleared with a technical prize. The monster is swollen on his bracked hand, and it will take place that you need to find the way, while there were a little fog. The warrior can centrify the energy of the urge on the ground, so that Gujin is to cover the face from the stream of shockwave. The girl's kind, he is invented and brown behind him in a pursuit. Gaigin slay Metla that the hand of the monster Wat is shaken, the sword of sneaks, and the devil is coughing. Taos of Sex Zinchen was trapped from the battle, but all sheerly frowned her sword that he will continue, crushed with the Schmilkoi, the shackles of the phyletic flower, and squeezed his finger. The dwarf Panaun attacks the demon. However, as she only swept away with her sword of the monster, then that was staged in the pole and the XX. Gugin has realized that this was all the way, how he said. Before the Bohemian, the man's gun, hey, all plan. She is shocked that they do not go to kill Junie, who plans to attack them. The Yuthi says that the sperm of the same information is obtained. Nismotra on the fact that the wings left the sect, they will all penetrate into the pound and wrap the garling fog, and can be strongly strong, so snapping the charm, sister. Vonv is a meal, and say that if this is junction, the stake, then the talisman of the Vosvrat, that they do not want to burst the forces, that they will get to vague into fog. But if Gaijin was a charm, the brother exhibits one, the one of Chanshi, who dreamed on the vision of the 9 dragons. The girl will take the fact that the demon, with whom they stressed them, sent their mother. Gaijin is embarrassed in Vunva, that he will deliver, if she will take away at the will of the mother. The Yuthi manifests it that in such a way he will play in this battle of the conditions. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon stifles the sister. Did this do not mean to be a part of Clan Tan? Taos of the sect of Zinchen Mulchit in the shock of his ego. The girl will take the fact that for his brother, who has survived the many difficulties, the Tang, this is just a fool of Lazetsov. But Gwyn is desirable to get out of the volume that Vunva has obtained. This is not all that they appear, and she will try. And the Gudyao Sada Karkarat, the wearing it. The sister of Vunva is visible, that this is not the junction, she is a demonic. And the poultry shoes all the throat of fear. The deadly swordsman cannot be released in the fact that he is so detached, failed. Even if he returned his hand, the ghost of Gudyao and the enhancement of the visions of the 9 dragons dragon did not suffer such a failure. Crushing from anger, if there would be a Gugin, then everything went out. Wunov said the demon, that if he was overwhelmed, then it was necessary to run further. The demon is dishonorable and does not need, as it will be sought so much. But he does not have a good time that it is a man of man. Cleaning the thought that if the Cablins can be tamed for the threads, then they can find them, and they can find and the gap of life in the formation of a hog. The monster of the Soviets led the chance to break their own chief, break the cattle of the Carib, and return themselves to Gudyao. But the demon snorts the phanomomal energy and thinks that Kaldan has attacked Kaki's wandering pricker. But this form is a meaning. The monster's inspired by the monster's reconciliation of the mounted, which concluded the union with the prisoner Dolina Cerns. The siege is shock and does not take the steaming of the steam. Eunosha goes from the sort and cunning way to say, what is known. For the second time, she was snowy. Then he had stuck in his veins from the fear. The mentioned mantle of Boivel Diavol, having lined up in energy. Wundva came to the fact that the demon knows that this is 10 years ago. Everything in the prickly valley of the cherries knew about the Niko. This is the Kolnivskie, which was the Propolisa of the young head of the cult of heavenly demon Vunva, Kogda Seal House. Clear not the concepts of such a kind of heaven. Wunhu says that not the stove will be given to his questions. The Yuthi says that in the demon of many questions, it is evident that they will not be invented. Revived saying that it is not frozen to him now. He will talk to the demon the Kogti dies. The demon is to be released, that if the youth and the exercise of a demon of a demonic cult, then he can wipe away one blow. Cleaning the sites that Vunhov have prepared to be Atake, he seems that it can be demonic art and the strength of the Phantom King. The man is beginning to make the enemy, the monster concepts. that this is a simple booing art. Demon sails to the tree from the forces of the Udarov Young. The deadly swordsman is informed that this secret technical technician of the Nine Dragon, Tanit's Bura, but we will not be clearly honored with a gun-shaped man, sized art of demonic arts. Chinaning the stuffing and putting his finger, he says that the guy is not a cult of the cult, so that the cult of the cult cannot be united by beads. He is a monster, which can be damaged by such a deadly swordsman as one jacket. But for the second time, it is a lot of it. Demon visits of the media. This is a plowed in, the land of the cult. Square with Master says, monster? The word gene is more coming. Janny concerns that the youth on the very so much of the cult of the heavenly demon, but in such a case is not clearly displayed by the bell-shaped art and the honorable way lived. The youthful species that he was enemy at table. He speaks a monster that he has now no time think. The demon will be damaged, the youth writes, and if they will be dragged, then soon the aim of the righteous veterinary vet or a pumping bitch will be brought. The monster is not known, as it will do, lead to the nest, and you need to make the steam pray. Manhwa is healed by the deadly swordsman. The gender can be pleased. The judge after the church of the Teskayat with the Sob Gudyao with the work is not done. The man thinks that he will return, therefore that he cannot know such a good thing. The demon merges and releases its power. He says that Vunov is greeted with his words, even if he mu will be alive. Cleaning his hand, that she shrugs the enemy behind his face. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon looks at peace. Vunv is a manner that the demon wants to wear. Sorting time, this is flat. The problem will be the problem of if it is fastened and faded. The gun is invented, that a lot of new ones are invented. At the end they stood, cutting into the stand. The demon is that it has overdone slices and now they will have a corpse. The deadly swordsman says that the bolt was on the earliest of the cult. The gun says the enemy that he is hotel, he stood the further after the talisman of the Vozvrat. One vase in his way, he has taken away his corpse with such a way, it thinks that this is the truth of Amantia, attracted by the cult of the cult. Crushing his hand and crying that it cannot be. The warrior has reinforced his attack, showed a demonic essence, but they did not rankly not act on Vunva. The youth is in the opponent, the Kog of that Kog is a corpse of him. The demon fisher and the Pnon attack his ego, but the man of one hand arranges the blow and say that the gun of the bow of the Bellmanta of the Diavel was stated. Now he will resume, it will be the buse of attachment of chin. The demon from the flow of demonic energy is spinning in the shelter. This blow so that the monster's guessing the youth is weak and his attack cannot be applied to her sulfur wounds. And as the mantle only, he will be overcome. One who is tapping, that he reads a demon and says his attack's weak, who made herself and he gets worse. Kogda Sisetia Mantia. The gun says that he would like to go behind him that the demon. This is a Jerry from the prickly valleys of the tricky abnormalities, the poem he had done the adroit. The insertion of the podlering. They did not cut into the corpse and the brain, crewing to say younger, they show that he was preparing, while the way is the way to quench your mantle. For the second time in the moment, the deadly sword did not feel the swoop of and conceived that this is the technique of technician. The youth he beat the ego right on the skew. The demon speaks a paired one that he is a woolen Krisa. Overeened snowstorm. That this attack was slightly and all the way, he has a great way to break through the enemy. The gun with the sadness of the time that it is time to spray. The monster is crying that the attacks of the youth of the Bezpolesny. This is simply mandate for the deadly sword and his body is not interested in the mantle of the manta. The inheritment was afraid that this is tightened, if the enemy will be led from his attacks, but he from the path of the blade, that he would fall under them. He was pleading that the brain is junior and the truth of rotting. The demon thinks that the young man just carries a spare of the sort. For the second time the deadly swordsman was coughing with blood. He did not know that he could cut out. The youth shows that he is not away in such a way. Cleaning the thought. This is the poison of shimmering soul. Revives saying that the demon was unreasonable. The poem he has aged to defeat the most part of his body. The deadly sword merger that the souls of the hell will be lost. The souls of the ego and the ego of his Adsky cry from the pain. The fullest of the deposited and proud demon stifles the truth of the cult of the cult. Vunv does not take a jerk from the chin, that they would not be reached. The demon is torn, that this is the creek. Mantia Diavolo was raised. Eunosha speaks to the elders that he is entering. The gift of the great thing is good for the new brown, that he was heard for his words. The chirping is shaking out of fear, and the elderly are pursued by his orders. Wunva snowstorms, which in it with a problem with a post and gathering, which is a lot of time for the preparation. We need to make a sore that they start to learn the technical techniques. The second man is snowed, which is behind him. Dan ho sandstone in okne, glayaonsina. Although the head of the vet is tanned, but Vunva is not rapidly not for himself. That the father and the truth did not take place with the Mesta for all. It is difficult for such a difficult thing to do that he is named he. but hovers notion of concepts that the youth is grieving with the abysser. Ego was a sister, a scream with a distant. The state for the Gudyao, it is not wounded. The gun says that he has all in the order, and the girl, look at the monster saying that Hothala will branches him. Gaijin says that she simply poured his, youthy, the kind of expressing the face of the face, that it does not squeeze. Vunvi is expelled before the Duwile, for the fact that he did not rush the expensiveness, the constructed hay, and Dalus chirping, the girl said in the head that the brother is in the seasiness. The girl says that he can make a Gudyao, while they do not get a good thing to do them, a judge of reacting the reacting of the appendage, it will take a man. The birds are shaking his arms and spinning the back of Vunva. And Gaijin did not know that it could all be so moved. Gudyao went behind her back youth, and that she will be in the house of humming in the house of such a size will be problematic. Put in a small bird. The gunshot, that Gudyao can be spoiled by the magician. Vunva is to leave the appeal in Bella Pavillon. He asked his sister to break down, leading her up/. Gaijin is swore with him, leading an abuse he has gone. She begs him not to get well. The youth is listened to it. After that, as she said goodbye, her sister at once removed the sneezing, and he was more likely to get on something. The deadly swordsman says that he was Kuzin. The Mask of Death by Balaya Kostya. Vunva says that he has not been outlined for a long time. Jengi widowed, that the cult of the cult with a sign with a huge host. Yunosha says that they are a little sign. One of was taught in this old man with mystical arts, though on this way. Chromia, the funeral of Sincosti. Songs of death, of red bones, and scarecrow of the souling of green bones. 4 from the 20 twice of scarecrows of valleys of the tricks of the centers come into the District 9. The guns will be released, that one reason, on which they showed interest in such a time, and this recognized the maspur of their oven. Tan Mun Haik Master of Thinks, and one of the 9th of the most majestic masters of bell-shaped art plans, to constitute a landslide under their handwriting a new special gear. With the point of the polluting of the demonic cult of the One, it is not possible to become strong. In the argument of them, they would be in the lane of the pro-proceedings, or the number of it would sort it. But in such a legal one would not be used by 4 elders of the prickly valley of the cherries, particularly if it is appraised that the reconciliation of the San and the part of the clan renovation in this is a replacement, then they are shabby. The group of adventures of the gripping cult of the heavenly demon. Assumption. If they were Taylor raised the forces for ego by the precursors, then the ones which were wounded to be unleashed by the mighty. Vunvi is guessed that they will go to kill the Maspur of Thresholds. The horses say that it is stupid. Leading the elderly priced valley does not resist the mastic of these spirit. The gun thinks of the ribs of the gaps. The demon turns to the fact that the details of the height are not investor. But he is a slice that the Pajaka is from the Tian Sanya. Vunhov is healed in the prize number 15 that he knows about assumption. Currently, it is stupid that he is stupid that the concepts of asseration say his lord. The youthful idea that the deadly swordsman did not argue. That it is necessary to make the Mask of Death more about the assumption of the Mask of Death. But the induction of the cult of heavenly demon is in the way that it is not a vivid wire of the ego, not that it will not be to be exposed to him. He will not even make his way. The gun shows that he will not be overwhelmed by the number of the numbers. The Tangono opens the door to the Boinat of Vunva, and he is happily in the order of he, the youth did not get out of his teacher. The squeezed warrior of the veterinary warriors say that the head of the command to bring the straight to the man with the fascinating healed, which he served on their back court. One of the spirit of Vunva thinks that Tangona said about the trades, who remained after the sisters. Wunv is asked to calm down, and now he will be clarified. With the pod of the righteous warriors of the vet and the dancing in him will get everything he will manage. But everything will sit here that it looks like Tanho-san. The gun shoot is the head of the clan as it is placed. Hosanya says the concepts that Vunov was a sore, containing platform, where there was a lot of people but he was not wildered, that he will bring a distance of distance. Revived saying that there was a lot of time from the stocks of them. The man says that Edva has achieved such a reference to Vunva, and now he himself is all the port. Yunoshi with sarcasm says, "Wow, my mentor is so high in my acel." The warrior's warrior does not get the sun. The sofa can be so sounded. Vunva speaks the head. If he releases will burn out for the victory over the dare. More vite to the terrified 9 dragons. Then there is a snover, and he himself will be mounted. That he did not have a fallen way for his sake of his sake. They know about the situation. The man thinks the snee he knows is fell here. The gun is predictable that it is already performed by the offensive. Father says that in the end of the head of the clan, Vunhov is in the end. That he was aware of the planet of murder. The head of the clan of views, that we should not be blown away, and he himself guessed himself to this. Han Slishal that the gunman was given, but his energy, mind, the scene of the situation. This is not the time that you can get to be able to get a 2 gym for a year. Vunva waved his chance, fitting in a deep cash. The man cannot be able to say that he was deceived so much, but the thus of the thickening of the Tan clan. The youthful grace for good words. This sounds like a shedding. However, this is a better compartment that can be received in Klein Tan. Hansanineda M does not cross the heart. Wunv is covered with cold sweat and heals that the father is underlain under the draft. The chapter of the clan is not wound in them and their stones, however. He begs not to trim those, that one stands for the nep, the incentive of the cult that the father has conceived. Once he is allowed to come to the blood, but the desires to be healed from the demonic cult. In any case, Vunva will now be difficult to defeat Belu Costa. Hosan say that he said everything hotel. The poem The Gunbill can be released by the house. Overpassing will be alerting him for a victory over an unwarmed guest. The man concerned that once he is asked, he will be reminded. That is that he cannot be different. Hosan asks that he needed. Wunvi seats the training in the monster of the forest, in this personality of the forest, boiling with poisonous inhabitants and demonic pawns in his way, in the way of being able to install the strength to the solemnity. Father says that the head of the clan can give it away. The cogged he will become with him. Then he talks about with him. But the man does not give guarantee. Vunva says that he will all be reinforced, and he thinks that he needed the second way. He can get his lobby from his own robbery, and he does not want to take this ascension. Tangona healed after that shot of the hole bubbled. The head of clan's vet ordered Emu is peaceful. Vunov does not take a matter of which the subject will be prompted and the subject is backed up. What even the teacher was discharged. Yunosha thinks that this is a simple decoration. The head of the thought that the sign was not fulfilled. Then it turns out that this is not so. Energy in the front of the father does not allow to go closer. The man wants the man who has taken away this in the second way. Vunhos will retell the whole number 15. The spirit lies his orders and is bent for Baboch. The mugs were whispering, and he was stuck. Tanned Gona with RTA. Hansan says that this is now the Vunva. Gone will not be a good time. As the Lord's ego, he said to go after him. The youth interested that this is all the way. The horses are released in this only expensive decoration, but you know Samwatang this can be peaceful to be able to take a glow. The gift of merging and stalking them with Libas. He says that they did not ask for their mindset, and say them to be illuminated by his father and teacher. Tanganao is the hostess. He has been brought in. Leading this Sakrava was very expensive for him. Han Slagshatsya, but said that the 20 summer has passed to the Rausen of the Bor Burabira of Raspashans, and Sazdan Vitsion of the 9 dragons. And Vunva, as once, they spoke that the desire to take the insertion of the storm. The warrior's warrior now came to the honorable father. I gave the hay a bloom, and he thinks that he has all the way it is to soak, that he did not smoke the sowing of the storm. The head showed this artifact and 2 other details, but they did not have the gun Gujin. The father is squeezed and said that only the wow of the smog will bring a bloodstorm, and verbally the veterinary vettering of Amu. The spirits are moved by their dialogue. Hosan said that it can be a topic, that Rakoit is the secrets of blood. The youth he heals in his respects. He said that this is the case. The judge of the disintegration is reflected that the man did not say specifically, but this kind of thing. One from the spirit of the grazing and snowdrifting, which this artifact is swollen by the Ongole. Energia. The Kog is moving, and it is possible to be demonic instrument. Vunva is poorly wary of the fact that this demonic tools. He begs the prize to get out of the artifact, that he was shaking. In the end, this is the subject of Clan Tan. So that the spiritual energy as a government is the main thing of his own. He does not need a member of the spiritual energy. Babochka drowned energy, which I sent Vunva. The youth has fallen out, and the principal will release the Bolsha's spacing in the artifact. But on the blood, we are scratched, and she drew everything. Vunva and ego of the prayers of the prayer. From the white peacock, the malicious screams of the young man. He breaks the noun and nouns under different wads and different methods. The gun was so evil from this bloodstream that it is not possible to sleep normally. The inheritance of the cult of heavenly demon will be done with Nepoge. If Balaya Costa is intended to be a surprise, he definitely sneaks the passage. Out of the surgery of Tanhosh, he cannot act mindlessly. Vunva Porti and thinks the way will cut the plans of White Costi, do not adapt to the tank of Tanhosh. The young man will not be able to appear at once, and you need to tell. For the second time, the TPP praises Gudiao. Obidni did not go away from here, then that he forgot about it. The sauce is a sulk, but it is not a little thing that they will be pronounced with a number of deadly swordsmen, that the buzzing is becoming a halt of it. Settlement of the Phantom King. The spirits see the blood of the Phantom King, the non-domestic enviations of the essence of the Sikyuan. The Glavor seats them. He is a phantom knowledge of the Phantom King. This avoided Elikir for those. one of the demonic arts. Wunhu is tapping in Gudiao. He wants it. That time it will be painted. You know, she says that the elk of the need, if the birds will indicate the ambiguation of the farms of the Sauveriers in the priced valley of the cherries, then he was released by Emu. Gudiao Mahata's head of the head in the sign of Saglasia. The cult of the cult says that this is good and now Gudiao can be. After that, he turned the elk shear he turned into a mythic birds, which consistent with the sides of the demonic army. Zhu. Vunv is tapping for that this sprout into a noble bird. The spirit of snowstorm, that he lived and not vessel in this darkety of its new body. The horseshoes thought that the soul of the elderly whole was dinner. The elderly straightens the young mistress to the herself. The youth says that there are 3 reasons for this. In the first, this herald for prejudice, the Bolshevism of his Podvinihai cursed ego. Kogda was, at the borders of death, but not a whole. The second reason is that the old man is all healed for Nadezhda, that Vunv is to Zatskzrostoskia. Wunhu says that it is not even known and exposed. He is embarrassed in the spirit of the spirit. The poem he is sealing the whole. The elder unnecessarily cite and the words of his words. Ilabaya Vunva says that the third reason, with the scales, it will make it possible to make the fools with fools. The dud was thought that the eye has been fulfilled, but now he looks, that the cult of the cult is not hindering. After the rubbing of the daughter was a liberty life. It is the Sokoreshchev, so that it was a matter of the treatment. The elderly serve the lighter and the inner of the cult, that he will shrink it, but he does not smoke it. The old man cannot be released in that one chances have a chance. From this moment, the misery gives an official oath. He sneaks and gave his soul and judge in his hands. The man will be in the heartlessness of Vunhos. Reviving thought, that in the spirit the reconstruction of Gudiao and he knows where the farm is. The furnace is asked only, and they will be cut into part of their new cogs and a key. Vunva suggests the farm and outline the proceedings about the resistance of the demonic cult. The birds listen to the order of her mistress. The elderly Ulatil left the first. If the farm will be cut, then in Balaya Costa will not be timeless to go to the younger one. San was returned to the house and got up after the night's poetry. The woman swam the report of the jungle, the reed that the Uspalodnut, meaning this is something. She in the shock is that the hairdressing and the Yuzhani and Vunv wondered. Wunva was even with Gaigin. She cannot be released in the face of them. So the head of the clan was acquired after them. San it does not take a matter, that everything meaning, Gaijin is praising it. The girl's mother is in the mother where she was. The woman says that in the case of not a lot, daughter refreshes it and reflect. It seems that something is sketchy. What can you not cut me? Gaigin says that Juni, he has been specifically for Vunov, penetrated into the night. The reconciliation thinks that the one was out of the way, whose was a pupil with a bastard, hey not to be liked, that they were sweeping the invasion, but this is not terrible for no. The daughter said that she was with him. His mother immediately blocked the shock. She was transplanting that Gwynjin was saying. The woman grips his shoulders and straightens the whole daughter, saying that he is not wounded. Gyujin says that he was drunk about the Duke and he was swayed. I am not released. The reconciliation of San it is beaten. She does not get it, that idiot. The mother is crying, that the Delet is all for the Neo, Yu Chang. And this is the innovative ribs just the dwelling. Daughter is in no way in disappointing. Do you hate so much? He hates so much that he is ready to uninstall the help of Uni, the Kogda's daughter, the part of the sect of Zinchini, the sanitary manner of the face of daughters, and does not know what to give. Gaijin says the mother, that if she is not invented to shake his own pole, then Hei will be erected to stand the dignity of it, and even if they will be imprisoned. The woman is shaking the entrance and the words of the daughter. She says that Gaijin is not concepts. San it was a matter of all that from the animal. She was a bottled one to a wound. While all it did not fall so far, he should be straightened into the temple. Tangonai says that Vunva lands will not be laid down, but he was interested in a lot of storage here afterwards. The squeezed warrior of the veterinary warriors say that you need to go to the orders. Vunhos asked the tambourine. They arrived in the forge of Lubana. This god of crafts and Taosi technician. Toss the name of the legendary figure. Quite self-man. Tangonai is reflected by Kuzin. The man turns out that Kuzin is Intra. Kuznets says it is an indisputable saying. What? This is a non-manner here? This is a Hubble man. Wunhu says that he will be able to be delayed. He wants to introduce. And Kuzin praises his ego and reflect. Do you think of that cold bastard? The gunshawing this, he is a slice. That the chug of them knew them Samui Salmon of the storm, but did not pursue that they were inheritance of the twin. That the tan ham is called cold bastard. The forge of merging and straightening the hair came. The warrior said that the Yutsu need to be coming. And the man says that it is now a lot of work. The Chugu was predicted that the young man came here later that he did not arrange, what gave in the clan 9 dragons. He consumed all that pleased. The man begs to leave a skeleton and enters the list, which is a kind. These are logically people want to be honored, that they are bursting into the order of the prejudice. If you appear to appear, the youth would not spare in the door, if it would be without tan. The hostess is overwhelmed by the mistress that he was so called and sorted out. The forge stifles in the little ones for whom it takes it. It will make everything ideally. Even if it is a cherry for a glowing ornament will be a full hole. The youth is stamped in saying that he was a new sword, not a glowing. The smithy was watched and reinforced. The chug of it is healed not to be a daughter. As a daughter and his sister, Tangon screwed in all his voice. Kogda Oslashal this. The warrior's warrior does not take the counsel of the young Yosha False out of the cathedral here. And for the same sword. Vunov is a soulful saying that he asked to find a smithy and did not talk about the screen. Tangonai said that it is true that he had gone the steam room and rolled into the sieve. Vunhov was fucking down by Sebya Nalovko. The forge is thinking that the teacher reverses the hope of his hope. The chug of it will be replaced by a converting of the component and asking to show their headline. The gun says that it wants to unite this sword, that modify the ego. The craftsman got his idea. Tangon wants to look at what is there. The squeezed warrior of the veterinarian thinks that it is just a metal veer. The forge is saying that this sword, Vunhov, insect, that he was a good thing, and immediately understood the arrogance of the draft. Chugu, saying that this is very cunning. The youth of his ego for such words. The man says that he is not the need for a felling of yunts. He is asked to disperse with a swore. Vunv, with the smithy, settled down and throw the ideas of how much. The craft says that the powder of the sword will be cleared. The horseshoes seem that the young master is also displaced in this, and they do not need it in the way. They said that this sword, but the spirits seem that this veer, they did not might have concepts the powder, which can be overlooked, so in the spirit of Clan Tan. Spirits think that Tangongon also does not take away that he will go. The forge says Vunva, that he is not more greedy, that he is reflected, that quite ambition. The Chugu is saying that they will give way to this. The man says that this sword is not for his disciples. The gunman, that is his chance. He falls on the floor and will show this sword that is shown by Patriarch Clan. The smithy man said that all the 20 days were left for. The young man is not insignificant. He said that he was in his own graphic graph. Vunv is beginning to take his ego on a weakness. And he says that this squeezes heavily for the smithy. The man wants to insert the word, but the union does not listen to his. The craft of the craft, he cries. That for him you can make and 15 the days. Tangan and the horseshoes seem that one sacrifice has fallen on Vunva. The rejoicing cult, that it was a better smoking forge. It was amazed, so he was too, that he was already groomed with Firmajani. For the second time, his sister was pierced. She wants to be a brother. The youthful species that lived to the vying of the vague, and the Gwyn of Jean is now Rastron and cannot control his emissary. He becomes guessing at the time. Guy Gin desirates in him, that he thinks about the shell, the gun does not get it about she. The girl was informed by both or something that she wants to think what he thinks. Vunov is a sister in the sister. She can take a vatir. Now the girl does not have a little thing that he says. The cult of the cult says that the veterinary veteran can be smashed for a second. But he will be kept in the handle. If he could be stopped, then he would no longer be a vet. Vunva siachti, and say that it is not a meaning. Now so much, which he wants to descend, which is desperate. The poem of the future is important for him. Guy Jean gratitarian for his accusion, and now she has taken the lens of Grandmark M. The girl says that a pair of hearing a couple, she begs not to wait for her unknown time. The prizes are blown that such a good devochka was extinguished. It was a murder of universal. The overparable largeness will cease to bolt and enlighten the nep. Yunosha thinks that once Guy Jean was so imprisoned, then she swore on her son. Wunhu does not think that this woman will sit down the word of the man with a reprint. In such a way, the cult of the heavenly demon will prepare in the guest. In the Pavlin servant, he is noticed by the head that the young host of Vunv is asked about. Tangon is darkened, and Hosan quietly reads the letter. The head is asked to tell Vunva that he sewed in Podsdal. The warrior's warrior is overwhelmed by the youth and Heshaw, that he dilates here. It turns out that he simply wants to give his darling as his father. The man has been lying and reading the bastard to get his way. The incentive of the demonic cult says that he will be expelled by that question, which they spoke to the evening and will conclude a member. The father begs his dancing servant, Vunva Snowshall, which is a teacher's teacher. Hansan said that it is put into this question of a dream of a dream. The risks will be struck by the development of Klontang planners. The man is given that there is a reason for this. The gunman came to his Teenic field, that this is not the energy, which will be equipped with the head of the vet of clan. Hosan said, plans of Clan Tan. It seems to be something planning. The head of the saying that if the SNI wants to make a member, then they will get a good idea from this one. He will reflect in the steam room, which he can make hem. Vunov is revealed that he will now make a lot, but he can promise that he will shred the older sister of Tangingin. The father mulched, but it is not visible that he did not realize such a projection. Vunva says that Hawk is well known with Kamsun Leda. The man begs ego, overwhelmed, that the father-in-law was in soul, and the meaning of the father, and the meaning here, is all the way. The cult of the cult say that if the mistress and the demonic cult will be a slave, then Gaigin and Yuohan do not superstate. You know she says that the father is perfectly shaken, as they will be out of the demeti of the demon of a demonic cult. Tanjingin and Tan Yuhochan is no more than Smonging and Jan. Father says that he is a luggage rod of the storm, that he will stand out a demonic lighter. A poem would not have fun such a label on his detail. Vunov is saying that it does not say this in front of home, but peace is not so simple. The poet of Unosha will seem that the gun did not catch such a brand on the tan. Ho San speaks to the side, then as the Wunxia will make such a compilation, he wants to find out that we need to be sidelined. The man is tangled to the vulnerary of Vunv's heaven herself is sufficiently formal that they will participate in his plans. This is to prove that he is away. Revived saying that he brings the head of a demonic lighter, a prize of Bellicostia. The reconciliation of San Yan arrived in the sanctuary, and immediately said, John Kok he Mog will fail. She said that Belaya Bone would not cope with one kick. The old man, that he was suggestive, and once all turned, so he broke his student, so that he stands in the direction of he is not shaded. John Hotel will supplement his speech, as a minute, as a second time. Devochka says that this is an Extaline. The Kaldan begs the mistress of the nailing and overwhelming. The woman is not liked, that they are derived, but the mast of the temples is standing. So as the master said that he himself will go, then with the hairdressing will definitely be fulfilled. For the second time, John after the deviation was drawn to Yaros. He does not squeeze. As a farm chickie was attacked, the farm of him is Pestsev, which was Tater was robbed in a tens of votes. So. And Zhuzhi with the Kurj energy on Gudiao. His creation died them all. Saninete. The old man scrapes his throat from anger and sails to the floor. He says that this bitch was deceived. John says that there is a high-grade cards with a sufficient authority that he will take away the Gudiao, which he creates and evolve ego. He is not a magician. That a magician is a magi on the side. Kaldan says that the reconciliation of San Ana has become that she was striking their demonic cult in his back. The woman is afraid and say that the master of the team is not known about something. The magician is more buzzing. Do you not pour or throw them? Are you not weaving us? The valley of the scarecrows of the bone? Sanit is blown that this is a lord of a demonic cult. Old Vizat, a judge in reaction, that she did not know anything. The 7 Nagan was mounted. He did not become a woman. Kaldan says that it was not a non-realization, and the dignity was not performed. The woman cannot be able to be pursued with a demonic cult, and the Semia stretched out in this, and the clan of reconciliation with a demonic cult. John Cliché is, and she immediately swore a fear. He says that the so-called Tanvunva is the same name that in those knots. The magician says that she may not even ask, and now in his own basis to break his ego and stand for him the cable on his pieces. San, the arrival of the house, said that she was not right. If he needed for something he is, then she begs forgiveness. Vonv is said that this is uninhabited, that it is Mashachech. The woman is of course not hoteling, but such a member. Older Valel Hay is achieved by the excavation of the steam room that he was loving. Kaldan says that if she does not want, then he will come to the Nun of the Living Chin, that he will be to be used to the reconciliation. Mahi need to uninstall the manipulations that find the coin. This is not easy, but she is a bonuar. The young man say that he was going to go all so much, he would put on everything on all. Subject to the television, saying that she was bewildered. If Hansan, that she was pursued with a demonic cult. San fell and did not take a good man. And it was so much in the glow of it, that she only found that this temple has a demonic cult, and he already knew this. Vunv is said by a reconciliation that she will look very much. The woman thought that the Kuklavad, with which he was a little one, it controls them. But it does not have an eye to a man under some control. San did not know that he had helped, but the youth accurately thought about himself. Macheha is given that the straighter is all the only superficial intake. The poet of she reverses the fossil. The building is not clear. Reviving say that in such a serving she will not be against, if he will say on the head of the clan, and if he will drag into the dissection of a righteous Veeder. The clan renovation is in the scenery, then it will be very interested. The woman is in the gap of his words. The youthy Echidna is interested, that the clan of the reconciliation will say, the cogged will be found in both all this. San it is a matter that it was easy to follow the goat of the release, claiming that they did not know themselves about the houses with the cult and fall. She is the head of the Vetve clan 9 Dragonov. She is not a vertex that he is so easily soaked. The gun, the man himself over the heaven, that she is not vesting in this and not being honest in front of the cathedral. Macheha's crying in his way. The dreamer of the dream of a dream is over and saying, I am a good gain. In the length of the sledding, the dare brought all the dragocency, a mantle of wild shelling, and the second pragocency in the hollows of the redeeming objects of the reconciliation did not think of the sore. The gun says that he has gone from the famous clan Nagan. They lead to them, the spirits. The spirits delay their complement. And I think that Macheha is already breaking. The induct of the cult of the heavenly demon says that everything is very large, but self-important. This is what the pole of the soul layer of the exposing energy of Qi. The horses were frozen, that this is a mere Xing energy. They are interested in a young master, that this is... Vunov says that this is a dust, a made from the dash of the poison of a single, and a single. Spirits think that this will look simply as a dusted dust, and one of them is subtantal, that Vunov is a fortune of 6 masticism in the technique of cultivation of a dragon. The youthful reverses this and say that it is a sredential dancing and reaching out the top degrees. The bacteria are represented by the component for the miraculous patterns. But if they are incorrect poisonous bacteria can be broken down, and the beginning will be cut. The fruits of the boys and the dating grass of fiery diet are reinforced by the poisonous bacteria. The Sozavaya. This is a vast, durable dust. This is a better variant for him. As for him, for the same. That was a Draenon. The Crescribe is now clear that they direct them. They think of the pose of the strong, and they are sumne, that they can handle him. But in the steam for such a divine sphere of purification, this miraculous media, which will enhance the intrusion of energy, and it is the same as divine division, life and death. It was a lot of Wunfa to be a Demeta, that I would introduce her inner intersection. It is a pure energy splashing on the whole of the tell, and it is concerned. Now the turn behind the poisonous dust, which I will be digested in the words of Starishin. The young man will be released, that he will be very painful in the technique of the technical dragon. Vunva drowned dust and cries from ads. The horseshoes are tailored to the young Masper in the order. The poison is overwhelmed on the whole of the tell. We need to translate the coin in the intra. Energy for the techniques for the technology. Overgroated the desire to concentrate the energy and get it into the upper Dantian. This fighter finished, and the Vunva reached the 6th rates of masticism in the technique of a poetic dragon. The spirits are congratulated by their leading their Hazain to reach the top degrees of all in 2 moments to be bored with booze. Although it is a malak for Vunva, however, it is a pure essence in your middle Dantian. Tangon Slishal is a grim noise and wreck here, think that they have a recess. However, he felt this effort. He obeyed everything. The man tapes in Vunva that he is delay. The youth said that he had received a miracle lecture which was donated by the Lord Nagan. The squeezed warrior of the veterinarian does not know what it was, but it cannot even introduce itself. She spent it on it. The man throws a stick of a student and interferes in an intersection. He will find out his or her power. Square is a bold stand, and Tan was said that he is a good teacher. Vunva attacks and cries, which will be reached on the full. Tangon, he has a talent. Lead the youth already has to get energy on his own. The mentor spoke to the paired one that he has a heavily blow. The warrior of the veterinarian displays the ego attack. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon has reached the top of the step dragon now views of the engineering of your teacher. In addition, Vunva can unite his body. The youth now understands that this is the soul of the beads. Now it is viewed, so that it is not earlier. And now overwhelming the desire to uninstall my intruding energy for managing. Tangonthal, that the student wants to uninstall the girlfriend of the Gerosted tiger with a dig. The warrior of the veterinarian is Otskivayat from the series of Vunva. The man says that now he has an act in a detachment of the reinforcement in them in their duels. One who is saying that he pursues the teacher to get a teacher. Sparring Tangonai says that in the last time he goes to the Lishans, the young man is not clear. Tangon Slishal, that Vunvi with San Nyan reconciled, and that the men was banging for alert to threatening him, which was even referred to as the position of the ink. The youth says that he can make this council of peace in seem. The teacher with the unporms healed in him. What is such a peace? The warrior of the veterinary is presented, that the hearing is going out of the gifts that they delay the hem. But this is exactly all the minds. Vunov says that he is not Sklossen. Urinify the sound transmission that it is necessary that she was leading the Seiki of a corner of the pre-trial in the harbor with a cursed master of a white skull. The man does not know that. Tangon said that the youth speaks of the head of Cherny Kostyanoi Valley. The youth did not get on such a stormy reaction, he thought, that the teacher was Slyashal about the head of the clan. The teacher says that this is a shy, leading Vunuv to be known that the reconciliation of Sanyan found out that she was sulk at him. The warrior of the veterinarian says that the magicians of the Bossy Valley are very served with their seasiness. The young man thinks that a man speaks of a demonic magic sect. Tongonai says that he is not obtained, that the spent kills them later, even if he will fall on the full. Vunva says that this will be the series of our sides if he simply arrange a war. According to the spirit, the number 15 forces in the temple now includes the 4 swordsmen of the death and Yunshi, who, at the same time, with the swords of the wizard of the swordsman, the youthful Slyashal, that the cursed master of the white skull reached the pain of the high bu. After his death he was pleading, that society helped you. Vunva said Tanhon, that he was to lawfully prepare the preparation of her plan. San fell on the knees before the hairdressing and asking it. The cult of the cult says that it is uncomfortable to think that he wants to kill Machech. The lead came to the notch of the night. Overpast snowstorms that the clan of the reconciliation and the temple are pressed. The woman in the breakdown of the state, the abbot of the temples will diges it in Yunsh, if she will not bring him to Kolden, which he presents Vunva. Wunvi is said to say that in such a way it is to wait for the participation. The sanitary one is none on the U, and says that it will take everything he will say. Revived say that Macheha can be referred to from the ambitious scattering of the position of the incentive, which I so much sought for my own children. The woman, the site of the plot, say that Gwingin and Yuhochan will refer to the inheritance. She falls his head into the floor and says that it is so that he is not in the way, if he is fire. Vunv is saying that he will do so as he will say. The youth is all that they have come to this demon. In the youth, the sweaty of the eye is saying that it is to consider Koekaki preparation, finishing the final eta of the preparation for the victory over the cursed master of the white skull. The forge is said that it is not enough to sword on the sword, so that it was a snooze in the motto, but that it is necessary to bring him in order of tidy of Menum in order. The chug of it has come to the fact that the one was very cunning and deceiving him. The old man will be robbed without sleeping all 2 of the unlaw. His disciples do not help, teach their masticism. He will go that he has no third hands, and you need to say to the younger one that they will take the more time. For a second time, one in his back saying, I have not thought that you do not think about it. Kuznets, a man shouted at a shot. What? What is the horse? What are you delapping here? This is the case of the Tantan Tan Munakyuk. He said that they have not long been and the reaction of the chug of it is encroaching. The forge is said by Munhyuk that he is overwhelmed in 9 dragons. He does not sink, the old man delay one. The power of the power is squeezed, and saying that the ego was selected. His longtime friend is revealed that he is an abuse for the rest. But in any case, Munahyuk was interested in this. He reflects that one has ordered a sword. The old man says that this was the king of Tanhosan. The head of the clan is a slice, which is called a gene. The smithy says that this is not a devil, but a second ego. From the braid, Munkuk Slishal, that the Vunv is a weak spirit and the painful talents. The Chugu say that he himself would be blown, but the steaming fox if enemy creator at distance. Thomas Vlasilin is said to say that this is a typical rushing of Clantan. The craft says that you could make it a time, if it would be all. The forge is asked to look at the material. The young man is desirable that he has a Chuga Snila from his sword, a demonic ring from a fair. Munakuk widowed that Vunv is desirable to uninstall the cursed poison on a sword. Chugu, saying that this is a bastard of the pupil of the lance. The patriarch is guessed that he has the height of Tan. And the other way of the wrath of the willow, the dance of the storm, from the words of Munkyuk, was overflowing. The forge is said that the guy wants not a simple one, but the way to squeeze a storm and curse Charles. The man weighing in Munhuk, he has come to her now. What is the sight of this? Sleeping, the power of the authorities? Yes. Munakuk clarifies the comrade truth does not consider the order, then the same. But here he was heard that he wants to make an old man. The head of the clan was also said to say that it is an interestless to understand, as the wench is exposed to the little Ugrushka. Sanyon said that the preparation was completed as he and I asked. The woman thinks that there are few too, the gunshot, that his master will soon be here. He completes the kake. Tangon is arriving, a student says with sarcasm that a man of Legok will be remembered. The warrior of the veterinarian is wounded by them at the need at such a non-audible moment. The youth is revealed, which now is better. The mentor says that he got out of Mujung as he asked Vunva. The grace of gone for good work, and San Nu does not take the squeal of the one. The passage is said that Jung was a Pole, as a Nagan, so and the temples, the woman is open, and says that the reconciliation of the pins will be better. Sanyen was running out of the jungle, but Vunv already knew both all and even more she will take it, that he would drive all the finger around. Tangon is raised. So what, we are only 3. The youth stretches the mask and say that they are 3. The warrior of the vet with a lot of heals. We need to put on this Finyi? Vunva puts his mask and says that this is a good thing about them. Adets lace in the pursuit, the fog becomes all the thick, and the meaning of them stepped on their territory. The sound transmission of Tanganowitz in the young Masper he may be heard, that's the same. Turning the soul to go into the hog and the prickly. But Vunvi, seeing the ideally the grace of the Glaucus of the Deadwits, they grew up to the Ohoran, after the attack on the farm. To the same do not bed that the cursed master of the bolted bones of the smog is sore of the high woes of the booze. This is better than the charm, which is a rapt earlier. The second time of the squeezing, the rich flow of energia. The gun asked the spirit 15 and that was here immediately. The youth thought the master of belch bones took his book. The cherry is evident, that all the details are not clear, but he is oppose, that it was a lot of time. The cog twin the church spectra passed through the old peacock and the impatient of the cult of heavenly demon. The rest of the shouts on the hazard, and that is what it is to say that it is not guilty. Vunva thought that everything is fired with the art of the flames of souls. But the same thing remained here. The cogged he organized the text of the hostage king, to uninstall the Cobsi against the enemy, which is known as the work of this copious. This is how to open the door with the key in the inside. The youthful need to be clogged with themes, the cocky spelling, he is not replaced. The Fidel was attached to the temple. The kids helped the sanctuary to the sake. The Devochkachani gave the mistress of the mistress and heels in the Neo, which brought it here. The woman said that she brought the bastard, as he asked the master of the temple. The servant says that they are now in the state of readiness, so that they will carry the box, and the sidewalks of the mistress will overcome here. Tangona is a tenepity in Wunva, which is being done. The young lord is asking him to overcome. San, saying that she did not know the objects of the Kolgancy, she was polluting. That the mystical force of the work of the same, if she was killed by the Merit. The devil is asked for their fights in such a way. The servant tells the master's temples about the volume that the reconciliation brought herself, which he asked. John is asking them. The woman brings the master. The old man with a rusty hibernation has brought it. San, it cannot say the possession of the custom. Made objects, so that she brought the Balkanism of the most, which was in his komnate. The magicians say that she was good for. Machea turned and soaked in Vunva. Calden says that he did not open the box, but already heard the mystical force. But the box was opened by John Snowshell from the beginning. Older Restarian and heels in the women, what is? But the Gon and Wunchi are you shave it on the hands that make the pitch. The Cablin does not see the pile behind the box and does not get into the bad. However, as the only way, the beginning of the detonation, he will be the way that the situation is the situation. The gunshot shook and the whole temple was covered with fire. The sediment of the consolidation will be reached here. Tangonai says that this was to neutralize a demonic magician. Vunva says that this does not mean that the mystical arts were fully died. The warrior's warrior thinks the youth he wants to say that the cursed master of Belchbones survived this. The student said that he was Chin. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon, as a cable, the Calden activated his mystical energy before the snapping. So much of the magician, and shake a couple of coherents, but accurately extinguished. And this is caught Junie, the Devachka Chiki in the spring. The screaming she is in the young man as the sacred land. Vunva, with sarcasm, says that this is rude, leading to one home. Clearing a snowstorm, that one of them is a warrior veterinary warrior, a Tangon, who was repeated by a second force in the 9 dragons, and the trail after him is Tan Vunva, a second son of the 7-9 dragons, a present of a plane. The teacher's in the young man who exactly he will handle here without him. Then it turns out, she will call for himself. January saying that they need to look. The plan of their plan was outlined from the course. Nowadays, the head of this will be the unwarmed guests of any Tsena. Tangon adequate and say, how do the animals do it? They will be attached to humans. The Devachka is in the way that if this was an unzipped attack by a man killed a swordsman in one blow. Warrior of the veterinary. A master of boobs, the more than the higher wool of the vertex. One is as close as he is a mentor with him. And that fight is under the nose that he does not carry. Cleaning the species that Vunva goes. And the Devochka speaks Emu that he is not a Dur. The Glaver Krees crushes all that they have the extent that they will be able to do so. Sleeping Tangon speaks them to try his ego in plen. Belaya Bone expelled the shoe. Ego of recovery was overwhelmed. The base of the ego demonic magic circle, Hem, has a need to rescue. He will design the demonic magia or sneaks. Vunav said I went to the sake of Tabia and you are being fleeing? The youthie said that they have not been visible here. Cold. The kind of his face is said that he is a bastard from Clan Tan in this plan. Revived that they did not look out for a long time. The old man does not take a matter of his mind. The youthie say that they were specific to the same things, but he would be a student of John Selimeski. The magician was swollen. He is a snowstorm, this. Wunf is said that he is Rastron, leading the old man, did not know him, after that as much as the Ukraine is in Ukraine. John, the widow of evil spiritual spirit, that the man's gun is a cult of cult, a one. Belaya bone released its energy. The cult of the cult says that the old man was strong and it would be adopted, if he would not cut his magical barrier. Master the temples is being represented by what we will come and beat on the ground. Wunf does not get it that it is said that it does not take care of the activation of mystical art. However, the youth is not wave. He leads everything to his eyes of the dead. But it is a kind that the Russell will go to walk nearby, and in the same way, that the old drug was missing. The youthie examines on the sides. He knows that the old man is not very good in grits, and so does he do not get rid of the mystical energy. But it does not mean this not Elitzia. The spirits of the hence of where the master of Belch's bones is. Wunva squeezed ego in Nebi and heard that the Kaldan rehearses. The gun of the Rustarian and does not seem to be heard he will praise for the vernicle or call the porch. The old man does not need as he lived, but nowadays it does not matter for him. He will be invented and coated with forces. Kaldan felt the anti-demonic energy for a second time. This Tanju Jin has misunderstood her sword. The girl defeated his attacker and shook the birds. Wunv was said by Belaya Kostya that this is a rosp for the fact that he is a spejal, itching. The youth will give his sister. The sister does not take away that Wunva is the law. Revived saying that clearing cultists with the mother. Gaijin is crying and does not take a break. The youth of his brother, that is the case. That she was shy from the heaven from the demonic cult. The girl came so much that he wounds his mother with a master, spinning in these mountains. Wunva will take a margin. The young man says sister, that he cope with the old man himself. The cult of the cult begging the girl's gonus. He is stamped by his mother. Gaigin and the Amustus and the Jurles. What? You are here and let in. The gun says that this secret operation has been, he will take the sister survive. But the Daos of the sect of Zinchene came to the fact that the situation of the plow is so that the question is on the then. She begs the brother's brother to be Aslace. If Staneta Obasno. Eugene was on the help of Tan. Wunva thinks that the old man has honored while he was scattered with his sisters. The cable carries out and cry that the cursed grazing of the cult is all the same, as it is earlier. The old man does not crush Korti Wunva risen. He died. The youth concentrates the energy in your hand and says that it is difficult to repeat. Lead to the reincarnation of the sword of the cold. One of is to disassemble his demonic mantle and say that it can be sufficiently in the staffing of evidence. The magician is bulky. He leads to the Boani of the wicked prize. Older cry from the angry and rest. What are the priolels of death, Merc? One who says the old man, that he needed to be he something in him. He begs the Beloakost not to squeeze a fool, but simply grasp on the mest. Kaldan has fallen, and said that Boltovnya Yoshi is also just a conversation. The old man says that his mouth is broken down into pieces. Sun Chuckle attaches to the youth. The cult of the cult exposes the tenets of the storm and remained with Janshi, sent to the side of Kaldan. John widowed that the wows are to disassemble the headscarfs, but he will not be amazed to him. Older Snowstorm, that the youthful very much in the wedding, he did not reach the morning peak. Kaldan obeyed that the Mertzavets imposed her forces for such a short time. The Panown and the Panown master of the temples does not need the prayer, as the cult of the cult is exposed to the beads of the cult. John Embolus the Bovarayev hears the one biva in the air. The gun says that if the old woman did not have a sore goat in the sleeve, then this is a bride to do. Kaldan is aggressive and the greatness of Amu. The young man will not be a mag and stupid. He cannot unite the same pawn attack. Older Sobral Chi in his fist and Procrishal. Sleep. Wunf is said that the corpse is squeezed. It is obvious. It is a pity that I need to spend its own in such a way. But this will give Ama a long time. The cult of the cult in the way out of the way, and he sees the old man for the old man. The formation of the cortical arts of the Kaldan is elbow. The poem in him no time for the suspension of the pain of a large-scale gap. He is a fully lesson. 1v is released that the old man of Ukraine is a mystical scrolls, and this is all that way. The magician says that this is all his wine. Lead the youthful cutting of his demonic magic circle. Revived saying that this is true, but he cannot think that this weakened his ego to such a step that he sabagata as a shortness. Yunosha thought that the Belaya Kostya is moving more. He became strong. From the post forces from the cry, John Brasetsya is an attack on the cult of cult. Wunva was released because even the provocations of the old man do not form on this, and now he does not look at something. He easily grabs the arms of the magician, does not give an appointment. The cult of the cult is beating in the abdomen of the bell-shaped art. The gun says that chicking a demonic wheel is quite strong and crazy. John begs to be a spat out of his, and he will tell him what he knows. Vunva says that in this way, the single chips of the intelligence, the poem will be ignored in the lively. Yunosha presents Amu will miss everything and talk after his death. Khaldun says that he cannot be sorted. The cult of the cult concealed that the old man was the art of desire. For Vunva, this is uninvited, and he cannot think that John is away. The prizes know that this is quite advanced mystical art, Soviet in a friend of the woes in the arranging with the expected immigrants of the capacity of the booze. Revived it is that John is the site of the association. Khaldun says that Vunuf is in the prison of his soul. He has put the tsarity of her life, and even the insertion of the cult will not be chosen. Vunva says the old man did not merger, that he himself is guilty, that he has no spare plan on the serving of his magic demonic circle. The old man's elderly will be pledged. The spirits say younger to find the little one, the prejudice of the ego. The magician will drowns the soul younger in her and steal everything that it is in his own way. The scales number 15, that the earth is under them. It is difficult to repeat that it is more likely to wipe the method of ways. This is a mystical art inheritance, which is not easy to do with the very realist spatulas and find the wipe of life. Wunov does not know the concepts of the structure of the Utanet. They can look at the one, but it can follow the structure, giving the flow of the mystical energy, moving on the fuel. If that wave is called the gates of the blocking, then this is an ocean sweep. This is a way, the excellent is a detachment, the gate of the stranger, where the coin will acquire the whole structure of mystical art. But even here, the youth cannot drive the death of life or life. The old man wrapped his life, that he will catch this spell, if to teach his words and validity, as well as the sentence of his life, the path of his life, and ego. And if this is true, then the gate of death in this mystical art, ego drowning. The spirits do not dream that they delay their mistress, lead the guns of the man of the hand. It is not thought that this is self-abyss. Vanhos are not asked for them. Death from it pleased, the second drowning. This is the way of the life of this spell. The young man gets his heart, and older John curses his ego for this. January, saying that they will not be held in the lonely. The girl knows this, but you need to lie that it is attacked. The devil does not flutter, as a man can be so strong. The Tangon attaches them and say that they have been burning to them. The serpentine bite blocks the attack of the veterinary warrior. Janaya saying that the rest of the rest, the man in such a liberty residue will reminisce the crying flowers. The devil is wave, and even the swords of the soul of Edwa will be pushed. It does not have the other swordfish, the other swords, and in such a temperature, everything is killed from their hands. Janaya is selected on the 3 swordfish and say that they sacrifice them, that they will dare their enemy. The servant of Beli Kostya speaks to the Mirat swordsman their life. The warrior's warrior does not take a lot of them. Leading the swordsman leads the lead. Tro chicks are brown right on tan. The man concerned that they think to take his unnecessary attack. Vunva's teacher cuts Janning by the valve. The warrior's warrior does not get the enemy mounted. He also shared his meter. But for the second time he was blinking, that behind this swordsman was a Devochka, and the man does not take a little, as she appeared here. Tangonazotnal, that she was waiting for the moment. Kogda Mirtvi Juni, the shocks of the ego experience. Even if the mentor of Vunva will go to bow, then they will be sacrificed to her hand. However, what is the attack of the Devocha deficiency? This is the sword. After the blow, he wounded into the ground. The man will determine this blade and is the one, the Hosen. Zhongji fell out. The anti-demonic energy was leading. Gyugen is gathering for help and heals the uncle of Tangon in order. The devil was aware that this is a daughter from Zinchene, and the man reveals that he lived a grateful hay. The squeezed warrior of the veterinarian attaches a devil and cut it in half. Janny, his cone is healed about his host. Gaijin is healed in his uncle as a good thing. That's the time that he is in the way, that he is ossified. Tangon does not shake out of the young mistress. The girl came out here and says that it is now important to help Vunva. The gun said hey, as they will only be the arranged, and what the victory of their lighter. The warrior's warrior said that the Lord looked at a fairly rewarded one, so that everything will be in the order. Belaya Costa was a faded over that he was a heartfelt heart. Yunosha says that this is a life of life. The cult of the cult says that if he would have drowned, then the old man grunted him. John is crucified before his death, that the youth is a full bastard, and the one does not listen to his discharge. Vunva snowstorm, that the magician has changed the sparkle, and now this jungles. The old man says that here all kinds of types of poisonous suits, and he cannot be waiting that the steam will be inserted. Korchash is the pain. The man is played on wood, he is unchanged. That John is only on such a sophisticated mystical art. The youthy reptile and ask the magician to cease to lead so much. Now they are caught where it is in the sky. Vunva is inhabited. That the old man of where is in the other hand and attacks him with the help of the boobs. The old man in the noun as the Yosh was so very close to him. The dwarfish of the cable of cold kills the inhabitant of the cult came to the beginning. The youth with sarcasm flashes. In the tabe, IDs, the magician does not understand the misery tricks of the gun. And as it is so easy to obey the gate of life, the wunhav is self-tangible. Can I go? The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon embolished the fantasy for the sake of the soul. John widowed that the youth was to name him. The old man said that he often rapped one and the same trick. The poet of the youth will be the structure of the grace of EMU. The name of the mystical art. This is not just the title. In the way out of the beads, which are given the name of their arts in the gaps, that they are giving them pain, the Kaldans try to call their name. Mystical arts are painful effective, which is less than them. Name of spelling. This is a number of mechanism of the spelling itself. Conduction. The structure of which was destroyed by the brick cannot serve in the roles of prisons. Kaldan cannot be released into this. He leads to life for this spell. Vunva scrapes Belu a cost for his throat and said a victorious way, "Pfuh, I'm a dream in a dell." Yunosha says that the old man of the old man was a lesson. Kaldan is a lot that he was die. The guns felt unheeded by the magician is not happy with him even after death. Older Crimity what he wants to know, as a reincarnation, he reverses all that he knows, if the youth will help him. The cult of the cult seeps him into the ground and reinforce, "How do you have a morning?" Vunva says that he will set the questions, and he will be giving them. Revived saying that sixth flew back on the top of the sealed heavens. He was interested. Which was then it was then in Tian Shan. The youth of the greatness of M says that they did not miss one. 6 years back the top of the sealed heavens after that he died and took away from the soul of many elders. The heavenly cult burst into intrudal dishonesty. 5 of the 9th mythologic demons united and reinforced. They broke up the group of ancient demon of the mythology of heaven, stifling the lighter's lighter gallery, and invaded into the main 2-year-old demon of the mythology of God with the bridegroom with the mentor of Vunva. If they would have received in their hands, and the teacher after him, who came out of it, then they would only be a group of a fertile demon. In the rest, they would not have a look. The chrome as they have to go behind them, that the power was to be dyed. But the interior was cut. Soglazno, they did not get a focus of Vunva. The youth is tapping, which was a teacher with his teacher. The old man does not need to be equipped with such absurd ways. The steaming king of the Garling king will lead to the Mirat, although the belly itself. Now it has become a spirit. Kaldan is being raised by this uncontrollable sensation of gastric. The magician residues that we need to be degraded, once it cannot be released. One of is heavily, something is approaching. The old man also felt something approximation. The youth of Otskivivate in the side. The Kaldan begs the cult of help, and he will tell him all that he knows. Ovary views that the soul of the cursed master of the beeline bones was devoured. The gun does not get it, that is for the creature. Spirits think that it is better to keep in the Rassens, lead to this creature. This is a matter called the secrets of association. However, the monster faded, appearing from Nyotkuta only that they would sow the soul of the bone. The Scarecrassic number 15 says that the sort of like a master of the beeline bones. It is called gun. This is not a monster, but anomaly. Covered with mysteries, she gifts a tight force with a contract. But if they will not be properly wrapped, he can depress the soul. Wunva concerned that the contract with Schlanier is a priority over his way of the Cherry King. The youth merged that he had to find out the capital, and he just shakes such a significant kind of information. But he does not go, lead this not a converter. Present the only shelters of the master of beeline bones. The poet of the gun is invented. Monitoring, in the head of the master of the beeline bones at the moment, as it drowned the gap, this man is dumped with the Samoy Yarkoi, and Vunva thinks that he is squeezed with association, in the immigration of the cult of the cult of the cult, which is self. Vunov for a second time he felt, he wounded that in the abdomen remains such a strong press, and it is the kind of gad from the same assumption. The phenomenon is not visible, this memory of the master of belch bones. The poet he does not smoke, he will not get out. However, one detail settled in an old man, an eye with inverted yin and yang. This is all that the youth can be sufficient to the final. But the podka, which will help with the help of the EM, will determine the way of the opponent, already meaningful, in the peculiarities of if the method of being used to be the ego of the host. It catches the pair here, and he recharges. For the second time, Vunva blushed, that his hand was cut by something to the dream. This is a crush, from which the jelly looked out. Hem becomes adopted by the time of the Kaldan. The young man who he has heard the Lord of Jelania, such a pace of his spell will find out about his consistency. And he can be used to the way, and the wool, the poem, he needed to be able to be chosen from this. The cult of the cult instantly operates the portal in the cell. Vunhos are selected from the master of the beeline bones and the spirits of his kind of him to put him in the order of the order. Then in the cold sweat and with the exterior it turns out that everything is in the order and begs not to melta. Revived saying that he did not drink, but he received a critical important information. The honors of the young man are young that he will be interested in the information only from the extinguished old man. Vunhos look at the interstitial and the remedy will be released all the traces, which is desirable to replace the association. Tanho-san has a rewarding letter at the world of the world. The cordant, glowing after his hostess, blushed. That the head was not overwhelmed by Vunva. That he turns out, I am? Tangun Slaymatil, that a man cannot do not have a man on the deal. And the moment of the moment is known that the one of the little lord died, and his wife for the preferences of terrators. The chapter fell in the saying that the owner is being compared. The man in Muske is thought that Vunva can return from the headmaster Belaya Costa. The poet of him is very lovely. Hansanu is healed in Juge's murmur, he is not interested in it. The co-manager is released at the youthful way on this. Father interested in the sight of him so thinks so. Chuguga say that the recent achievement of Vunva is pointing to this. After the scenes, he was the name of the hell. He was Odalil Yuachani. He was heard on a native Gugiin as well. And also, the sun will put a Machachek sun on the crankshafts, from the way it was made to a lot of money into the plan. The grateful of this Juge was allowed to siege behind the mysteries of the demonic cult, and the 7 reconciliation. However, this is all that he will be able to lure. Kogda Vunva said that she was raging on the master Belaya Kostya. The cord's head was heavily sore, but she could not go away. The padded was a capital of interest. And right now he used to be like Lubapitni. Zhug is upsets in home. He seems to be the head of the clan now. The man does not need to do, as the head of the clan is founded. The cordon says that the head of the clan is now in the forge of Luban, where without a hammer, it will be a hammer with a hammer. They are masticated personally at the request of an obstructed comrade. The head of the vet does not plowing. The detail of the servant is not the same. But the little hostess invited something that brought the interest into the bon of the bon and the head of the clan. For the name of the poem Zhuga thinks that Vunva can bring the head of the master Belaya Kosti. Ho's Sanser is what causes it to be sufficient. The owner of his mistress should be disposed of for the younger plan of all the scale, and if yes, then he will play the role of the whole scale. The head of the vet is dancing that the coin is grown to the fact that it will leave Vunv in unaided. Then it is reported that the man's gun day will reach the result better than the cogged Liba could prejudice. Tangon, not so long ago, said the man of the way that if it will leave all the way. And there is only a lot of self-esteem. They will keep all alone. Zhug in the light, as a warrior of the veterinary warrior, can tell such a mistress. In such a way, the coin will be read that Vunv's Audelite the master Belaya Kosti, a poem servant, the intense will reconnect the plan. The head of the vet clan Tan to give good to this and ask. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon was released to the rest. His ego has not been so long that the Hat Hotel will say goodbye to him. Revived Ilabaya say that it is necessary to make a lot in his student. Guy Jean is not injured by his brother. He will say that everything is in the order. The warrior of the veterinarian was silenced the border, which the hold of the Vunva is reflected, which is the same. The young man says that this is the Bashka master Belaya Kosti. Tangona healed this at once, and said it was to get it here. The mentor is healed in his way here. The guide is said to say that this is his merit, and he will give people no people. Tangonai says that they do not be to be, leading to the traditional sect. The girl was frozen that the brother did not be so strong enough back. The cogs were beating, and now the aura, leaving him from him, for the night she was contacted. Ego to the bell, shaped things. But the same thing is that Vunvi made a mother in this. Gaigin Nikogda did not come in touch with them. For the second time, a drank vein says that they are with one of the youths of one field of berries. Gaijin do meta demons the spectacle of the spectacle, that is not about the trace. He is not inheritance to heal. Taosa from Zinchen's Rastriana and does not take a wave that dwarf lives. The spirit says that the man's demon and the exact ego can call the royal demons. One is all that it is worth it. The demon is griming, out of the Gugu Jin squeezes. The scarecrow does not sleep, as the youth can be so on no, lead on a man. The lived devote did not cross the way of her brother. He is going to be the one. That is the one who is the one whom they are. Guy Gin and I would not think that the spectral traffic could be so unray. The demonic cult of the principle of acting, and the moon became a sovereign in the Sikan, that universally the ego was not possible. It is extremely most likely to become a hairdresser in the pantry of the 7, and then Guy Gin is interest, that he is a lot of his mother. Tangon does not take away that the Vunv is. He wanders all over here. The youth is asked to overcome that he was drawn from one gun from the master Belaya Costa. The cult of the cult in the Pizora, the number 15, where the Kalduan can be sent their mystery records and sidewalks. The spirit indicates a component, which I could only be included in the master and Baekdan. He was too. That the young man will find what he needed. Vunva snowstorms, that there is a way of disposal under the earth. The doors fell, and the Tangon was a student of his student that hears the mystery of the Karikosti's mast. Warrior of the veterinary veteran that records in sidewalks of the old man is well organized. In the book Man of the Species of the Cipher, which is a demon cult. Here will be difficult to render in the place. The youth was that he needed to say in the messages. The true judgment of the group of the fiddle demon of God. Miphos Boggs is attached to all. Monoza Miphos has not been squeezed. In the posts, they expelled the Comnate, the records of the master Belaya Costa O, that he was a Sidalal, that they would rooted here. The writing, which he was reminiscent with the highlights and hid in the midst, his labor. The bonds of the boobs were obeyed with the mystery of the writings. Nagan. The woman immediately grinded the shutter on the whole of the tell, when the box was evident. Wunhu says that it is necessary to move everything, while the demonic cult and the clan of the reconciliation did not sweep and did not stand them. Now they will not be transferred. The poet of the youth asked the dance to remain on the path, and the girl is asked to bring people whom that he can move it all. Gaijin is confused by his brother, what he will put on, that he is open, that he will go down the trail, which was left behind by the master of Belchbones. Her sister fell that the old man left the sled. The cult of the cult from the Ko-Quakey information in the time of battle with them, and it will turn over, while the nobility. Taos of Sex Zinchen cry on him. He is a code of this in a single one, and it can be a fishing, the Wunbu is open, that he needed to turn everything. This information can be shot on their plans. Tangonin, that he does not outline his student, a poem, he is invented with him. He can appear one from the other, twice the twin, the prisoners. Revived, that with the rest of the twin scarecrows will not be obtained as well as a master with a martyr of white bones. But it will not be possible to eat it with it. Wunv's warrior War of the War is baptized by this place. The gun says that the one can be transferred to the presentation of this sister. He looked at the dignity of Gai Gin, that even if he had a Gon or Vunavi they go away with his mother, she will all rankly turn everything into her own and only daughter to bring the truth to his father. The cult of the cult says that they will leave for the cathedral. He would not go. He will ask him to send a sub. Sneaky. So much of them. Eugene has stopped here all the way. The girl says that she will take a brother. So much of them sewing. And the mentor says that it will be shocked by this thing that it was. But all the time he was at the sulfur. The spirits say that they were not guided by the young mistress. In the same way, they seek in them. If the horseshoes would be brought to the same fraction with him, then they would be glad to spray with the ribs of the cup. The cult of the cult is swore with them and say that they are truthful people. If there were two in this poor, loving 7-9 Dragons clan Tan, then his own Tan Vunva was a government. However, this is not a Tana Vunva of the 9 Dragon, but a one Wunva of the cult of Heavenly Demon. Vunva arrived at the West Tauchene. He does not take a lot of so many people. The spirit thinks that in the Vicine of the 9 Dragons all the dwellings were tried out of the excellent authorities, so that people settled in the general Wiesde, Eunosha saying that the unknown time is to be used to find. The infant of the cult is pronounced by the scaffolding on the rush of the wealthy from the Miphos and their presowers from the tricky valley. He can find the wealth of them, which they could leave. Revived thought, that the uninhabited vertebrae, this will pronoun the rest, any of the excellent. The slave of the label wires the wunsch. The gun is tapping the place on the post. The servant is revealed that one table has remained once. The youthie threw the coins, and the man is asked to shine after him. The hundredths indicate on the idyllic place for love to the city. Demonic people wandering around the district can rub their aura. But to the happiness of the path of the demonic energy replacement of all it is present, it is not possible to leave Daochin. One from the swords of the wrath that the grievous acquired, the mud, the glitter will ask the guide to the direction in which he mounted. The post of Mihosfe, the name of Miphos, will be pierced. Also, the spirit of it is that he moved alone. The cult of the cult will ask him. The people know that they will be chased behind them. But they are gratifying because they fade the trades. The presidents not just find them. Vunva pour tea with their tea. The scales say that they had dumping Troy. At the given moment, the spirit of all 9 pre-seller, however, a judgment all over them. One of them, a demonic man from 9 Mefosov Demonov, Eunosha, and healed this. The induction of the cult of the heavenly demon predetermined. That Miphos, who can do the people from the valleys of the prisoners of the church. This Miphos of the northern sea of the demon Kleinka, Miphos of the north sea of demon. The blade is raised on Severe, among the Lednikov and the Snezhnik. The cogged was the same as the puppies of the lead 2C of the sea. But after the decay of the court of ego of the latest race, joined the heavenly cult. The cold, which is lady, is inherited by Sileon, which moves the earth on which it is stepped. The grateful of them became one of the 9 demonic Mihosov for the extreme little time after entering the heavenly cult. Dragonal scenery of the Mythos of the North Sea, the essentia of the Luda. The suiting in itself is an unobstructed scene demon the blade of Mythos of the North Sea, and the service of their hunting. It seems that people standing on a bite on the sort of power of the Darznaya will pursue a demon of the Mythos of the Sever Sea. The scales say that they have rubbed their aura, the poem of the uninitiated force. Vunva thinks will be shameful, which he will go for the sake. He will say the spirit will definitely be able to make the master's leadership clear. Over een species that the sun is already planted. Emu's poles were used to use more timely time than he planned. For the second time, the principle of the noise is made in the las. Vunhos are visible. That these are 3 ribs of free of charge, wearing a detachable clothing, and apparently the depth from the prestigious seams. He cannot say about the steaming, but the 2 Nanchi will give out their aura, and most that they are the same with the same beast, as the Jin and Gugiin. The guy says that he is a Hayuka for the sex of a golden sword, and he is a matter of age to the robbery. Let's just let me go, and I will. Bewildered, with one of the guests. It is in the cult of the heavenly demon Vunva Slishal, on the sect of a golden sword. This is a new sect, founded freely 30 flying back, the days and power received after the establishment of trade, which was released with the Western. The devils say that nothing is terrible, and it is a pity that they do not try Tawachani's tea, but once a mess net, then they will not be served. Hotels eating will bite your girlfriends, but he received a backy effect. But for the second time, he swamming Vunva, sitting at the table. He is embarrassed in the young man in his delicious, so that this man is marked by Tan Vunov's launching of the defendant for the incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon. A member of the Golden Sword sects said that here there are no freedoms. The poem he asked to subsequently to the nun, Vunhov, was obtained. The judge of the onset of the one would not be friends. It would just be overwhelmed to beat the ego, but they would not think about the sort of like, and the blonde of the spirits will bring information, then he will immediately get. The whiskies are bent and thought here. The cherry reports to lead and say that they had the leaders, and as they were spoken by Troy, the young man is happy, but he was glad that they were able to find. For the second time, the overall sunlight with the sword over the shoulders, he speaks no one, leads to him. The whiskery does not take a break. What to go? Vunov in the non-nominations of Smutritis on him. The spirit of snowstorms, which, a judgment of the ore of the people who were in the premises, came that the swordsman of the Leo sect. The incentive of the demonic cult is presented. The judge on their name is their rescue and aggression. The man will reflect, what are you Sima from the house of Chun? Vunva with the Snoostul. The house of the Chunha? The scales enlightens his Hazena, he is a slice, that the imperfeter of the blade of pure sky in the afternoon. And this lady's can be the same daughter. The imperative of the blade of the pure sky is one of the 10 stronger masters of the booze, as Vunva's mentor and the mentor of Vunva. The spirit of the Slishal, that the lighter of the sex of Leo, the king of the blade of Leo, the lifetime of the imperfeter of the blade of the blank of pure sky a year, and the fight was written in 10 widers, overwhelmed by that they want to omit it through his daughter. Sima is a tarning, and what if yes? The man is greeted and said that he was the Beck of the Leo sex. As a representative of the sects of Leo, he kicks the boys of Sima in the fight. The guests of the deepening of the Slisha, this were all the lion's blade. The man is a misery. That the battle with him all the blood was browned, they would not think about them that the student of the sect Leo would be in the middle of the elder. A's girlfriend gets and reflects, do you not read it with a rough rude? Here so takes and fraudulies the man with a man. Back Diana guesses that the girlfriend of Missima is a pupil of Lighter's sect of the sneakers of the pure moon. Funvi seeing that conflict is dispersed. The second girl was outlined by the young master of the bells of the sects of the sections of the sections. Ali Blade says that this is a sport of the sector of Leo and the house of Chun, the poem of the swim sect. The man says that if Mesh's Sima is not a way to defeat herself, then not so scary. If they will be attacked, the devils immediately were a manacle in the face, leading it. The daughter of the Chunha is open. It is good. I am caught by your glowing. The girlfriend begs him, Sima will not wave. The girl says that if she will take the likes of the likes, then he will not be spent to call the Sobia by the descendant of the emperor of the blade of clear sky. Diang is a lot and say that this lamb, it has come to the daughters of the emperor of the blade, the opponents of the watch on each other, the splitter from the eye. But the blade says that they will shift. The backyard of this chief is quite extensive. He is ideally traveled. That they waved their swords. The spirit thinks that everything is intelligent. Wunf swore with him, and say that they were only spent the time. The gun is asked to bring him to the leader, which is nowadays more and more needed. Member of the Leo sector snowstorm that Yunosha got up. He says that the duel of the mistress with Meshs was not intended to remain all on their places. Wunf does not take away out of the pass. Dian Krizit, that all the detachment of the duel. Post on Vunva, the Ali Blade says, in the extraordinariness of you, that the judgment is all the way you can do the mind of Sima. The cult of the guard with the shoulder and speaks to Em from the road. The warrior says that he was not healed, and he asked him once, in this one once swore to the sword of Vunva's throat. The young man does not look from one blow. The noble devotes have given way to it. Repeat that he said from the road, he will not get the squeal, will simply not obey. The spirit of saying the cocky fools roared to the squeeze, the cogged he is on the platoon. The rest was assigned their swords. They were not so much that they were struck by a member of the sect. Vunhov's class is respected and prepared for battle. Lysany swordsman thinks that he was on a young attacker. However, his sword swore on the small pieces of blow. The cult of the cult is broken down with him and the prepared to break up from the sword of guard. The gun punches the fist of the face with a sword and sends into the swordsman's air. Doan widowed that what is the unknown. The smoking of two from the collection of the blade of Leo is so easy. The man was a duel. The poem he did not get up, but now he will be given to show the sight of his ego. It would be a simple O to be disagreed, but the fleece of the blade and the truth did not wolve. Ali Blade is suffered by a little bit of a blade once, but everything is not carefully. The warrior comes out of the way and cry that the young man is only known as they will be killed. Doan puts his sword for his head in the pair of steam stands. 1v squeeze this. He's a nude hand wraps the blade and says, well, you have fallen, and what will you now do? Ali Blade cannot be released in this. The cult of the cult punches on the pod Borodok. Here it is the grievous body of the men to get out of the earth. The mind is shocked that one of the smoking is one of the most famous novels of Guizhou, and so easy. Dian punched the Kalok and hurt his head hanging on him. Members of the Lion's Blade immediately disintegrated and wanted to be atomic for their mistress. The Youthie says, to you the ribs the word shredders is liked. They constantly be able to get. Vunhov released all and only one member of the assignment. The Weeping Warrior speaks a small thing that he is a monster. Revived saying that they were first attacked. And now the name of the monster, a member of the Leva, will make his ego and no such no more repeat. The gun is asked to be transferred to the rest of the steamed. I will fall on this one for today. But if they will fall for the legs of the time, then they will be determined, as the right hell will be viewed. That's the fear of the soldier sent a penalty to him, that he was preceding it. The mind and Sima are blown that Vunov has gone after all that she had done. The glows of the look at all of them have come to the fact that for the Tipipia is not self-escaping. Sima realized that there was one talent of their overwhelming and his ego. What is the warrior challenges to the Knight of the Night? The blade of the blade in the back of the steam room. The pre-seller says that it was finally suffered by his. And the desire for the desire to be awarded that all the rest of the afternoon, Miphos, and participated. The landlord of the great-granddaughter of the monster. Call him a dirty bastard. Clear cannot rush, the cogged is a boggy, the prayer will be pursuit. To exhibit the sound transmission of the Bylans, say that the whole and the rest of the sustained may be taken away. But the Philin does not spare the velvet hem. The warrior is reading this stranum, leading to not be such that there was no reactance even if they were erupted there. For the second time, he was a voice. Did you have sorted out that the companion does not give you up? Janaya concepts that this is a mansion of the skeleton of the Meshchik, that he is in great way. It is not enough to say in the abominations, do not let you go to this pose of the spirit, which does not need to do as it can know about the spirit. But for the second time, the soldier will name the manner of the Resh, which is paved by Vunv for his spin. He says that the companion was jumped by the squeezed ego of ego, the demon, the kind of beaded Odessa, and the casting eye, which is what it is to be the squeeze of the cult of the heavenly demon. Vunva Snowshell, that the pursuit of a member of the Myphos demonic god was pushed by the swordsman. The cult of the cult is scratching the warrior and saying that the pillars are hidden on the crusaders, not the people of people. The cattle will be transferred to the second place. The man is standing on a young mistress. The servant says that the more time is to be used, that all the sights of the sustenance, the gun, say that she was chicky. The cordant brings his herself to his housewife, that he says that nothing is terrible, then lead to the more than he is more. The topics of the more servants of the Vunva are shouting into agony. The man tells something to say, but the youthful understanding of him, he is in the way that is wounded. The enemy of Vunva is all clearly visible to expressing his face. He will be able to get both a pleased one. The Youthie lying on the earth is the pain. Ego enemy is highly said, "What kind of church did this day for God here?" The warrior does not take away. The way is so on such a tispai, not to lay down the booze. The grave of the cult of greatness will decorate the pasture, and then the weakness can be contagious. The brunette will look after the ego of his words. Vunviz said that they will be given a pair of a non-nickel need that he is a slim. The youth of the predatory of the demon Myphos of the North Sea, and one of the candidates for the ownership of the celestial demonic cult, shared everything for one defeat. After the pantry of Myphos Edva smell, the early morning of the sovereignty, and Vunhos took and died, and even did not give him a chance on the release. This is a reinforcement of the demi of the inheritance of the cult of the heavenly demon. He thinks that Vunov is a part of being a part of the extent that has come to his fate. His servant says that it is all that it is in his forces for the exposure of the time, the young host of the awarded hem. The ribbons of the trace of the college of the Myphos of the fiddle demonic god, and the most part of them were shed. The back of the sever sea of the first look of the snow. The way of the spell of the sake is not represented, but the sword of the swordsman does not cope with it. Baksan begged will allow you to dodge with the dug, the guns will give. The man is tasted from Krishi and straight into the fight. And youthfully, it is that the energy devours on the energy of the energy. Cleaning from the breath, he calls the Wunchwa, the Lord, and say that it was simply a reasonable order. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon is not meaningful. Demon says that he is blessed, but it is overwhelmed to pierce his belly on the scavo, and Juni does not take place for what? Vunva says that the heavenly punishment of all the tribunals of the cult, and he was not standing. The gun says he is not to be aware of, to lead all his companions soon to him in the grave. The cult of the cult in his hand over his hand up and say that they all go. The master of Myphos Visat, that the savior of the savior Odessa. Odessa evil prisoner and the language I. And he guesses that this is the predator of the cult of the heavenly demon, Yen Vunva. The youth of the fucking out. What is the same? The fry of the tears on the eyes broke into the exalt of Vunva, and he has made it that he was all in the order. Revived to speak to his pod. The second wenchie fucking down something that was present. The warrior with the joy of the passage of them, but the interesting injury was given to him. He asked for the name of Myphos, invitation of the dead swordsman. Baksan say that he did not make a sight of the dead swordsman. The man thinks that they had been herded. He was angered. The cult of the cult spells Baksan. They have not long been lounged. It was not thought that the livestock corpse of the North Sea was stood on the feet. The dignity was shown by the enemy of the enemy, and only one man was only one man. One was chosen with a min-like image. The man thinks that he, and the fact that he thinks the lives of the Northern Sea. The warrior with a cry release his energy. The horses do not take this so that such a colossal energy cold. Baksan demon Klanka, and the devourer of the demos of Myphos of the North Sea, one from the spirit of the Sleeshul, that he is a stranger on the power of the devil's demons, but he did not think that the bite can be told in place. Wunva widespread, that the spirit of the liar, the living in the baby is a 10 summer, all of it will raise on the Bela of the Svet. The demon of the blade also thought that the cult of the rush of 6 years back, he has a lot of blowing his ego alive. Baksan sleeping the inhabitants of the heavenly demon in the hell, he read that he is there. Overpassing is selected back to the little one. He said that he was not the young hostess. The second son of the demon Myphos of the Seven Sea was obsessed with Myphos of the demonic god. Vunva's tooth violin and the existence of energy is quietly saying, Gu amine che. The demon of the blades say that there were no cult of Edva Sumel there, and now he did not fit into their hostess. Baksan Atakwet of the younger, and says that he will not miss such immunity. Revived the thought that the spirit of Lauda was sorted. All his life was insisted on by difficulties and debt. And for all her consistency, he did not know the defeat. The cult of the cult says, then the gift of the demon of the blade of Eshes is 3 seconds. Baksan Brown into the attack and wants to soak the sneakers of Vunva's spent herself. The youth is tossed their leaning demonic eyes. He remains the sword of the demon of the blade and says that they do not get the lesson. Baksan does not sleep. The cog of the cult plows the cold. The demon of the wedge will the voice of Vunva. Do not have a strong thing to do with the death of death? What is a longing for a cable? The warrior will be silent, that this is the deposit of the thorny hog of the hog. In the hollows, the barrier will be punched, that this is not an indistinguishable thorny of the thorny hog. The incentive of the cult says that this is a special speech specifically for them. It is a fantasy of the soul, the constructed of the mystical technician of the cult. However, it requires the binding of the energy for activation, and on the flow of the eta of the development of the youngest does not glorify the energy for it. but the grateful of her pouring eye can cut the technical to the technical. The gun was overwhelmed by them that it will soak the snail of the trarate of energy, and it added to the sowing of the thorny hog, so as it is good work is done with Sotya Fantasi. Arsenales grateful in his arsenale appeared in his arsenale, Lilovaya nativity of Fantasi. Baksan Snowshell, that Vunva Smeshal has a well-developed technology. However, now he has not remained sufficient for the strength that they would hold the blow of the spirit of the lady. The poet of the cult desires to make a blow. The demon blade of Reska is coughing with blood. The sacrifice of the rush of the Miphos of the Northern Sea does not fall. The enemy will add the enemy. The Youthi say that he added him to the hog, and if the spirit of the Luda is composed of his quote, then he became a good thing. However, even here, there is no way to help. Lead to the whole of Vunva, special. This is the coin that is inheritance that one circulation does not escape the ego of distration, especially the cog of the ego body, with a heaven from the energy in. The demon of the blade say that he was rapidly dying soon. The poem is taken to take away from the cathedral, in the grave of the cult of heaven, which is presented with some stupid focuses. Baksan figures the technique of the blade of the lady's soul, the Lida, the sparkling heaven. Vunhos knew so much that the fence would be cut, he thought, that the sicken was tapered with activation. The pantry of the cult of snowstorm, that the core was handled by its work. The spirit of Ludet thinks that this is the chance that the Socratic Socratillas were shared in the border of them. Over Parable blocks the impact of his hand, and says that is close to the activation of a new rolling. The demon of the blade of the beaded osses of the evil pricker, he does not take a lot, leads to Vunva not the sake of the remaining capital energy. The induct of the cult is reflected. And you don't think that I also teach? The youthful way is the Tanits Bura, Vyuga of the severity Vetrov. Invitation of Bovian Art's demon blade, he was a thought that he was dancing. This is not a simple thing for self-defense in Baksan Tumeda, that Vunva reached a spiced peak. The gun enhanced its inner interior of the bellage of the evil prize and the hog. Language durable is a fantasy, that it will make it ego to dispose of it all the intrusion of energy and weaken with the help of the whole. The demon blade is to attack the Vunu. The spirits are tapped in their Hazyain in the order. After the spirit of the Laju was on his feet, his soul is a deep hatred of the cult of the heavenly demon. The man's guns in heaven, that it is less likely to make their way and give out the potential for sorting. The peace of the Bose was opened in front of him with new horizons. And the standing battle clearly shows the insufficiency of a twin of a tiger. Bowl art is only an instrument, with the help of which it will draw and disintegrate. An important part is a vessel, the implementation of the act. Then the ES itself is Vunav. Vimutation of alien technical technician, he is preoccupied in the way, in his slug. Little information about the volume, as much, and here it wiped out in front of him, a technique of a blade of a barely soul. She is a non-versatile Ostra. The enemy, which does not spell the pump, will tell the burial ground under the snow, and as a result of freezing before death. This is a fairy tale of a technique of Baksana, only the basis on the technical technician. Vunvi wants to sept the tracta of moving his sword, blowing, steps, and all visible. They are stock, a demon of a blade of views. That this is a technician of a blade of a lazy soul, he does not squeeze. As the cult of smog slishering, he looked only once. Vunvi wants to find motion, an exit, and the jar will be reduced by twice the blow of a ravine tiger. The youthful birth of a new technical technique, a twin of the sword tiger, the blood of the spirit of Judas, that the opponent of the Soviest, and adapted the power of his technician. Baksan calls Vunva a monster. The cult is ready to apply a final blow to say that it will not be called all the ego, so. The demon of Klinkov crying from the pain, and the Youthi say that he could call him in a good way, Gene. The warrior will take a shot, that he will be a shot, after which he does not hunt into the eye of a young mistress. From the following forces, the Baksan Embolus his final technic, divine Dlanlidian soul. Vunva concerned that this is for the technical technician. Baksan speaks the dreamer of the cult of heavenly demon, that he weakened his vanitosity. The demon of the blade is tapping with a Lingji eam of the Lingji yad on the bit. The spirits say to the younger one that the lady spirit is not sorted out easily, and at such a pace the streams of Vunva will be frozen. The gun is snowy, the eager is the old Lingi dud. The spirit of Judas says that he is inserted by a Lingji poem, a heart. The hearts of the victims, as much as he will not bend. Baksan says that it is not a way against him, leading to a job without him. Now Vunva concealed the honorable one on the Tan clan. He thought it has received this poison from assumption. The demon of the blade is Ojidal, that the cult can know about the assumption. It is possible to make it possible that he came out from nowadays, Vunov says. Do you get here? This one did you tell you? The incentive of the cult concealed the 5-sided swords of the boobs on the pole here. The spirits say that the 5 prisoners of the sphere at a time of many. The spirit of Judas says that the lingual core, the hearing of the lingering heart, will be the same. Although neutralized poison is neutralized, however, it wants to re-enlist the circulation of blood in the streams with the help of energy from the prisoners. And in this way, Vunva will dig a little poison. Lady poison, a heart, shaking heart, a greatly large leafy rush. But all this is a mighty energy everguy, and the poison is all just tasks for him. Baksan Pojang, he is a good thing that the cult of the universal heart of the lingual cortex in the internalist. The man thinks that the brains in the spirit of Judas lead the hotel king of parcels, with the help of the lingi poison, though he was captured by Energia in. From the following forces, the demon of the blade Crimete, that all this time is a young inserted over him. Vunva says that such death is very ill, sighted death for the persons of the ego. The youth has received the extracted, and now you need to disassemble the corpses, with helping the technical planes that have not been released. The master of Mikos Nikogda did not think that he was spent in height to acquire such inspired eyes. The birds in the sky, and heard the commemoration of energy. He indicates the sky and speaks to the young mistress. That this energy of the prickly valley of the boob and there are new enemies. Vunvi is asked not to be overwhelmed. The cult says that this is not the enemy on our side. He said that he returned, made the order. The spirits say that they have not long been looked at, and now the old man will look more than better. Vunva obtained that all the farms were subjected to the dawn, then it fades this. But it is a way, about which will be overwhelmed by the whole, he holding in a key red stone, and says that he was giving him away in the time. This is a cult of the cult that I need to get acquitting. Mine cheeses in his or her sidewalk for sure on the right thing. The rush of red Kostya is not waved, leading the body of wild fenders. The rush of Miphos of the northern sea of Mephosa will reconcile the raspberry boil of the red bone, not to smoke this poultry, if it is not a way to hide. The man says that he was moving and his wine is here. The youthies say that he is not needed. The ego of the technique of slag says that the bird did not leave this place. The red bone is tapping that it was slid here. The young man says that he ordered the back of the dignity to unite one member of Mishos of the fiddle god. The man thinks that the post was a strong boat once in a strong boat. Mine kind of lingy poison pain. This is a harsh heart. And for the activation of this poison is the tribuna of the parcel of intra-energy. Such a skeleton energy of the life spolza was ego. Then the situation was as served as much as possible. Red Kostya says that he is sorted with a molding of the poultry of the poultry. It will not be a comprehension of Mikos of the northern sea of the sea of the sea, the ego of ego for the throat and plows over the ground. Min chemped here for Red Kostya, according to the order of leader Miphos, that he would conquer the poultry, which was determined by the farms, and here it is not only no one, so it was the sleds of the battle. The youth gets his sword and say that the man will have a man to put him away, but here they did not stay, and come to the fact that that one was here. Even if he was down, the herd was down. Red Kostya says that he needed to concepts the birds of the birds, and the living members of the Miphos of the fiddle god. The gun says that it is better to disassemble the man. He knows that the birds of the birds. However, the Red Costa is noticed, as it is good for him to devour the life of the blade. The suffocating and a kind of man says that the birds of the 9 dragon birds, hunger behind them, had a pity from the poultry, which I was wearing a lot of 9 dragons. The genus of the 9 dragon. It will be pursued by the clan of the Tan. In his way planted the kills of the sword of power. The poet of Vonov's Picos will ask him. They were asked to lure the head on their side, that they would be in the family of the 9 dragon, and she needed the murder of the sword of a sort. But the swordsman, which was sent to this, the gap, and the Gudjao will cause the Mudarok to attack them on their farms. Min chest he and say, will it be what? Bespoleznya pieces of crap. Red Kostya says that the cursed master of Balaya Kostya is a problem. But they did not come to Semwe. The sun is saying that all the squeezed clan of Tan was overflowing with the water. The poem was needed to be more time, consuming, but the problem in the fact that they do not know the Coca organization, the mowing behind these bastards. All a couple of months ago, the creature and not being humiliated by the man, and the end of the principle, they will be released in their plans. The rush of the Sever Sea is said that this is pursuit of him, he reflects him. Red Kost Robko Promolvil, Tatanvungva. This cold Miphos of the fiddle god, the killed back of Sana, is sufficiently possible that he will choose the hum of the whole valley of the whole on his side, and evolve ego. So he is ego and how to dump. Mine, he will take the fact that the pantry of the cult of the heavenly demon as Kak is in this. 3 birds of sex of Kunlun are covered with roosters and welcome the one. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon of the grace of them, for the fact that they were so much stood. He is healed in them that the gloves of the cult came out. Members of the Kunlun sect were overwhelmed by the afternoon of the words of the cult. The youth, the reaction of them, thought that with the head of something. The children say that they thought once the dance, then the head will be with him. Vunvu watched that the teacher is not with them. He asked to disappear. What was squeezed? The cogged 5th Myphos filed after the bloodstream of Bloody in his teaching of the teacher, and he was no longer in him. After the interior of the other lighters, Myphos, the swollen demonic god, was thickened and rolled on the country, and the Myphos' leaders were leaving all over the holes, which could be reached by the head of the cult in the same time. And through the 6th of the fly, they finished the Vunva's tape in the same way of the 2, and these 3 poultry were sent here that it would turn it on it. Revived, saying that the lifer is held for their own even in the time of the sadness. The potential he is in front of them for their weakness. The Reban of the cult does not say so. They lead to the heavens of the heavens for his exaltation. Vunv says, as you could concepts, our head is not so much. The birds from the sect of the Kunlun are very sealed. The cult of the cult says that he did not leave even before that the lesson on which he was 6th. The rod of the demon, clasping the teacher, can make it possible with him. But they opposed the assumption and 5 demonic Myphos. And if with the teacher were all good, then he could not be that he did not take away his own. Eunosha thought about her teacher does not know, as he will do. The racks of the Vunva give the order. Revived it, that for him all the only little momented, and for them, the cellar 6 years. The guy reinforces the words of her masters. Burden 1 Vunva. Before the head of the heavenly demonic cult, all the demons will be praised by the dabs. He enclosed the Sichuan divine Plymum, that the very peaks of the Tian Shan, and burn all their diversion to the one. Myphos of the fitted god demon. Vunhos adheres to their beginnings from the face of his mentor, so they prepare the throne to the pronouncement of the chapter. In the name of reaching this, the youth's plowing plows will be attacked by his ego Padini at a very time. Kunlun sects on the crankshawls of the prayers to lead them, and Vunhov's graceful for them. For the beginning of the EMU, you need to code the posts, which unbuttoned on the lands. He reflects in the pods. One at the given moment controls the organization. The Boggy says that the sect controls one of the 5 Kapitana of Klinkov, the spirit of the vampire. Vunva thinks that the blessing of the heavenly demon drew on them. Leading the head of the Vampirov sect lived. The young man said that they will be verified, that he will be verified, that they will deliver these joy to lead the spirit of the vampire. The East of 2 sells ego to be a Rao, and they will cope with the 2. The cult of the cult will be asked to send. The new head of Myphos of the afternoon god will be awaited in the settlement of Clan Tan. Vunva is already in the pursuit of the peacock. The spirits say that the internal organs of their housewife are served. He has drawn the energy, even for a second, not thinking about a second. It is said that it is not stable in the spirit and body of the cult, and the body of the cult, the elderly whole does not in general, as the Lord to these pores is in the creation. The gun says that for the leaders the head of the cult is not just a lighter, but by the true God. So the teacher spoke, reading the worship of the way, that he rises to heaven. If the essence of his fall, then the glaze of the novices is interrupted in the maid of the earth. Education of the teacher is the become of a rod on whom them will be smoothed. Although the path of the path is captured, Vunv does not smoke the concepts of the mentor, the cogged of the word for the word. But now he will say that he becomes a little bit of a little part of a singleness. However, it will be important to consider the cult of the cult. The elderly whole says that the young man of minimum is a month. The man said that he had no month, and all have a couple of days before, as they have their own power. The birds say that in such a serving, the hostess will need to cleanse the energy and to make it a new insight of the way. Vunva says that this Edini variant and not burst, the spirits are replaced, that he was able to carry out the circulation of chi in the shaking, and they are in the short over. Revived, saying that I need to disagree with this time energy in has not made all this. The reason for the intrinsic is arranged in the volume that he has been fulfilled to the fact that he was squeezed to be stable results, and all the types of energy in it could not find the balance and were squeezed. Now they need to redeem them, it will scream, and the end of the arms will transform it all that will form a new essentation of IN, without license, linseed, which I dome. It is subjected to the manifested, that the man's gun was the energy of each other, and the end of the purification I tell them from them. One misery is alerted to them, and this is only the way of the heavenly demonic cult. Energy is stabilized and the youthy lawyer, Podchini congrats the mistress with the development in his masterstvo. They are blown. that he is a new method of cultivation to execute his central meridian, and the Vunks has dumped from them. The cult of the cult set them the question. Oh what? Create a new method of cultivation? The elderly Hole clarifies. Did not you spend all your chi through the central meridian of one of their own? The horseshoes say that this conical chief in the method of cultivation through the central meridian, Vunhos, for a second time, the mastel of their subordinates. Mystical art in the upper meridian, chi Boevian arts in the lower, and now the energy of the cold from the reduer Lederi. All of them came into moving the soglass of the will of the cult. He has allowed the essentation of the square, and he will install everything, which is a sort. The wow of a watered man says that this is the most different technical technique of cultivation of the central nucleus. The upper meridian is shaped by the written writers of the king of Zarakov, which was overwhelmed by the pity. In the time, as the present meridian will be formulated when assisting the technician of the keeper of the heart of the heavenly demon, on whom he concentrated Thelis. The acquisition of the most meridians will already be ordered by the cult of the cult into one of the most mogged masters of these lands. Only this is Shrabotayat, if he will be resisted with mental enemies. The essence of which the pre-trial is resistant. This is a group of saboteurs that reach the astral Urovna. Tom King of the parcels and techniques of the Carelizer of heavenly demon not to be able to predestate his drowsiness. The poet of Vunva say that if this method of cultivation of the central meridian will allow him to unite his mystical art. The elderly Hole says that this sounds like a difficult life, but with the topics that they were acquired to these pores, this is freely. The man is swore with him and say that he has already determined with a boil. He is similar to the waters, the rush, a vocabulary dragon and equips the clean, recalculating, the energy. This is the result of the ego cultivation of the central meridian, the quoted dragon. The lane is the hostess that they are being cleaned. Guy Gin Goretit ego for the fact that the commander of the whole veterinary vettering was a helm. The commander says that these donations, if the Tangonus would be overlaid with both an adequate image, it would be to be a good thing. One of the warriors replaces the conduct, and reflects that has led them to the pursuits of the vet of Clan Tan in this time. Vunov is said that the prisoner was returned, and the guard was blown up, a younger and unregistered out of the way. The devil is brown to the paired in the rummage, and the brother did not go around that she would wait straight. Gaigin unattended Vunva and heels did not hurt him. Then it is a tablet, and it turns out, yes, no. The sister thinks that once the youth was so very well, there was nothing to go. But all she is glad that he did not make his way. Vunv is defectively showing his head into the residence and saying that he reserved one of the members of the Myphos of the North Sea. Taus from Zinchen is a sneaky table. He does not only go out, but he will fulfill his mind. He arrived in the house of Vunva, the house of the spirit of the language in the Prizor. The cult of the cult grasses his ego for the fact that he did not law on this. The east of the spirits frosty, that they were sustained by the soul of the Sana in the parts, while he was healed, and the faint of his forces, that they return all the ponies and the ponies, one out of the sight of the puddle. Thought. Wunhu says that they now have sufficient information about Myphosi of the Northern Sea and already fly to Polish. The second Tangon is in a scream. Lord! The squeezed warrior of the veterinary breeze, that the young hostess is a bolt in the pain. And Vunov is revealed that he was all just a member of a demonic cult and their vicinity. The mentor says that he does not culture, but say that the youth was given to the panels from the sex of Leo. The youth and the extraordinary one, and then they were not represented from them. The cult of the cult in the way, that now they are rumored, and the king of Leo himself was caught here, that they will call the wow to the drowsy, and the Tangon, the scattered light, heartedness of his licking student. That most king of the blade of Leo arrived, that they will call the youth to the reconciliation. Revived thought, as a man read the non-rented in his regions, he drove behind him from the fact, the Gunshaw and say that the applaudis mates have arrived, but apparently they will be brought to the bridge and the prisoners will be listened. Wunvi wakes his father's father and says that he returned with the vines of the completion of his own. The head of the clan says that the head of the Bure Vladika, which has the head of Emu, he also won the head of the demon of the wedge of the Myphos of the Northern Sea. And on this not all, which is not interested. The sowing of Summel rolls the sect of Leo. The cult of the cult says that the immigration of the Muskisi conflict with the sect of Leo was a non-Zebejan, but he wants to add a list of merits of her, Han Sanuden, that the young man wants him to get it. Overpast leaves in its hand and say that here all details of the plans, which whispers Mikos of the North Sea. The youth is releasing that the father has been appointed to be worthy to participate in the game. The man is leading to something down, and the youth did not know that such a place. He thinks Mu was a skeleton to say one from the priors of the pioneer behind Kosan. However, he does not get out of this way, and I need to watch the reconciliation of Sanyon. And he will not have the smoke healed for all him. The father opens the door, and this is overwhelming all the obesity. It is overwhelmed by the saying that we would have thought that here, under the ground, there is such extensive spray. The spirits ask your young mistress will look after, and this card will cover the whole piece. They do not go to them, as it can be in place of detail. You can see the Shuan in the middle, the Haidun on the right, Xinjiang on the fall, so it is, and India. And even Europe. Here it is shot itself they are abused. Here it is a spine of Tian Shan, on which the heavenly demonic cult and the Mesta of the Towers of Master, the pursuing of the pre-emptying. Now Vunva is clear that the clan of Tan was conceived. Tangun None would not think that the Lord would so soon bring the sin here. The cult of the cult thought of where the noun has disappeared, it seems to be, and conducted. The owner of Kokokove is this, the center of the evolution of the veterinary. The cult of the cult thinks it is a delay of the bureau peace. Gvoritis that they are clearly just the excellence of this map. Not only China, but all peace. Tangun Selks Hosanna in his young mistress Emu and a judge on all his head was consecrated by heaven. The owner is asked to give him an ego, to lead it all up all. This is an ideal clay, from which he will blind everything and the clan of dancing in the same way of organization of the Asosha. The warrior of the veterinarian will be stood and reflects in him that he is carrying. Tangonai says that the little hostess was acting as a warrior, and he does not deserve the digging in the booms. Hun says that the Buri is far from self, important for Clan Tan, and Kuda is important for all on his own way of the path of his own bricks in his own places. What is the boo of art? That strategy. All this is only united, performed for the result of the erection. Warrior Vetra said that Tangon Stockless denies his ego into Komnatushki. Poured into this a non-powerful talent for Boevsky art. They are stalking in spore. The Cordon says that any can be trained by booze. The cogged would not be damaged, and here the talent of the rule will only be released in the position of references for others. Hosanvelich is detachable. Father says that he will take his way to his way, and he will leave his lord his lots. The man says that Vunav's Verni, and this Mesto created with the Tang clan, the Dabi will unite the whole piece. The people of Janch say about Clain Tan. This barrier, which does not allow the forces to come to Django. However, the head of the clan is not to be laid to be left there. The Tan Stanit clan with the castle from the peaks, which will be able to inspect the whole piece and more, which will not be Rose. But what this castle of the deserts of the Cornea stood Emma, the gender of the non-protected shrimp, which is not the fan of the demonic cult, and they do not spin. Father Subschata, that the Polda backs of them, received a volume that he had a way to see the plans for the murderling of the patriarch, if he would be exactly. The clan of the reconciliation was shaded for this demonic cult. They stirred up in corn, but the patriarch of their plan. Those authorities say that if they act so clearly, then as a result, they will only be persecuted for the tale, and they need to be the same. The head of the clan with Olibkoi said that he became the bait, so it was a plan for the demanding of a demonic cult. Wunva understands that they want to be baked, that the worthy drawing will attack a demonic cult, reading that he has already leaked into Jianga. The Tan's clan is already accumulated. The youth is overwhelmed by the madness of Tan Mukyuk. The cult of the cult says that this plan will fail. Hawk in the shock of such a declaration of sin. And the Wunus it is that they do not know about the self, shaved one in it, on assumption. Hansan says that he will have a way to explain his own, and he covers the words of the words. Tanhun thinks that the young host is not consolidated, but they are painfully prepared by the attacker. The owner says that mechanisms, postrony, mystical art, as the head of the clan, is already planned. Vunva says that he has already understood the large, haired method of the center of evolution of the veterinary and the spare information. In such a liku gun does not take care of it all, so deletes. The man is informed, which I got the youth. The disagreement and the general orders of the members of the Myphos of the Northern Sea and the prickly valley of the Boost, which is inflated into the district of 9 dragons. Han-san Weaver the good she is well. The percentage on the 90 is similar to the topics that they know on. The 10% of the one is shaking. Their plans are ideally cut within the framework of their expensive. Such accurateness is said to be that the information of the armor will be done directly from the demonic cult. The man said that for a moment he said that this is the full plans of Mihos of the North Sea. The youth reverses this. They have argued that the information is extremely accurate, and it is also the same topics that are the strategy. The father will reflect that such a Rotve was obeyed, which indicates the failure of their plan. The cult of the cult says that all the victory of the forces of the demonic cult, and the problem in the volume that the demonic cult on the assault is strong. that it is strong and the center of evolution of the Vader. Hosan said that the members of the old Bu and he were in the battle with Miphos of the North Sea, and they also studied the greatness of the fact that the enemy became strong, afterwards, revived, saying that all it is unburied, however, Wunhav is all shade. This plan will guarantee the victory, and even if it will be preserved that the impressions will be attacked on the pike. However, we will be reminiscent of displaying the enemy, and Belaya Coast and Baksan were significantly strong, which is a sixth of flying back, the grace of assumption. The dream of the fantasy of the soul requires the colossal scene of the mystical energy. But from the practical will be unable to be selected, and the lavish yod of the hearing heart, Hashabis the meaningless no. If the learning of these and the second mayor help to assist the assumption of these plans, is not solert for the fact that they will be designed. Hosan Tumuet Wunhu wants to say that they, Tan Sichuan, will not be ready to get over the demonic cult. The young man tells, I will go on what I was specifying. The father says that once it is so affirmed, then he will prove the disagreement of them. And they also prove their correctness on the same life. The man threw his power as a standard crop of an opponent's Capitan on the devotion of the center of evolution of the Vader enemy. But if they are right, then Vanv will die from the techniques of Clan Tan, his arms. Hun says that this is a snail of a gesture, and the warrior of the vet will ask before the head of the clan. The cult of the cult says that he thought Hosil the sowing. Gone Osharashan, he has not passed, and the very moment, as the young man's lord, central meridian. The father does not take away in which he was not overlooked, and he was not overlooked by the Vanva'ar. But the topics are not heard, which is the one that the man is hidden. The revised head of the vet, that they are right here, however, the bike of the San, whom he was inherited to the earnings of the energy, which I now let go. The man does not need, as it is taught in the way with a demon of the blade. Vunva thinks that they will show better. The head of the vet is praised by Sinna for the fact that he does not cut all the cards at once. In the bone of the Tan, the reaping. Tanhun is survived that they did not deck it out of him, but the Gona is to hold his. The gun came out that he has a Foav. The eye of the father will be traveled to the tractic of his mounted, but he acts on the clanging. Acting the man of the sake of the impresses of the ashes of the offices, however. The reason is that he wants to prove that information, solemn, the center of evolution of Veter, Verne. But it is all the time of Vunv's this conversation, and he attacks the aggressant, the father of the visit, that this is the beast of the impressions of the blade, and this is not just a mitigation, they are detachable with the sneaky technicians. Hosan will be assigned to its way, but it is said that all this is not enough that they prove Vunv's his mind. The man is shaking his or her own man. The warrior of the veterinary is survived by the young master and cry. The head of the vet says that he cannot say that this is the way. In then, as the cock, he reached the reconstructed. He blocked blood supply, and also leaving the blood before, as the yad was dissolved on the body. The pain of that Vunva would be ready to strike secret technokers of the hands of the yads, that to hold a counterattack for the demon of the blade of the northern sea of the Sea of Sea would be sufficiently. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon says that he will have so much to allow himself. So he was specifying that he was hovering in such a soar. Hun speaks them to the ego at once. If they have further twisted the center of evolution of the Vader. The man concerned that Vunva is completely imprisoned, that they will fail. The head of the vet is taught in the sight of the other. The one has reveled. Communionly. Already dark members of Clan Tang for today cancel with plans. Although he was hunting her energy, it would not be a little thought that Vunv spent he was erupting. The man is tapping in his subdivisions. The head is saying that the wicked warrior of the vet is obviously so that he does not tire. And the Gon says that they are sicked by a gesture. For a moment, she said her talent, and said that he would already take a storm. He had already understood that he was stood at Varen M. The mentor of the young hostess is the bulletin, leading to herself to say that. Hosan said that he is not to be able to humble the hearts of the heart, that he put his ego and one of on the teaspoons of freedom. He will take a lot that the warrior of the veterinary warrior is all over. The father said that they again settled on this degree to the technique of pores he asked him. In the end, a man of a man cannot become a later of a new root of storm. The Hun begs for a COECHTO before the topics, as he will bring his own wrinkle. The owner will reflect. Do you plan to name the young Wow of Vunva with your inherit? The man in the mask says that if the head does not fully complete Vunva. Hun says that if Hosanomnevecha is in it, then let go and does not put it. However, if he felt healed ego, then do not let the Somnea. Self-risky, which can be allowed on the light of the light, so it will be put on someone Libo, to whom he does not get. The head is saying that this is an older gap. Do not nunai in the compound you are, and do not get in the volume, with the com you work. The cordon thinks, If the father does not attract the mind, which he had given his sins, then they will only need to be able to allow the herself to act, as early in his own way. The Dahane cult is being attacked in his own way. However, he covers, if Hawk is wrapped by the Vuno, then let the veil in him. The pain of that Gujin did not specify in the foreseeing, and the Yuzhan was not a good thing, the man of views, that Hun is piping it to provoke. The ledge of Vunva. This will be placed on him. He will be invented to take a job for this plan. On the second day before the head of the 9 Drakon, there was a large announcement. The second son, the Tan of the Wunv. The unnecessary stancing is the inheritance of the clan. Vunhosi the Pirian blows Ida. The Boggy from the Sunya begs forgiveness in front of the hostess. Leading the kitchen did not be worthy of this. Then, all that they will prepare on the first time, the young man. The leader says that he was sending the house to the inhalement, so that they will soon prepare the pain of a painful spit on a bit of a dish. The spirits of the cult of cults speak in his own sparkle, and he's so attracted to him. Vunva turns out, in the detachment of the non-copies, the horses are said that they have changed. The gun asked Hosan will allow the emu to be able to do with these problems, and he simply folded on his readiness of the head of the clan right in front of the omnicity. Machinations of the Mifos of the North Sea, greeted guests, the east of the Ko, comparisons between the exclusive clans of the 7 Tan, the preparation of the edges for the shame authorities, the rejection Vunva. The drunken sister is squeezed to the brother in the shoe and bring her congratulations. The grassroots of the sister, and Gaijin is healed, that he scolded. And Yunosha says that he was already drunk in firewood. The girl says that there is a beautiful day. Kogda Ego finished at them in their house. Wunhu says that this is the day in which she will be able to get here, which cannot be pathetic. Gaijin is scared and saying that she fell. The cult of the cult saying that Zinchin comes to Hei Kudur, the ugly clan of Tan. The sister says that the days in which she practically practiced the booing in the secta Zinchin was the most happily in the life. Square. The look at the unable to call Jin, he is a misconception. That his sister did not miss the occupying non-existent for the formation of the inheritance, even at the time of the training of his beals in Zinchain. All the preparation for this moment went to the empty, but even non-noise to this. Vunhav is a kind that it is a screen advice for him. The cult of the cult says that he is subjected to his edge, so that he will be released. Gai Gin says that she was waiting. The Cogd is away. The girl also says that she brought really good wine. Gai Gin is enough. Lady in Krasen. She will seem herself as he did not have the wine of Redko. Traditionia in the south. Kogda and Semi is born daughter. Wine is prepared and burned. This is a festive wine, which is only in the face of a person, for example, to marry, or to reach for a famous in life. The Vunhov was acquired, that he was planning his planning. Kogda Gai Gin Stanet, the head of the clan. The sister says that there is a painful, joyful day. What if she would become the Dandeliv clan? Young Hotel will say something kind. But for the second time in a compound, through the window, Tangona was buried with congratulations. The cult of the cult indicates the door on the door, and the warrior of the vet is not soothing today on such melons. He took a bunch with a sob. Gyugin gave his uncle gone. The warrior of the veterinary say that in him, the Delis appeared. The Wunhov is not weighted, and he says that the devil here is also with the Celsius. Tangonai says that he was already stuck, that I was an important conversation. The man is shocked, the wine, lady in Krasen. Gyujin begs Uncle Gon not a pleading advice from her own roles. The sister presents for Vunva and the clan. Devushka tried to say that the brother and the truthful cook. The youthful, as a remedy with the top student of Zinchin, if she had now opened butyl Guyagin, he had a spat out of wine. Gaijin merges on him and does not get his brother in his brother. Taos from Zinchin says that they did not think about them. The warrior's warrior says that now you need to plan the matchmakers, but it will be necessary to talk to the head of the clan. The devote of the Manhwa is to say that not that, what they thought. Wunwa's sister says that she is not Kogliba married. Gaigin says that the desire to leave this clan by all the time after the festival. Uncle does not get into something and thinks this from the first liar. The girl says that this is not only poet and she cleared the volume of many years. In Zinchine, Hei has all the way that he is heated to the topics. What in the clump of tan would have a kind of melt? Gaijin says that he was all the soul of all the sword. Gonai says that it is difficult to conceive. He would be a part of this clan all his life, and he tanned to the bone's brain. But Uncle will take the fact that the devote was a series. Vunv is about the fact that he says on the day of the holiday. But as the sister will be aware of the enemy blanket to the festival, at the time of the vigil of the potential, and he begs it to become a blade. Gaigin says that if he is about the destruction of a demonic cult, then yes. The youth has laid down the LBU and says that this blade will not only be a demonic cult, The sister does not. If this blade does not get the forces to find a default enemy, then Vunha will be found to find a new blade. His brother says that he can help Hey Festival, if she is not red. The girl absorbs his hand and says that innocent the gun is very gestal, but she was all go on his side. Even the Kog had to enter the conflict with his mother. Revived this, then that it is a position in Klein Mamayecha. Gaijin is revealed that she has long been rushed and what insectes in Chene, that in the dancing of Tan she had a righteousness. All of the other is based on the right of something that, or if the brother of the fleece of justice, then she will send after him. Vunva thinks that she does not make it. The sister says that she has been able to see the mother of the far from the righteous. The poem they all were not in the way. The girl says that if the brother is not obtained in his preference, then they will be devoured here. To these righteousness for Vunva, who was told by Junjana Skori, the Sobaga egoism, however, does not seem that Gugian is such a liberty, and in his voice sounds screening. The youth is in front of the sisters and says that he was not right, she was in a hurry to break the bloodstreams in the right of the right Della. Gaijin read that he, being the head of a reprint clan on this method, then he was embedded with his gender with a blade. The girl is toast. Vunv, I become a top with a blade, that he will live in a meal of Tebia, and gets up in a meal of Tebia, while this will not be lawful. The gun in the way says that it is all possible that this blade was expelled in the clean keys. Tanganai says that they were forgotten about him, and even did not clatter. In the cities of the sect of the golden sword of the knight Huga, the whiskies cry and does not sleep, as the enemy of the smoke is the gender of the head of the pre-income clan Tang. Out of his eating he has been blamed before Suman and Sons, and now he will be brought to him with gifts for the festival on the sake of a bolt of the same body. The youth thinks that if he would also be born in the nominated 7, then he would be strong. For the second time, the unintentional seizes are wrapped in the eating. Gate for Tan Vunva, yes? I come in the right place. The member of the Golden Sword sect. The uninvited guest of the one is like that, and that it is unveiled, that it is not obsessed. Mine hesses his forces, that they start the youth. He wants to look at Vunva. The poem Emu will be brought to Yuntopolis. The sisters of sisters are sitting on the Krishche, brother heals. Did you get a cinnabar so much from here? Devojka says that she is not, but a Tassist that he does not say, Aha aga, our little Tassist. The premature clan is reinforced in Guy's Jin, she is also good with him. The sister says that she was so wounded by the same way to disperse, and apparently the time came. The girl says that he was promised his native mother. Tao says that the woman was very good. She discharged Gaigin, in the evening, from the Tan tank, a great world behind the walls of the puppy, as a wide Janchu, as a Sinclair Kinchine mountain, as a lovely peak, as well as a sofa. And then, in one day, she found out that she had pledged the pump into his Jacarity. The devil has come to the fact that the mistress caresses him, and she knows what is there. The woman is revealed by the woman that the pattern is not interested in this. Gyujene does not get it, and the mother of Vunva says that he does not break. The gravity of the cult in the Neo won the control, but after the birth of the Sina became only good, and this pattern is only approaching that day, the Cogged will leave this piece. The young mistress says that the woman will be more likely to be over. But it is evident that he does not want to make problems in such an image. Gyujin immediately stuck. The mother of Vunva will take it that he is not asked about the simple for the existent clan of Tan, but she wants that they were left with good friends, and even after her, as she will leave them. The girl cries and breaks down all the voice. She begs not to die it so. The woman was unveiled. That Gaigin is a good man in the future. She begs not to rub good and warmth in her heart. It was a maze to the Taos before the topics, as the mother of Vunv was in peace. But even after this, the reconciliation of Sanyon did not stand. The wife of the whole was splashed by the hearing. The Devour Wunch and his mother and all into the Nine Dragon. They were released into his history. Vunva, a child of a drunken man. It is absurd, leading as a man, reaching the higher peak of development, will not be used with alcohol. Let this portio of the reputation of the head of the pre-clan, head for the mother, Guhu Gin Gin Belo, that Vunva and his mother, this hearing was sore. The sister is in front of him, leading Vunvi is not very friendly to the way, that Gugian is not very good at the same time, and his brother turns out that she is not squeezed into this part. The induct of the cult says that Gaijin was not good for him to be a good thing about the mother-in-law, and before, as she made her mother's goats, he read that she was just such a man. The girl's graceful brother for the words. Vunva thinks, as such a stone man with a cheerful woman was born such good daughter. And Hay says, no, this is thank you. Tan Vunva had one sensation that he did not need. The hell of the Sneth of Sani, and so have changed. He will be swept away. He will be concluded for the prejudice after the vit of the power. and even if he will not be devoted to him. However, this is not all rapidly not leaving him. Differently the tan of Tanvunhi and the Vunva, the angry, which he wears in his heart, the squeezing of the grief and the felt of the dwelling. But now the cult of the cult will be reached. The young man speaks the sister, that he needed to be released, the poet is sorted, and the girl is said to say that they will be inserted. The man's gun says, hey, if you will be all the way, I will return. I will spare all your older in Zinchine, and the girl is painted here and does not squeeze it. He drove out in the ride on the ribbon and squeeze into the loan. On a traveling day in a peacock first lad, the swords of the swords came. That here he did not say that the case was called by Bastarda, a candidate for the jurisdiction, as he returned only, so he was appointed as a replacement of the head of clan. The woman will take the woman, that he needed anything. She thinks that they came to the bastards from the assignment of a righteous veterinary vetter and cry, that hay will tell the bridge of a bad thing. But this is a way she does not sleep as it has fallen here, leading to the door of the righteous veterinarian. The man said that he asked the father about the recess, and his mother is glad that he was going. San he speaks to his sign that they will not be the seashell of Vunvas free of pumping, the replacement of the chapter clan, and she wants to send Yuochana to her semie. Yuachan says that after the people from the clan Nagun, that they came from the Ni, the trail of the righteous vet. The woman said that everything, that came from the same, but the hope of being. She has lost the sign, and begs to leave the sign of his ego in the south of the hindered of the peacock of a righteous veterinary, and leave a note in which the youth arrives in a lodge. The youth is aggressively scratching the leaf and saying, it was kept that from the clan of the reconciliation. Whom are you all about myself? Yuhan knew that the mother did not give him a bad sister, but she would be completed. The third ribs of the chapter of the clan merger on the dignity, and does not take the hair of it entered the union with a demonic cult. The skipper is crying that he will still achieve his own. That masticism and Bovian arts, which is moving into the political clan, and help from the clan Nagan too, will serve as his destination, and he will only prove his own way. Sin is seized, and says the mother that he will be killed, being a tan. Yochen goes to the rest and say, the path of a righteous veterinarian of the pins of the clan Nagan. How is this? San Yan squeezed for a second time that Vunhof was making Yuhanyan this. Overejnoini, hey. That she promised that if he needed, then she would take the right to be the rights of the insertion of her children. The mother speaks not to listen to them. Gai Gin is asked to stop. They showed all the evidence of his brother. The owner says the first lady, that she is a speech to dishonor all in details into a peacock righteous Vader. But for the second time, he releases a demonic energy and cry, I am not forced! Vunvazashashen in Machaika such an energy. The spirits have realized that this demonic technical technique of the circular circulation of the blood flow, which is stimulated, even in the heavenly demonic cult, as the incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon Vunga, is clear that the technical technician is timely, but significantly deals with the reserves of the intra-energy. But in the reflection of the clerk, the roseaux and views of all the departments of all, and the prostate. This technical technician was deployed as an extreme mayor and the dignity. San bastard and say, Tan Wunv, if you would not. The youth was overwhelmed that the clang of the reconciliation of the cursed master Balaya Kostya, the poem of Hem, we will not be able to merge on him. Macheha scrapes the table and breaks his strength with his strength, and Vunva breaks his ego to one hand. Yuchan is a look all the picture of Rastrigan, leads a mother to the demonic art, the sister of brother to these things further. And the one does not take the fact that she wants to make. Eugene goes down and begs his mother not to pull the cargo of their Greek. Wunhu is saying that it was already a slick of Razgovorov, and Sanyen had already shaken her argument. The woman says, you let my daughter. Everything was not easy to do. The Lord Negagon creases that Gaijin He is not needed. Tao Sinchene gets a sword from the sword and attacks his mother. The spirits of Vunva did not come to the less than a student of Zinchene. She was prompted by a demonic energy of her over the demonic and the sanctuary. Even if Sanyan did not know that the demonic technical technique of the circular blood flow on the very deal is a demonic buery art of, she will be overlooked that He would not congratulate. The cult of the cult thought the ungulates the woman was sorted only for the fact that he would figure out his ego. Mother adequate of your own Demerica with demons. Gaijin is a mother who is egoistical to the concert, and she will perfectly squeeze the election of his daughter. In this case, the sister of Vunva is invented in the vertebral to the boat, and in the gnome of the sect of Zinchen, the heavenly blade, the uninhabited Caius of heaven and earth, and the lighter of the glowing sword, all from which is the deck of the daddy Jin. And he felt the reconciliation only. Kill, kill. The woman is brown directly on her daughter. Taos from Zinchen counterattack and cut the sand, On the street of Pavillon, the First Lady started a poured rain. Vunov is tapping into the spirit of it is to express the face of his Machek after death. Identification of the face viewed the pain of the mother, then everything, which she showed. Out of her own maternal love, she will end the Tan Vunva. But as a result, only she had only struck her detention. The horseshoes were sweeping for a second time that the spirit and flesh of the young mistress came to harmony. Revived the concept that the deaf, the trick of Tan Vunva, had a shot. Hun says that they are given the fact that the first laudation of Yuochan and the clan of a Nagan for recovery, and the youth blessing of the owner for the conservation. Gyugin is a dream after all with a sword with a sword. After all, the dignity of all the released pins of the clan was erased. The sister came to the Soglazia with the Emosias after the death of the mother, and began to help Vunva with the associations of the clan's replacement. And the day of the sowing of the poison is already a sediment. Yunosha says Devushki that it is that they need to be charged, and she does not get into something. Wunhu is complained and says, I do not think that this duty was not enough for such a not-so-needed drinker as I have. He reads that the sister is hearing a big roll, so as she is painful, asleep and worships all, and it turns out to be that he is a chush. One of the spirit has acquired the cult of the cult for 10 voices, and he has not had a painful pride for his pride for him. The steam brought out of his own plexus, and he will reconcile the sphere of scarecrows. For the second time, the 2 guns behind the gum-gum. Ladies say that he has long been not long. One of them, the sister, he thought that they were already a sign with his brother. They will be administered that they looked into the chin the bench not too long ago. The young man is being made that it has come to such a way. Gaigin says, what we were there, let you give you everything to be denounced. It represents the Suman, the pure moon of the sex of the inside. They were not on the steady tins of the peak shoe. A devil. Friendly dream will come with Vunva. Gaigin is represented by Sima Sun. I have a Mulang sword and azure flowers of the mountain towel. Now the girl is represented by his brother Tan Vunva, not the replacement of the heads of them, the pursuit of the ninth dragons, for the younger one to be devoted to them with the Vaima, which he believed that the fever of Guyan Guyan was not a deputy. Lady Pure Moon all the time was serving as a gum-gum all the time. Therefore, it was not that not hoteling to take the time, and the way she was so long. The devils have gone through the soul of Vunho and Sima. The young man is tapping in lady, which is not true, but just something she flushed. She stuck to her shoulder and whispered, ah, you are cunning. The girlfriend grabs the Sima for the skin and says that they will be in the way. Gai Jin waved their hand. Vunv is out and Pasta is a couple of the couple. His sister is so thought, he is already going to be planted. The second time they will replace the sex of the golden sword. The old man gave them the face of the lighter of the sect, and madam, he is the noun of the golden sword sect on Jinba. The gun is greeted by the man in the open and say that the road here was difficult. But he does not get it that everything is meaningful. The man says that the lighter of the sex was the sealed topics that Vunhof had left them not to take their sob in their post. Therefore, he was asked to pass on to Janob his recognition with the gift, which can help the clan to work. And the sect of the golden sword on the crankshells is in front of the replacement of the chapter clan Tan. Vunhos rustle the rumor to them and take up the gift. The messengers of the sect of the golden sword are gratifying forgiveness. For the second time he was overwhelmed by the fact that he made his way. He asked the servant to hold the guests in their peacock. They have taken up the road from the road. On the brief magnivation of Vunva, the trace of the demonic energy. And the owner of this energy is Gu Min Se. Lady Yu said that she was looking out, as a girlfriend was drunk on Vunva, and Sima releases that this was not what he thought about you. The devil is the garden for the brings and reflects. Not that? And let me? Sima turns out that he was the smell of the sword. Yusumin does not say that his girlfriend speaks, and he says that it was not a good smell of the scent. Lady Pure Moon thinks that Suns wants to say that he was learning to go a blade for this time. Sun said this was the smell of a master, giving up his teen years. And not just go, the cutting of dietary 10 if it is no more. Azure Blossoms felt the Noor smell. Sun's the girlfriend's hand, but does not sneak into something. And Sun wants to return to Vunva and Gai Gin. This smell of the scent that was a kind of foam. The cult of the cult concerned, that this is all the same. The guy, he delates all that he brings his demonic energy. But this is not enough that they will deceive Vunva. The spirits are confused with the young mistress on whom he stood up, reprimanded that that man is a mindche. The horseshoes have come to the fact that he will have a 7-sided kill and a so-called head of Mikos of the Northern Sea. The servants thought that they penetrated into the clan, but they did not think that it was so lowered. And Vunhos will go with a min will now be a flat idea. The induction of the cult with the glad would be broken on the pieces. For the fact that he created, however, the plan will be applied with a Snover of the series Uron, if Myphos of the North Sea will be told here. The poet of Vunva is guaranteed to give a minor, then it will live more. Guy Jean is confused by his brother. The sect of the golden sword was after, yes? Swing. And the glitter is revealed that the sunshine has showered, so that if it is a lot, then he thinks tomorrow, if he will be equipped with manners. For the second time, the youth felt something that was present. The sister does not take away that Vunv is crying and crying. Revived in its subordinate digs, the girl does not think about the situation, and thinks what they attacked. Gyu Jin replaces someone in the sky and guesses that. Vunv is shaking right up on the way, and the watering people from this demos fall on the ground and get over the heads. Old Hotel will be replaced by the Yunts. That the tooth was in the tail, however, the one did not shake and brown into the fight. The Topora's enemy attacks the steam room. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon praises and blocks the attack with the help of the inner energy. Energy of two wholesalers becomes and swallowed. The topic of the one. Gaijin is also subtent, that they were a table in the air, and the fact that such that they were all rapidly drunk, represents the sex of the golden sword. Do not take the way that here it will come and think that this is a demonic cult. Gaimon Molcha gets out of Tulp. The unintelligent says that the blow was lazy, but even so, he did not get on the fact that the Vunichi is not tired of him. The youth represents the great master, Weijin Kamno, King Lion, Patriarch say. The old man says that Vunv is good enough for the fact that it will be evolved with his student one-on-one. But the man is sprayed. Here is the healing of the energy of the sword. The inner wounds have come out. Now he has come to the way of the Mogadosh Chestvan master, reaching the peak of conservation. Vunva thinks that the power of the government will want to stand in a closer time, but this is no longer his problem. Tan Ho Sanu confines the old man, which brought his home to the house of the Clunge without Kokilibo. The spirits of the aura of Father Vunva are healed and they are replaced that she is not guilty than the king of the lion's blade. Weijin Sleeshal, that honors people have a fool of 9 dragons. He says that the storm of men swirled for a little bit. The storm of the storm does not read the people of people. That it is important to see that he visits the old man in good health. A judgment all over the Vaijin of the Dela of his sign. The poetic host presents to go into the intra and the loser. Older turns. Want? Do you hurt that I will hurt the hay? The head of the client is said to say that he is a consequence of many people. The king of the Blade of Leo codes her people, and says that he was all Ravely. Han-san said that in such a way, he will be able to give up permanently. The head of the reprint clan Tan said that if Vajin Zalayet, that Vunv took the time for the fact that it was in the Westna capital, then it would be necessary to go through him. The old man is taught. You thought that if you will be so pathetic, then I will bake in the second. In Vunva, such a way that they will be sought in Drak, and he will read them by the elderly. One from the wrapped Vunva snowstorm, that the boost of the storm had suffered a ripple of death and a judge throughout. They are ready for a full-scale strip. These streels were formed into the people of heavenly cult. The tips are attached to the tips. The youth names the clan, insane tanging bastards. Weijin says that the storm of the storm crawled the contract. Han said that in the given time of them are a part of a peacock veterinary of justice. And these are the Arbaleti of the niche not leaving the dissemination of the Rhoda, 9th dragon from the moment of the contract. And one is not the same. The king of the Blade of Leo says that the man dies brings bride, but he did not interfere in this. The cherry thought, the Kog of the drill of Borya was degraded. They made them to sign the contract. The Vunva concerned that the non-group group concluded the package with the storm of the storm. But it is important to have the fact that the men are manipulating the situations so that the battle was red. Weijin says that he was all rapidly appeared to be this mallets. He was killed by his dull students. The old man is able to sip the hat of the whole, the dabs of concepts. He will exercise heal to the Leo. The storm of the storm has suggested that it will be in the case that you need to go through it. The king of the blade says Mu is given that he wants. 2 large warriors are stalled into resistance. And Vunva gets away and says that he has no selection. The chapters of the clan scrapes the copies indifferent. Guy Gin Slamethal, that they did not go well, and the aura of them was a tune, and even so his brother Smog will make his way through no. The sex of the Livy of Leo seemed that the youth was not so strong. The cogs of them were lounged into the dawn of Tao-chan. Members of the boost of the storm do not also go, the cogged of this Vunva insisted on. Gua Minor, he may be commemorated by the frost. One is said to be the head of clan, that way guest. The father reflects the M that they ceased to be guests. The cogs showed their impressive mood. Yunosha said it was said that they came to see them. The king of the Blade of Leo is a whole voice. Leading Mallet's stone will take him to the guest. He says that the storm of the storm had a fairly mowing little Malchishka. Han thought that he himself chose the exposure that this man does not need. The cogged will be out of the poem, he will reflect on him exactly what he is unused, what he will cope, and the Wenjav's reinforcement is all the way. The father listened to his sin and the utsation of his people. Wei Jin thinks that once the man's guns will be induced into the guest's cat, then they will be visible and ready to take his way. The youthful saga with him, however, his intrinsic rebellion. Obsessed in the time of the person's training, the other is not pronounced. The old man is swayed with him, and he says that he will see the truth. He merged with his students for the fact that they played the enemy in such a state. Wei Jin guesses that Vunvi is asking for time and that it is revealed that we need 10 days. The King of the Blade of Leo says that with the medicine assistance of Clan Tan, he cannot give more 3. The gun is asked for a 5. The old man predicts MU4, leads to the expensive he is reflected, and Vunov says that he will be ready to get in a 4-day day. Han Sanamina Mina Vaijin. What will be with him if he and his people will become the reason for the caress Libi of the merits in the field of these 4 days? Vunva will ask the King of the Wedge of Leo Inc. Overpass the Muimu's request? The man does not take the man. That the young thing about it is that the sun is already planted. The cult of the cult is asked. Kogda will be ready to ego. The youth is a great master in a pavilion. The old man of the girl, Sumin and Sun. Vunhos will be passed to the servants that they had covered the table. He thinks that Weijin said with the road, and that in the vigorously, he said and say that the sun is aware of the habit. Azure blossoms to the royal of the Livy of Leo. Gyujin is all over the dedules and thinks that not for himself, but the sadness healed this, and says that it was on the all that the wonderful expensiveness of the 2 large masters of Bavascular was to be bought. And sons are glad that the master did not even think. Taosa from Zinchen, that the students of the sex of the Leo seized on the daughter of an imperative blade of pure sky, and Vunva simply stuck in his hand. But the king of the blade of lion did not choose to not be innocent. Lady Sima begs Gaijin to cut out the technique of sword, which issue Vunva, and the sister of the youthie reports that he did not study the rule of Kinka. The girl is reflected and thinks that it cannot be. Gaijin is a Stranum, leading his uncle Gona. He also tapped it with the volume. Suna realized that the girlfriend had a dancing of a dancing warrior. The swordsmen say that he is wounded by Vunva. Uncle tapped it as she had taught the brothers sword or sword. He could give a book. And Gaijin said that his brother was a little ego, not interested in beat-like art. In such a way, the Tan is thought that the listeners about the fact that in his efficiency of the main signs of the true, the youthie mastered the twin the blow of a ravine tiger, although he did not teach him. A veterinary warrior said that he opened Vunva in the forge of Luban Pavillon, a veterinary veterament, and there he ordered a sword. The girl wondered, sword? The other is that the man asked his uncle to teach him the power of the dig, as well as the percussion. But for the second time he orders the sword. He thought that the man was the manner of the technique. Sons do not crush, as the Wunchi can order a sword, not a lord of Renea. The girlfriend cannot suffer and asks Gaijin will give him to come. Tao Xincheni is sad and says that he was talking about his brother, led Sima, graceful. Suman says that the azure blossom does not lower the eye with Vunva with the first way. It was not interested in nothing, a chrome of gardens and swords. And here it is. The girlfriend is said by Gaijin that this is the same. But from sons, he will go out of a bad woman, lead her uninhabited daughter of the famous 7 with Kuchi Sinoi. But the sister of Vunva was whispering the Suman, and after his girlfriend with the Sochevstvi, they soaked on sons. The servant will give the mistress, and Gaijin does not brought anyone there at that time. And this is the case of the Chugayan. He was interested in the now time the rush. The servant was invented to spend his peel to Balaam. Gaijin in the Nomen, the head of the sword of his brother. Suman and Suns released that this is the ruling of the smithy Luban. The devils, I think that this chance is to find out about the technique of the sword of Vunva. The poem should be illuminated by the old man. The young man is hearing the hell, and he did not go for the smithy that the smithy will be brought to the present. The lord of the forge, Lubari, says that Vunvas herself was rolled up, and the man's guns that he is hotel just to make a progress, leading the observed. The old man says he then that Delano. Chugyan represents the hell of the referral blade. Those authorities say that he has not been infused with an interested project for a long time. Vunva Smell will embark on the essence of the Boivian arts of Clan Tan in the table, with a young and united all in one tire. So it also wants that in the basic form of the rope was in the form of the sword. The old man is interested in his way to handle him. The youthie says that this is better than he was going to go. Chugyan says self-talk, estate. The object takes on the veer, but it equips the function of the sword. In the same time, the maintenance of the Eregia. This is what the sword, which he hotel, bullshit the balancing of Vesa, lead in the metallic veers the center of heaviness. The center is found in the base, which was possible to blow, and here it is possible. And he is all the time he is savage. The grace of Vunva can easily be united by him. So the gun is snowy that in one part of the rope, the part of the elephant bones, Kuznets say that in the youth, the Starsky eye and it is truth for these part of the tusks of the fair of the Mephic elephant. This extremely edited material, which is reminiscent for the creation of the Kolni artifacts. The horseshoes were blinking that the handle of the tree of the jaundice of heart, and seems that the ficulously as the 5th 100 years. Chugyeon led the sword about the sword, and the Wunxia wrapped the smithy in the creation of a bush of the most renamed materials. The lord of the smithy Lubanai says that the functional of the Orudia. The youth can be changed the mode of one of the bridge of the handle. The old man will ask his ego down and stretch it once. After all, the Wunva came. That if they will swing it for the cord, the regime will be changed, and if afterwards, they will gently stretch. Activated the crushed riot. The smithy say that the first mode is digested together. The old man begs ego for the second lace. He says that the rotary mode is shaved the thunderstorms. The young man said, shares. The Chugyen will further say that the following regime is better. The smudge says that this mode is not special. Vunhos see that he had been stuck in the lace. The sound was not so much from the stabbed. The old man, Echidnovichiaoye, turns. Sleep. The gun was immediately moved into his face. Chugyon say that the ICA, whom the head of the clan has been shot now. The man's men and non-names later that he will not even think about the likelihood. What will put this in the realness of the smithy of the gunshot, and also a reaging material? This is a large, leafed tailor. It is facing the enemy of the twin, and this will be extremely effective. Vunv said the old man who was better, and that he knew that the jutsu would be enjoyed. After that, the youth was shot by the Igli, that he had released him in him. The incentive of the cult of the heavenly demon is broken. The Lord Forge Luban knew that the young man would cope. The gun does not get it that it is. The old man says that he is not one robottle over the sword, and a man whom her said to be able to get a rub. Reveraged that this cow's man in the smithy is soaked with him. Such a character in this man, all his only way will not work. Podniknya of the cult of Snowstorm, that this is a motion-shaped powerful power. Vunva cannot be able to speak that the man, which helped the Chugel with the sword, was the swords. It meaning that he was inherited in the ribbon, as well as the power was already reached by the stadium acquisition of heavenly orbit. Kuznets, the smoke tube, says that if the youth will stretch for the cord of it once, then these pieces will fly away from the time it is now stood, and any hunting is the unimaginable pain. For example, he does not skimp the booing of 10 days. Vunvin is that he does not get the potential to distort the poison of the power, even if the technical cultivation of the pointed dragon. In the second words, if one of them will fall on, then he does not escape anything with the invasion of Mykos of the North Sea. The forge says that the man can simply roll off, if it is not obtained, that the spent will cause them all. The youthie will be taught, which will be with the sword if he is a stake. And the old man says that Vunv is a shabby. Chugyon says that the sword is shot, if the warrior will not be felt behind the cord with the slices of the bolt, or the spent will not be the image of the mullen. Overpassed, that the power of the power and the lord of the smithy Luban Katat, that he proved that the Dayton was liable to this sword, once they tried so cool. Wunhu says that in such a way in the Dele and the Emu of the Nelia will miss the fun of the fun once in his appearance such a sword. The old man says that he was all governed by a good Ruma for people. The cult of the cult has released and calmly shot. They started. The devices, which is acquired over all this, read it very interdistry, lead this veer, shouting with glowing icing. Sons interrupt her girlfriends and say that this sword, Suman does not sword in the boat. But Sima sons also see that he is going to veer. However, as the only one, this is the smell of a blade and this smell of a shaggy sword, and this smell also said that the youthful genial swordsman, the devils swam for a second time, that the beginning of the beginning. They do not take the crushing praise of patriarch clan. Vunv was accepted to break it with a frying igno. Any blow is an extreme wetting, and strong and smaller from the same Mullen. The power was not ashamed. Chogyon say the steam room, that the basics of he had chosen. For the second time, a snowstorm that the pace of these blows nara state. About the craft of attack is ideally effective. He literally senses a systematically scattering of a dangerous blow. Vocabulary the master learns his student in the rule of the clinic. The attacks of the ego of the most effective method of healing of impresses. The incentive of the cult of snowstorm, that the lesson of this lesson is absolutely insane. It's with fluid ways it will insult it all, but in his way the technique of the sword of his mentor. After the reincarnation and the resulting Dantian, he read the technician of the mentor once. The 9 blowing of the heavenly demon. In the archive of the heavenly demon of his, her, the most strong girlfriend of the 9 strokes. This form of shaking the wedges of the Mars, so that he will be given adaptation that it could be burst into it in his nonsense. Vunhov is alarmed. The dabs compensate for the scene in the form and the cold energy of the bell. shaped arts of the fair dragon that will fill the sparkle. The Yuthi is blocking and breaking the attacks of your moon. He is pissed to buy Maru Mentor and Heshaw, the dance of the storm of the Bora Mary. The safety is a seat which blocks all the attacks. He is all pride in, I handled it, now this is my sword. The old man stretches the box and says that in the numeric igli, which he spoke, and on the boom the recipe of powder was recorded on the boom. Vunva, the grace of the Kuznets for the ribbon and the Dragoani lesson, and the one shows M. For the lessons of the grandeur of the man, I am compassionate. The cult of the cult say that the power of the power was sogged with a disgusting gracious because the Chugyan was song. The Lord Forge of the Forge Luanban is asked for Vunva Kochto will explain once in truth, so he reads. The old man says that the bureau of the bureau with a path is only the way that in which hearts is tanged, and in the brown youthful, the soothing is a significant vastness. The Forge is saying that the youth is young and not to know all the world, it is not clear. The poem of the intersection that it became so strongly replaced. The young man says that he is a lot of thought. Chugyan regretted his shoulders and obtained that the man does not want to say, but in all his cargo on the heart. The old man is refreshed that they give this Vir Eknaya name, and reversed, of course. The motion of the clan's replacement man was drunk by the smithy hurricane. The poem he would like to call Vir, a discharge vetter of catastrophe. Vunva Gracidus ego for the grand Liven name is now he concluded that he was a vettering of catastrophe. The servant gave the old man and say that he was sorry. But the freedoms have now no time. Chugyan begs him not to be overwhelmed. He is leaving the component under the name Kuznitsa Luban. The smith'll smitter, that there are many people here, that is so late. He thinks it came here everything to work here on the power. A large man, which stimulates Junyujuan from the external forces, the same power of Tan Munikyuk. The Chugyin is for the time he is called people. To lead to him only no more than the sore and not the creeping older brother. His powerful power is tapping in the smithy of the hem. The Forge is saying that he robotal for days and nights. He could not arrive early. Munkuk wants to understand the wicked in Chugayan O. The old man says that the guy will override the storm and becomes a vetterler of catastrophe, as well as the alliance of the whole alliance. In this case, the powerful power is tangled, which will be with the youth. The cogged storms are Ulyatya. The Chugyan begs not to be overwhelmed, lead to Vunhos. This is a vatir of catastrophe were captured by the ravine and malice. But hatred, which I have a state in the heart, shouted so sorry and felt. The older old is servant to bring the butter. The smudge says that this is a man-made doctrine of the doctrine will be a Bora, Munakuk species, that Vunva is equipped with talent, reference, procedurality, ways, and charisma, and so he is a Hosan and accurate candidate. But this power is said that young people need to get along with people. The ego vatir of the catastrophe can be predestal and everything, but not stood. The Chugyan will put it in the head of the bore of the storm. Munikyuk will open that he would have been so inflicted, be he uninhabited. The smithy was interested in him. The power of the divine sword of Zinchain, whether Chelsan. The old man cries to his brother and thinks that he survived the mind once the rebellion will name the lighter of the rose of the storm of the older student of Zinchan. Munikyuk say that he will read the stronger sword in the world, and let him be better at them on their side than on some other. The smithy man, that the power of his lodging is a quote. The spirit of Songais in two members of clan. Chugyan thought that in such a way in Vanhav is a way, even the expensiveness will be pursued. And Munakuk says that this is not so much one expensiveness. Thomas Vladinin says, the cogs you become the center of the storm, that all the resting vettering is swamping. It is not the other and the second, and this second as it will get along with him. The Forge is known that the brother is leading the other as much as the ribs, but he tasted so much as he likes lighter. For the second time, the big warrior was hampering the hatch. The Chugyan is two in the eyes and say that this is a peraltic poison, all the drop of which is cut even. Munakuk is angry with a friend, I will be honored, but all it was fed into the drink, the smithy is stamped, and says that he thought in the same powerful power of the lumps that will be paid. The old man is tapping in the potential. The one, his mind, the darling of this. The power of the power has come to all and says the Chugyan that he was as dull. Munkyuk says that he has not suffered. The warriors say that they were surrounded by surrounding. The elderly the old man just shed. The girl is greeted by his, saying that the extremely fading out of the way, he calls him Dadushka. The girlfriends, giving out to the presentation of Vunva, say that the Tanits of Bura Bura Clan Tan is a shaking. Sunsit, that this was not the dance of the storm, and that is not even the technique of the Bovian art of Clan Tan. He did not know how he was prevented. In the time of his her way, Suman was designed by his sister, he would definitely cope with it. And Gyujin has shown that such a master of boobs, the most reached peak of the development with difficulty. The girl says that he stops, but for the second time, Sunxia was frozen. that the smell of his sword and Rasvet, but in the moment, as he was inducing this, the smell was constantly unstable. Eugene says that she had no hedge about such a strong frying of blood. Lazurna lived to say Devushki that Vunva king demon. The sister of the young man says that this is Brad, and the cherry does not sleep. Hey does not know all that goo gum with his eyes, and now he's ripping on his pieces. Toas from Zinchen was frosty, that the bloodstream of ego is unstable. The cherry spoke to the young ink, that they were all here. They say that they came to the spying, so as they were fascinated by Samuya Mogushchov, technician of the Sword of Heaven, and wouldn't have said that it is not good. They do not think about it. To the basis of the technical and laying the demonic art, it was made by the dance of the storm, having lined the technical cultivation of a pointed dragon, so that they did not go to something. The use of the dance of the storm in the Kachastvus for the merry past. But the technique of cultivation of the poetic dragon is not done with the molding of the Klinkov Mary. The 9 of the heavenly demon was the creation of the methods of cultivation of the heavenly demon from the heavenly bloodstream of Mary, which was a long-lasting attack after the attack. Its channels can be blocked if it does not sneak it. For the second time, the man jumped out of the mest and put directly to the devils. He will reflect them with a snap here. The devils are for a moon, and they will not be able to tell anything. Daughters of the stronger swords of the Tausi Serti Zincheni, the Buddhian sect of the Ami, and the Orthodox sect hearing candidates for supplying the bloodstream of Mary.